pra esses bagulho aí, mano.
Aqui?
É
O
bom.
problema é que é caro essa porra, mano.
Mas ó, é bom pra nós. Então nós tá.
Sim. Toca mais um bagulho pra mim.
Ali eu não tava mochila.
Mas um cada vez, vai colocando.
Não, sim.
É ruim, né, mano?
Não, nós temos que estar sempre
Claro.
mais refrescante.
Hum?
Sempre com ar refrescante. Valeu!
E aí vocês esperam nessas cadeirinhas aqui, já chamam vocês. Obrigado. Aí vocês vão entrar com cada um com seu microfone.
A cultura é um dos mais preciosos instrumentos de democracia. É um canal de expressão plural que permite a convivência de diferentes vozes, histórias e visões de mundo. E por isso a cultura, tal qual a democracia, deve ser defendida e fortalecida. Essa é a função da Lei Rouanet, a principal política pública de incentivo à cultura brasileira. Com ela, perseguimos a missão de assegurar o acesso democrático à produção e à difusão cultural. Ao longo de mais de 3 décadas, a Rouanet permitiu que inúmeras iniciativas culturais, antes inviáveis, ganhassem o mundo. Revelou histórias, preservou tradições e transformou vidas. Lei Rouanet, há 33 anos, tornando a cultura brasileira mais plural, acessível e democrática.
Além de apoiar na formação de profissionais para toda a cadeia do setor. Quem vem nos contar esse detalhe dessas iniciativas são o professor técnico. Rapidinho. Professor técnico 4. Isso. Professor técnico 4 da Secretaria da Cultura, Economia e Indústrias Criativas do Estado de São Paulo. Paulo, coordenadora da Secretaria da Cultura, Economia e Indústrias Criativas do Estado de São Paulo. Bora? Bora. Agora já? Pode ir começar? Já tá gravando? Bom dia, Gamescom Latam! Tudo bom?
Good morning, Gamescom Latam. How are y'all doing? Are you all hyped for Thursday? All right, I can see that you're not hearing us yet. Help us out, production staff, please. All right, here we go. Thursday, Gamescom Latam. We've got an amazing session today for you. And right after that, even more content. So much cool stuff going on today. All right, folks, please tell us online and here in person what you're enjoying most about the event. And don't forget to also vote here at the event. The voting region is super close to the Banco do Brasil kiosk, and you can vote for the best booths and activations. So stop by the Banco do Brasil booth, tell us what you think, and don't forget to check out the award ceremony on Sunday at 2 p.m. And I will be here with you every step of the way. In this session right now, we will talk about the state of São Paulo's incentive programs that really up the level of your game. We will find out about PROAC, SMS, Creative SP, and CUT SP Pro that will really drive your game forward. To support the games industry, these initiatives also encourage the ecosystem, encourage people, and training professionals to cultivate the development of this sector. And to share these details with us, we have the employee of the Department of Culture of the state of São Paulo, Douglas Vasconcelos, and coordinator of the Department of Culture and Creative Economy of the state of São Paulo, Liana Croco. Welcome. Please make your way to the stage. It's a great pleasure to have you here with us today. The floor is all yours. I'll be right here following along with all the news.
Bom dia a todos, sejam todos muito bem-vindos.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. It is a huge pleasure to be here with you.
Eu vou antes me apresentar rapidamente.
First, let me quickly introduce myself, and then I'll pass the mic to Liana,
momento aqui com vocês.
so that we can share this stage with you. I'm Douglas. I'm a consultant advisor at the Department of Culture in the state of São Paulo. And I want to share with you a little bit of what we've been doing and how we can work together to encourage game development. Not just development, actually, but every step of the publication process. Because some companies need a little bit of a shove, some need a little bit of support, not just for promotion, but also education and training. We actually work on many different fronts, and we'll introduce those to you today. But first, I would like Liana to introduce herself first. Good morning, everyone here and online. It's a huge honor for us at the Department of Culture and the Department of the State of São Paulo to work on such an important industry, the games industry. I am currently coordinating the Culture Promotion Unit, where we coordinate all the promotion and incentive programs, whether that's direct incentive or tax incentive. It's known as PROAC, and it's pretty famous here in SP. And in the past year, we've also been working with PIN-UP and some specific lines of promotion for AV and game production, all throughout the game production chain. We're going to share some numbers with you, and also what we've been doing, and most importantly, how you can tap into these funds to get funding and financing for each of your projects. All right, let me stand up to better present for you some of our services, some of the fields where we work here in the Department of Culture. Hang on, I've got technical difficulties here. My clicker isn't working. Can somebody help me, please?
Dá uma olhadinha. Acho que agora foi.
All right, here we go.
Então, perfeito. Maravilha. Perfeito.
Excellent, thank you.
Então, agora foi.
Então,
o primeiro ponto que eu quero passar para vocês é que a gente tem atuado em algumas frentes. Uma delas é a formação. A gente vai falar aqui de formação, de internacionalização, de fomento e de difusão cultural. E a primeira delas é a formação. Hoje, a gente está na secretaria com dois grandes projetos na área de formação em games. Uma delas é o CUT SP Pro. O CUT SP Pro é o maior programa de formação que a gente tem no estado de São Paulo. Ele é uma escola de formação em cultura. Então, tudo que abrange a cultura
school that trains everything from art, theater, AV, and especially games as well. So we've got training in all of those fields under the CUT-SP Pro school. And there are actually sub-schools. So there's one school for theater, another school for music, another for AV. We have many different programs. But more specifically about CUT-SP Pro, we also have the Games and AV School. Just to give you a broad overview, CUT-SP Pro has reached over 30,000 people since October 24, which is when this program was launched in over 70 cities in the state of São Paulo. Since we belong to the government of the state of São Paulo, we really focus on reaching more and more cities outside of the city of São Paulo. Just to let you know, we have over 640 municipalities in the state of São Paulo, and increasingly we want to reach more and more of these cities. And CUT-SP Pro has reached over 70 in just a few short months. And in the game region, we also have many free courses such as game design, narrative, visual, design, and even board games and networking. So let's say you already have a game, you want to start improving it. You want to tap into more publishers, you want more investment, you want to reach more people. Well, to help you, we've got a course focused on that, to better establish yourself, to learn how to deliver pitches, how to network with everybody. And now focusing on a more beginner level, we've got the Games Factory, which you may have heard of. There are many culture factories around the state of São Paulo. We have one in the ABC region, another in the greater São Paulo region, and all around the upstate São Paulo region. We've got culture factories all over. And that also includes the Game Factory for game development. So there are 15 factories all around the state. Every year, we open roughly 220 spots for youth, teenagers, and young adults who are starting to get into the job market for basically 2 semesters each course. So these are the programs we've been working on. And it's really important for us to share these courses with you. I'll share a QR code with you, but you can also look that up on our website, cultura.sp.gov.br. And I also want to mention that the Department of Culture has a booth here at Gamescom. And there we'll be able to share with you some of the programs we've been working on in the field of games. We've got the culture factories, the CUT Pro, people are there too. And they'll be able to talk to you and really guide you through the whole thing. Now, one of our guests, one of our guests is here. Can we help her up on stage, please?
Então, voltando a falar, Liana, muito obrigado por ter rememorado que a gente tem aqui, ó, seguindo esse corredor, a gente chega no nosso stand da Secretaria da Cultura, lá também temos várias informações. A gente também tem aqui sobre internacionalização. O Estado de São Paulo tem buscado levar as empresas paulistas, empresas do Estado de São Paulo, para eventos internacionais. Que eventos são esses? A gente tem a Game Developer Conference, que a gente já foi em 3 edições dela, inclusive esse ano nós fomos em uma delas. A gente também foi para Gamescom Alemanha.
We also went to Gamescom Germany 3 times as well. And every one of those times, we were able to bring 59 companies from the state of São Paulo to these international events, where they worked on networking and really brought a business perspective valued at over 450 million reals. And also, we've generated over 1,700 direct and indirect jobs. And just to wrap, I want to share something else that's critical. In Brazil, we've got over 1,040 studios registered under Abra Games. These are studios located all around Brazil in every state. But in the state of São Paulo, we are a powerhouse because we're one of the regions, or if not the region, with most of these studios. Actually, 60% of Brazil's game studios are located in the state of São Paulo. So I want you to know how important all of you are for the state of São Paulo. The state of São Paulo really is the major center for innovation and business. But I want Liana and also Sandra, actually Sandra, I'd like you to introduce yourself too, and then we can talk about PROAC. All right, thank you. First I want to ask, how many of you here have worked with or benefited from one of these programs from PROAC in the state of São Paulo? Look, this is not the standard, because usually lots of people raise their hands. The first time I came here to Big Festival, there was a specific region where actually people ran to drag me to there to show the game they developed from that project using the PROAC programs. These are direct funds from the state of São Paulo, and they had already expanded all around the world. And for us, it's a huge pleasure. We're so happy to bring more and more companies. So remember, I'm Liana. I coordinate the support department. I'm here focusing specifically on direct and indirect support, which are PROAC and SMS, which are tax exemptions, and the PROAC Editais region as well. I want to introduce Sandra, who works specifically with these editais. I know we don't have lots of time, so please tell us, just let me share with you very quickly. PROAC SMS focuses on projects at the Department of Culture. These are organized by a special commission, a technical commission, and after these projects are approved and they move out onto the market, they can seek out tax incentives. So the supporters will stop paying certain taxes directly to the government, and instead these tax payments will go directly to the company. This is valued at over 100 million reals for PROAC SMS, so that it can reach every language. And at the Commission, we've got specific professionals studying the project. They are industry pros, and they work specifically with games. There are others that work specifically with AV, with dance, but on the topic of games, we do have a specialized professional focusing on the cultural importance of that project. And as soon as you sign up and your project is approved, you can go out into the market and start fundraising to develop your game, whether that's developing, finishing, finalization, localization. It really depends on the specific step of the project that you're working on. Good morning, I'm Sandra. I'm director of PROAC Calls for Proposals. This is a direct incentive. So the proponents, in other words, the parties interested in obtaining these funds for games, they will sign up, give us a proposal. This proposal is looked at by a group of specialists, and so there's a competition between the different interested parties. And the projects that receive the best scores and are selected receive direct financing. The call for proposal establishes the specific amount of funding for each game. We call them proposals. And the proposal that is selected receives those funds, carries out whatever action they have proposed, and at the end they give an expense report or a full report showing the final format, whether it was just finalization or development or what have you for their game. That's basically what we do. So that's the overview of how direct financing works. In the past several years, we've been investing a lot of funding into games, over 30 million reals in just the past 4 years. Our public policies for the sector have been really focusing on development. We've got the Paulo Gustavo law that published over 18 million reals just in games, and PNAB as well, which is the Aldir Blanc national policy, which is also another part of the Department of Culture of the state of São Paulo and the federal government. So over 10 projects here in São Paulo, each was the beneficiary of 300,000 reals. And we love looking at the pitches to find out what the best projects are. You know, it's great. It's a huge world. Personally, I'm an actress, so I didn't know very much about games. But now, looking at all those pitches, I've learned so much just by seeing your proposals. And so we had 10 projects of 300,000 reals each in just games. We work with VR, AR, MR. Each of those projects also receives a significant stipend. So there's everything from graphic novels, cosplays. There are many different lines of funding. The cosplay line, which we launched last year, was very successful, received many different proposals for characters from games, and it was the first year where the state of São Paulo launched that specific line of funding. And these are all focused on encouraging the creative economy through many different types of language, such as cosplay. And this year, we've got another new development that is going to be focused on finalization. So we're currently writing this new call for proposal that the department is going to launch for finalization and publishing. So there's a lot of funding being invested. We're going to publish the call for proposal this year in 2 steps. The first step will be in May for game development, and the second stage in the second semester for AR, VR, and MR and finalization. We've been really working to coordinate all of these things, and the Department of Culture really encourages proponents to develop their projects and submit requests for tax exemption so that we can have closer contact with the sponsors and help the sponsors make those investments. We want to show how important it is to invest in culture, specifically in the state of São Paulo. We really want to highlight and drive home that it's important for you to tap into this. This is a public resource. It is the right of every citizen to use PROAC and other calls for proposals. This needs to be more widely known because it's still something that's very new, very recent. So we encourage you to visit our site and try for these incentives. Sometimes it may seem confusing if you're not familiar yet, but I assure you that the system is very intuitive. It's very self-explanatory. So if you've never proposed a project with tax incentive or even direct funding, that's okay. The system will guide you through it. There's a wizard that is very easy to use. It's simple language. It is not legalese. It tells you right off the bat what we expect out of each proposal. There are many different lines of funding. So when those calls for bids are open, find out what the different conditions are. It's all easy to read. It's just a few pages of reading to do. And the system will tell you, will give you fields for you to fill in why your project is important, what your audience is, for you to tell us how much your game is going to cost. So even if you're not familiar, make sure to visit our site, contact us through our different channels. We're eager to help you. Usually, when we open a call for proposal, it stays open for 45 days. So there's plenty of time for you to clear up any questions you may have, not just with regard to the call for proposals, but with the system as a whole. When I came here, I asked how many people have benefited from PROAC, and no one raised their hands. I hope that in a few minutes, someone will raise their hands and say that they have benefited from that incentive. You know, last year we started collecting data to try to find the profile of these proponents to really focus our public policies. Because if we don't have demand, then we're kind of stuck. And what we really want to do is evolve our public policies. So in the set of calls for proposals that we published last year, we had 866 proponents from the state of São Paulo. And out of those 866, they sent us projects from 128 different cities. We've got 645 cities in the state of São Paulo, as we've mentioned. We know that 128 is still very low, so we really want to know where you're located, how we can better reach you. Because, of course, as we know, there's a higher concentration in the city of São Paulo. 45%. Sorry, I think I need glasses. 45% of proponents of those 866 come from the city of São Paulo. And the others are divided across many different cities. And all of that information is also available on our site. So if you like statistics, if you want to learn more about public policies, because we know here in the audience, we don't only have developers. And lots of people want to know where these creatives are, where these professionals are. Well, we've got that mapped out all across the state of São Paulo, thanks to the data we collect in the call for proposal.
We know who is developing projects, and it's interesting for you to keep track on it, as a matter of fact. So we have this portal, and now we have all this information on the call for bids, and through this portal you can actually access this BI. You can actually get access to the subscription system, so you can sign up as a proponent and you can partake on the different call for tenders, or you can sign your projects up on PROAC ICMS, because PROAC ICMS is actually ongoing throughout the year, so you can submit your project so it can be, so it can be assessed, and so you can participate for the next year. After approved, your project is actually available in that showcase, because this is a direct contact with the sponsor to help you foster that contact, that relationship, and get in touch directly with sponsors. And one novelty that we have for the beginners is that we have a space in our portal which is called Consulta Projetos, or Consult with Projects. So from this, so you can learn how to format your projects. You can check them to see how to create your own. So with that, you have a reference as to how to put your proposal together. Right. And on that note, I'm going to get into the development plan for the gaming industry as well. You want to say something? No, just one thing about the game industry, just so we wrap up about the call for tenders. Just like Sandra said, we need this information to get to the 645 municipalities and all the cultural creators. We have prizes to the tune of 300,000 reals, 100,000, 200,000 for AR and VR. We have new lines, and we're doing some research to get an understanding on how much we're going to put the amount for that process. It's huge amounts, and only the state of São Paulo is pulling this off. So the more people participate, the more we can perfect our bidding and also the public policies, because this is money straight in your pocket, so that you guys can develop projects you want. Exactly. By the way, we still have some information about the PROAC, but I just want to say that the Department of Culture is also developing the development plan of audiovisual sector. So we also have the gaming industry involved. So the Secretariat has been trying to support and create new guidelines and policies to foster the gaming sector, whether it's from a legislative perspective or from a financing perspective. So we have all these points, and we're going to have a new bidding this year for finishing and publishing. And we have the ICMS, which is also available for the gaming sector. And by the way, we have our channels here, so you can ask questions, whether it's for direct promotion, which is that contest format where the projects selected are going to receive that funding directly, which is the PROAC call for bidding. Now, the PROAC ICMS is an indirect resource, you need to have a fundraiser for your project, and you have the culture points, which is also available here. If you have any questions, any of these channels are at your service. Right. We really want to thank each and every one of you for being here, and we want to remind you that in the state of São Paulo, us who are here, we are the major creative power in Latin America, and we're here so that other investors can chime in, so they can jump in on board with us, and so we can have new investors, so that we can actually open up this huge production chain in São Paulo even more. On the QR code, you can go straight to our website with all the information, all of our guidelines since 2023. And one important point as well is that you should definitely check out our booth. We have a bunch of gifts and awards and prizes that we have in our activations. We also have a little coffee, you know, we have a coffee from the Museum of Coffee, which is from the state of São Paulo. So our coffee is distinguished, it's next level. And personally, you know, and Liana knows it more than I do because she drinks way more coffee than I do, but we have all flavors, all different sorts. Yes, we have a partnership with the Department of Culture, we have a partnership with museums and different social organizations that make culture happen in the state. Wonderful, folks, so that is it. Thanks to each and every one of you. The state of São Paulo is still at your service. You can talk to us, you can get at us by email or any other communication channel, and let's get it. We'll be hanging around the trade show, so if you want to talk to us, if you want to touch base, we're here for you. Thank you so very much. Have a great event. Thank you, folks. Thank you very much, everyone. Wonderful panel. Hope to see you guys soon. Thank you very much. Now, we'll be back pretty soon with some other panels, so please stay tuned and get ready as well, because you know, in a moment, we're going to have the QR code on the screen, and we're going to get into public policies for games, and on the QR codes on screen, you can submit your questions directly for the guests that will be on stage. And you know, we'll be back shortly.
Let's party.
Usar meu Orocard para recarregar as energias. Usar meu Orocard para recarregar as energias e ganhar pontos. Usar meu Orocard para recarregar as energias e ganhar pontos enquanto eu tiro onda.
Quem usa Orocard tem cashback, tem pontos, tem cartão sem anuidade e muito mais. Use para tudo no seu dia a dia. Quanto mais você usa, mais você tem. Orocard, usa que tem.
Pode crer.
Banco do Brasil, para tudo que você imaginar.
Quer trabalhar no mercado de games? O CUT SP Pro já impactou mais de 35 mil pessoas em mais de 220 municípios paulistas. E agora é sua vez, gamer! Estão chegando cursos de História dos Jogos, Unreal Engine, Networking na indústria dos jogos e muito mais. Acesse agora cutsppro.org.br e passe para a próxima fase. Quer trabalhar?
Tudo isso é possível, exclusivamente no console Nintendo Switch.
Então, Paulo.
Afinal, teve imprevisto, um filho pequeno agora, ele estava na live até de madrugada.
Não tem problema, gente.
Já fala alguma coisa por ele.
Nosso apresentador ele vai subir para a sua experiência de guitarra. Ele vai apresentar vocês o que vocês fizeram. São 30 minutos para poder fazer a palestra, e aí vai vai entrar de novo e eles vão fazer as perguntas.
Tá certo. Se você quer deixar um link para ele no seu celular, me dê.
Tá bom, vou falar, né? Eu aviso.
Eu vou e falo alguma coisa.
Aí quando você entrar, você pode falar, olha, o senhor
Tá.
O seguinte, essas palestras são mudas, tá? Eu vou dar um fone de ouvido para vocês conseguirem se ouvir. Tá bom, tá? Lembre de falar sempre no microfone, porque ninguém tá ouvindo nada assim no seu microfone. Tem, aqui na tela. É só anunciar, pedir que a gente lança. A gente está ouvindo vocês. Tá bom?
Sobre o torneio.
Oi? Vocês têm slide, né? Tem slide ou não tem?
Não.
Tá.
O negócio do Fê, porque ele é que nem eu, tá? Se eu falar inglês, eles traduz?
Oi, perdão?
Se eu falar inglês, traduz?
Traduz.
Então não vou falar não. Ué?
Aí
Era pra saber se eles estavam preparados.
Tamo como?
Tamo como? Ô Vini, eu sei que eu não te pago, mas... Literalmente, faço. Tem...
Let's party.
Usar meu Orocard para recarregar as energias. Usar meu Orocard para recarregar as energias e ganhar pontos. Usar meu Orocard para recarregar as energias e ganhar pontos enquanto eu tiro onda.
Quem usa Orocá tem cashback, tem pontos, tem cartão sem anuidade e muito mais. Use para tudo no seu dia a dia. Quanto mais você usa, mais você tem. Orocá, usa que tem.
Pode crer.
Banco do Brasil, para tudo que você imaginar.
trabalhar no mercado de games? O CUT SP Pro já impactou mais de 35 mil pessoas em mais de 220 municípios paulistas. E agora é sua vez, gamer! Estão chegando cursos de História dos Jogos, Unreal Engine, Networking na indústria dos jogos e muito mais. Acesse agora cutsppro.org.br e passe para a próxima fase. Quer trabalhar no...
Tudo isso é possível, exclusivamente no console Nintendo Switch.
Estamos de volta, Gamescom Latam.
We're back, Gamescom Latam. Now we're getting into public policies on games, which is a very important chat to be had. And we'll also talk a little bit about the experience acquired with the first edition of the Student Game Tournament, which happened last year, 2024. Today's panel is going to talk about the importance of public policies in games and how this can promote our culture and this entire chain of creative economy, which involves scriptwriters, designers, musicians, among many other content creators. We'll also discuss the professionalization of esports, which has been a reality, and it's a very important step for the gaming economy in Brazil. So for this much, I'll invite the executive director of APAA, the São Paulo Association of the Art Friends, Glaucio Franca, and the state congressman from the government of São Paulo, Felipe Franco. Welcome, gentlemen. Stage is all yours. And I'll also call Carlos. Please come up here. Thanks a lot for being here, guys. Welcome. Take it away. I'll be back soon. All I want to do is just give a message to our audience and those joining at home. We have a QR code on the screen so you can submit your questions to our participants. So you can submit them in Portuguese or English, whichever you want. At the end, we'll ask them those questions. So get ready and take it away, gentlemen.
Alô. Bom, muito bom dia.
Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Very happy to be here, sharing the stage with those distinguished guests. Right away, I want to say thanks to Congressman and to Carlos for being here. And I think we can start by discussing a little bit about the management and the organization of this first gaming tournament. I am the executive director of the APAA, the São Paulo Association of Friends of Art, which is a social organization that for 20 years has had a management contract with the Department of Culture and Creative Economy in the state. And through Secretary Marilia Marton, which works in the Secretariat, we have been betting strongly in the gaming sector, not only through the tournament, but also this trade show, which is actually an initiative with the Department of Culture in the state. In those initiatives, we actually have we created a partnership with the Legislative Assembly with Congressman Franco, who was actually the mastermind of this student gaming tournament. You know, this is a tournament that we actually had the first edition last year. We'll now have an opportunity to get an understanding on how that went about, all the stakeholders involved, and how this chain of creative economy and gaming influenced in the process. And we'll be able to hear a lot from those that those that created it, conceived it, and the participants that took part in that activity. And I would like to play you a video that is going to show a little bit of that tournament, and then we'll hand it over to our speakers so that they can take the floor and get into all the specifics. And plus, we'll talk about legislation and public policies that have influenced on this productive chain. So let's please play the video so we get an understanding on how that project went about.
meninos! Vamos começar a nossa brincadeira, o primeiro torneio estudantil de games aqui do estado de São Paulo. Hoje vocês estão tendo aqui a oportunidade de estarem jogando, mostrando o talento de vocês, buscando aí ser MVP, ser campeão. Então a gente vem aqui para poder prestigiar e principalmente dar visibilidade.
Parabéns a todos os educadores, alunos, escolas presentes, porque vocês estão fazendo também essa festa acontecer. Muitíssimo obrigada.
Hoje eu vivo do esporte, é um negócio que você tem que se dedicar, porque se der certo vai dar muito certo, é para mudar de vida mesmo.
Free Fire é isso, não é só um joguinho, a gente conquista as paradas e vai dar tudo certo pra todo mundo, mano, é só você não desistir.
Junto com essa molecada aqui, cada um é de um lugar, que veio do interior, cada um se mostrou aí posturado, competitivo. Estão aqui hoje sendo primeiro, segundo, assim como o Renan mencionou, todos são campeões.
Um universo enorme de empregabilidade dentro desse setor, que muitos podem se descobrir grandes empreendedores.
Cultura, educação e esporte é um conjunto que transforma, né? Transformando pessoas e trazendo oportunidades.
E isso que o esporte mostra, que todos têm que ter a força, a união, a vontade de vencer e se não deu certo, trabalhe duro, continua fazendo com disciplina, e todos vão chegar nos objetivos que vocês querem.
Bom, como vocês puderam ver,
well, as you saw, the first edition of the Student Game Tournament was a huge success. And this was done by Congressman Franco. And before I pass the mic to him, I want to share with you a little bit of how we've been getting engagement in the production chain. The first game tournament, which was designed by the Congressman, received 3,800 subscriptions, enrollments. There were over 38 teams in São Paulo. We had online stages, which involved 20,000 people, and the last one, which you saw in the video, was 12 teams in person here in São Paulo, in a public school here in São Paulo, close to Dom Pedro Park. So, Congressman, could you tell us a little bit, not just about how you designed and had this idea and why it's important and the investments, but also what is it like to spearhead the game industry in the legislative? Of course, it's a huge pleasure to be here at such an amazing and huge expo in São Paulo and in Brazil. And it was an honor to accept the invitation from Glaucio and the APAA. I'd like to thank Carlos as well for being here with us. Serral sadly had something come up with his son. We know what it's like when you have young kids. My son is 2, so that's why he couldn't be here. But Serral was instrumental in creating this with me. We had a dozen teams across many different schools. And ultimately, we want to bring visibility and access to public policies. We know that today the vulnerable youth tend to be poorly poorly focused on. And myself, I'm really into weightlifting, and I was fortunate to see that there's a huge new wave coming. So I work in the legislative here in São Paulo at Alesp, and I have the ability to help influence public policies for youth who perhaps may not have the chance to have a fast computer, a fast phone, to get access to their games, or even to come into the expo. How many times have I asked, oh, did you go to Gamescom? Did you go to Brazil? And they say, no, I haven't. So that is our aim, to bring access to everyone for the games industry and through public policies. So the Secretary of Culture was able to help me open up these stages in games. And today I have another project for e-games where I fight for public policies that will represent you. I have a bachelor's in physical education, a master's in physiology. I'm a state representative, and I represent every youth who wants to be known for their skill at games. And what we want to do is pave more ground for more and more people, to create more of a brand, and to help people who have fewer socioeconomic conditions, and so that they can play and develop side by side with these renowned e-athletes. And you know, Fabio, we were very well received in the game industry. And I brought a guest here, Carlos. He's a young man who trains many celebrities who are TikTok influencers today. And across all of his, the people he represents, there are over 40 million followers. And that involves eating well, sleeping well, preparing correctly before a big game. And I think Carlos is the best person to share with us what is going on. And congrats on your story, Carlos. Thank you, Congressman, and thank you, Glauco, as well, for the invitation. As the Congressman said, it is extremely important for us to be present at an event of this scope, and that also includes accessibility. Everything you saw, not just in the video, but also what they said here just now, is true. I come from the underprivileged side of town. I come from a family that lived in a very, very tiny house, and we didn't have even a good sanitation. So everyone might have thought I would have turned to drugs, but I didn't because of sports. I played basketball for 14 years, and I can tell you without a doubt that making a choice and choosing sports, choosing culture and education through sports can change your life. And I humbly place myself as a role model. I really personify that. Basketball brought me to university, and the university brought me my training and the recognition so that I could become an athlete. Of course, I'm not at quite the same level as my friend here, but I have quite a few stories to tell. And through my work, I started coming closer and closer to youth and influencers. Today I work, for instance, with Blackout, who is a Fortnite king. I also have worked with Gaules, who you may know. And you know, today, society shows everyone the path of opportunity. And it's what the Congressman said. Sometimes the kid will be playing your game and he will see opportunity. So in an expo like this, they will find routes to build a career. They will find role models. And that's what I did. I learned through physical education and through my life how to work with youth. But the most important thing I found is that I understand how games transform, not just in cognitive development, but also it helps people create opportunities and discipline. Today, the greatest evil of this century are anxiety and depression. We have youth not just in the outskirts of town, but in every socioeconomic level. They are across the board suffering from anxiety and depression. And esports has been opening so many doors, so many opportunities, so that these youth can find focus, can find a goal. And I see gaming as something that is massive. In the past, the only thing we had was tournaments and spectators. But today, Brazil has become a benchmark in many different international tournaments. You may have never identified with a physical sport, but you may identify with an e-sport. So that opens up for opportunities. And all of these initiatives, such as the one that I saw in this amazing video, these are really critical for creating opportunity and access. Sadly, not everyone has access to games, to consoles, to value. And through these programs that the congressman is creating through many different avenues, they are bringing more and more opportunity and access to the market, employability for youth. And when I look at these kids and see that they are finding these opportunities, I can assure you, not just at this event, but at many others in the future, I have no doubt that we will see and we will make history through our proposal, which is saving lives, educating lives, getting kids away from the wrong path, which is sometimes irreversible, and not just through esports, but these initiatives too are critical. Wow, Carlos, Congressman, we just saw a true testimonial about how the gaming production chain reaches so many people. And I was here reflecting, we're at the second edition of Gamescom Latam, and this is an event that through the Department of Culture of the state of São Paulo and through so many other proponents, it is here in Brazil, and it requires the work of so many people. The Congressman mentioned this whole his whole department, the APAA, doing the technical management, and so we see just how important it is for that investment. And we know, I personally see how intensely the Congressman invests in the periphery and outskirts, low-income regions, and we see that these audiences really hope for and wish for more opportunities. So, Congressman, please tell us, what can we expect from the second edition of the e-games tournament? It's the whole chain, right? What do you think about the legislative, the executive, the social workers? Well, I see so much opportunity here. It used to be something we would talk about in our homes. You know, a dad would see their son focusing on a screen, and they used to say, "Oh, what are you going to do with your life? You only think about games. Don't you ever want to study?" But the scenario has changed, right? In the public sector, linked to the governor, the secretaries and departments, we've been managing to improve the impression and the perception, because these do open up routes for youth. Even if they don't work with gaming directly, they could work with IT or with editing or with other technologies. This is so important. We need to encourage everyone right from the ground up. And now we are announcing the second edition of our student e-games tournament in the second half of the year. We're going to innovate even more and work with schools, and especially we're going to get all the feedback we collected from the first one, and we're going to really improve everything we do. Because we know that once we host a first tournament, we are going to use that feedback to improve future ones. We're going to add more and more schools, and we're certainly going to work very hard for all of you. That's so great. And on the topic of the production chain, I want to thank the whole team involved in the game tournament. Not just the APAA team who managed things, Luce Helena who coordinated the project, the whole communication and development team, the Congressman's department who helped, all of his staff who helped, and the Department of Culture too. But I want to ask Carlos, how do you see so many students from low-income regions? Because we had over 20,000 enrollments. We had students who came to São Paulo to take part in the final between the in the semifinals and finals. So having all of that interaction between the teams, it was critical, right? What did you see? What's your take? Well, I can summarize that by saying hope. When you see someone who comes from far away, who saves up to come to the big city, who's never been here before, they really have a lot of hope. They want to showcase what they can do. And as the congressman said, you know, okay, I'm great at video games. I'm not great at sports. So having that opportunity to really be part of the world, you know, I suffered so much prejudice and discrimination. I'm a child of the 80s. My mom used to say, drop that game. It's never going to bring you anywhere. And it's important for us to understand that for many people, many teams who come to play in a tournament, okay, but it's also about networking and contact in a place like this. So the teams came in, they did social inclusion, and that's something we do at the gym as well. Sometimes they're afraid to talk to someone, but they see someone playing the same game as they do, and that can break the ice, and they can overcome shyness. And when these youth come here with their eyes gleaming, such as Sorol at the event or Felipe Franco, without a doubt, they go back home differently. And certainly, anyone who's here listening to us in person or online will be transformed. You know, having access to an idol, to a role model, is much more practical, much more hands-on. So let me give you another example. Sometimes we had to wait in line for 3 hours to get access to a role model to take a photo. And of course, there are lines here too, but there's so much access here. It's so much easier to talk to people. People have come up to me to ask about weightlifting, bodybuilding, public policies, gaming. So maybe my performance wasn't as good this year, maybe we didn't qualify, but we will be back next year because of course there's going to be a third and a fourth edition. So when someone has hope, then they think about creating opportunities. And this is what we're doing. We are creating opportunities for youth to see these events and to participate in these events that the congressman is helping to organize. We know that public policies take time and they require a huge team like we have here, but when it's done with love, dedication, transparency, and investments, then any youth, whatever state of Brazil they come here with hope in their eyes, and they leave transformed and optimistic for new events. Well, you mentioned a third and a fourth edition. Is that confirmed? Well, after our second edition, which we are announcing today, we did have the plan to have our final here at Gamescom. I don't know if that's going to be approved, but certainly it's important for us to remember that we have people from upstate. When I found out that we needed to hire more buses, I was so happy. Because, you know, there are kids today who live in the state of São Paulo, but have never come to the capital because they live 400 kilometers away, almost 1,000 miles away. They are eager to change their lives, to transform. So working with the buses, working with the logistics, there have been over 500 schools in the state of São Paulo in the selection process. And what school came in from 600 kilometers away? How can we work to serve these youth? It's really hard work, and it's work that we love to do. So we're eager to get this second edition off the ground, and we're going to make games stronger and stronger in the public policies for sports and esports lovers.
Yes, and to piggyback on that, to make clear that the Congressman has made a resource available, and the Department of Culture already approved it. So in the second semester, we're actually going to have the second edition of DAG, which is the Student Gaming Tournament. That's right. Great. Well, we're almost out of time. I think we can go to the questions at this moment. So yeah, let's get into it. Thank you so much, my friends. Wonderful. Let me sit down by your side. Now, we do have some questions here. I was actually looking at them on my phone and was actually, you know, seeing what the folks at home are asking. So I want to ask with this question right here. Someone is asking if there are any plans to create training centers for sports athletes in the state of São Paulo. Well, sports training, this is something that I'm starting to work in. I love sports, but I'm starting to work technically. I was actually involved in the sports caucus for a moment, and you know, the way that the topography is today is that a lot of people are getting involved in it, and a lot of people are working in a disciplined way. They're trying to bring this dedication to the segment, and for sure, in the future, we might have, you know, some hubs to create these gaming athletes. But also with that training, I'm really focused on training youths, because if in that scenario they're trying to be professional athletes in some modality, if that doesn't happen in people's lives, what are they going to do? Are they going to have some study? Are they going to pursue their education or do something more technical or professional? Because we depend on our jobs to get our paycheck. So we can think about these scenarios. We already had some previous projects like Favela Games. I worked with Tammy, which is a councilman in São Paulo that also worked in the favelas to try to provide some access to these folks. But yeah, for sure, this is a sports center for e-games, and this is really, really important. And training is really important, not only on that side digitally, but also in person. I'm working with Blackout from Fortnite, and I got taken aback by the numbers. I mean, I was in awe by how sedentary people are in the gaming world, because people spend hours on end playing games, like 7 to 18 hours per day. So your physical body gets compromised, and also your eating habits are not the best. So just like Congressman said, I also do a muscle training work and a cognitive work as well, so that people can move a little bit away from that universe, and also eating habits, because if you go for hours without eating, when you don't have a good diet as you go through your championships, your cognitive aspect gets compromised as well. Carbs actually feed the synapses, you know, the connection between the neurons. So I think this is really, really important for people to be aware that they have to have a healthy body to have a healthy mind. It's really important that the Department of Culture, through some programs, just like we have our culture plants, as we call them, or culture factories, they have a very strong training effort, and this information can actually be found in the website for the Department of Culture. You can see all the initiatives that are done, and you can see some of the other programs as well. Wonderful. This is really important, and I think that as gamers, we really understand how this thing works. I mean, a lot of times we become lost, you know, we unwind, but we go for many hours without eating, and it's really important to keep a healthy body, to have a healthy mind, like you said, and so we can perform on games as well. Right. I actually trained with a major player, and his wife says that he does like 16 hours live. I mean, and he doesn't eat a thing, and it's complicated. And he won't eat. He'll mostly eat like some biscuits or something. So this is really important so that we can perform, even for gamers. You know, you gotta develop that physical aspect as well. Yes. So we actually have another question here. If you guys can help correct the numbers as well. The question is this. It's about the impact of the student gaming tournament. The tournament gathered over 3,800 subscriptions, over 20,000 people in the selection stage. How did this initiative influence on the gaming perception as an educational tool and social inclusion? I think you really touched on that already, but maybe you can get into the numbers that that tournament had. And what was the perception, the actual perception of society at large? How did people take in this event? How do they feel about it? Well, personally, I can talk about the subscription side because that was done in a partnership with the state schools and the Department of Education, the State Department of Education. E-Techs got involved on that. And so I think that the access of it, you know, the access for these folks was really easy because there is a lot of demand. We need them. Just like we heard from the people that participated here, we heard about the mobilization, we heard about the engagement, and how these students are actually getting involved and coming to São Paulo to partake in a final. And the numbers in the first tournament, which is, they are very, very substantial. I think it goes to show. And I think the involvement happens naturally because there is a demand, there is a desire for these kids to get involved. And I think what was missing was that you need some public policies, which is what we are talking about here. Wonderful. Well, we have a last question here. I don't know how deep you can get into that subject. I mean, you have a lot of relationships back and forth, but it's really interesting. It's about the game regulatory framework. How can that help as far as the public policies that you were talking about? And we wonder if the culture department discussed the insertion of games for the audiovisual law, and what are the specifics for publishers and game producers? Wow, that's 3 in 1. Yeah, it's a mouthful, but let's break it down to facilitate. So the regulatory framework for games, is it helpful? Does it influence in some of the programs that you were talking about here, or are those separate programs? I don't know if you were talking about that in the Legislative Assembly, but as a social organization, we don't have information about the influence of the regulatory framework, and quite frankly, we have not kept tabs on that. But I don't know with the parliamentary front if there is some discussion about it. Maybe congressmen can shed some light on it. Well, we are not really involved with the regulatory framework, but we definitely have an open door to foster more public policies. I work in the legislative branch. I'm working in my 3rd bill, actually, which is related to sports. We work to assist personal trainers so they can get access to training centers and training events free of charge. And if we could get gaming involved in the legislative branch, that would be really important as well. I definitely have an open door to discuss that. Wonderful. Just in closing, do you see other influencers getting involved in public actions with youths and schools directly? Yes, for sure. That would be really swell. And what I would like to do is to send a message to all the kids and the influencers so that they can actually get to that position and give an incentive to these folks. We had Renan from Fourth Fleet Club, we had Motoro, we had a lot of folks from the presentation, and everyone was present in most events. And in a way, we want to get more influencers involved so we can get the word out. So it's really important for us to, again, take the word out and bring some more people that are influencers in the industry, that are known and that are heard by millions of people. They have partaken in the first edition, right? So I think we can actually expand that, for sure. We are going to do some extra stuff. And for those that want to take part in it, check out the Department of Culture newsletter. And just like you said before, me personally, I had no idea how many people would sign up to these events. That's why we did a first stage, but we were like, how are we going to bring everyone together? We better do something online as well. So the 12 finalists will actually reach the award ceremony where you have proper chairs, proper computers, you know, the whole shebang. That's how important it is to do things together. I have a presence on TikTok. The biggest TikTokers, they train with me. And when Congressman invited me to be here and told me about the project, it was a no-brainer. It's about bringing these bubbles to a same purpose, which is to insert culture and education through games, and all these folks that are directly working with me and Carlos, they are going to be at the next event so that we can carry that weight to an event that is as important as this one. Absolutely, folks. This is such an important effort. Thank you so much for being here. And if you guys have any other message for our audience or for those joining from home, something that you might have not said, go ahead, Glaucio. Well, all I want to say is I want to ask you to keep tabs on it because the second edition of the gaming tournament will happen in the second semester. We're going to have a bigger and better edition than the first one. Absolutely. So check it out. If you want to look at my political effort related to all these fronts, I have an Instagram related to all my sports initiatives, and I have my own website as well. And you can check out all the actions on the political realm as well as sports, and Fe Franco Oficial is my socials. You can check me out. Very happy to be here. Thank you so much. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for being here. Round of applause to our panel. And let's continue on. We'll follow through with the panels, but let's take a picture first. Thanks a lot, folks. Thank you. Congrats on the great work. And now I want to remind all you guys that you can use the QR code that you see on screen. They're just taking a picture at the moment, but QR code is going to come right back up. So you can go on the website, download the app, and send your questions to the next panels as well, just like you did for this one. Thank you so much, and see you in a bit.
Quer trabalhar no mercado de games? O CUT SP Pro já impactou mais de 35 mil pessoas em mais de 220 municípios paulistas. E agora é sua vez, gamer! Estão chegando cursos de História dos Jogos, Unreal Engine, Networking na indústria dos jogos e muito mais. Acesse agora cutsppro.org.br e passe para a próxima fase.
Galera, a situação aqui tá fora de controle. O Kabum lançou o Mega Maio. Corre pro site do Kabum antes que a festa acabe. Mega Maio Kabum. Tem gente perdendo o juízo. Só não pode perder o desconto. Galera,
recarregar as energias. Usar meu Orocard para recarregar as energias e ganhar pontos. Usar meu Orocard para recarregar as energias e ganhar pontos enquanto eu tiro onda.
Quem usa Orocá tem cashback, tem pontos, tem cartão sem anuidade e muito mais. Use para tudo no seu dia a dia. Quanto mais você usa, mais você tem. Orocá, usa que tem.
Pode crer.
Banco do Brasil, para tudo que você imaginar.
Atenção gamers da Gamescom Latam. Menor preço histórico, seus jogos favoritos nunca estiveram tão baratos. Aproveite Hogwarts Legacy com 80% de desconto. Aponte o celular para o QR Code e garanta essa oferta. Garanta Mortal Kombat 1 com 80% de desconto. Aponte seu celular para o QR Code para aproveitar. Aproveite a promoção válida durante o período da Gamescom Latam. Não perca! Atenção.
Tudo isso é possível, exclusivamente no console Nintendo Switch.
Quer trabalhar no mercado de games? O CUT SP Pro já impactou mais de 35 mil pessoas em mais de 220 municípios paulistas. E agora é sua vez, gamer! Estão chegando cursos de História dos Jogos, Unreal Engine, Networking na indústria dos jogos e muito mais. Acesse agora cutspro.org.br e passe para a próxima fase.
Galera, a situação aqui tá fora de controle. O Kabum lançou o Mega Maio. Corre pro site do Kabum antes que a festa acabe. Mega Maio Kabum. Tem gente perdendo o juízo, só não pode perder o desconto.
Usar meu Orocard para recarregar as energias. Usar meu Orocard para recarregar as energias e ganhar pontos. Usar meu Orocard para recarregar as energias e ganhar pontos enquanto eu tiro onda.
Quem usa Orocard tem cashback, tem pontos, tem cartão sem anuidade e muito mais. Use para tudo no seu dia a dia. Quanto mais você usa, mais você tem. Orocard, usa que tem.
Pode crer.
Banco do Brasil, para tudo que você imaginar.
Atenção gamers da Gamescom Latam. Menor preço histórico, seus jogos favoritos nunca estiveram tão baratos. Aproveite Hogwarts Legacy com 80% de desconto. Aponte o celular para o QR Code e garanta essa oferta. Garanta Mortal Kombat 1 com 80% de desconto. Aponte seu celular para o QR Code para aproveitar. Aproveite a promoção válida durante o período da Gamescom Latam. Não perca!
Isso é possível, exclusivamente no console Nintendo Switch.
Quer trabalhar no mercado de games? O CUT SP Pro já impactou mais de 35 mil pessoas em mais de 220 municípios paulistas. E agora é sua vez, gamer! Estão chegando cursos de História dos Jogos, Unreal Engine, Networking na indústria dos jogos e muito mais. Acesse agora cutspro.org.br e passe para a próxima fase.
Galera, a situação aqui tá fora de controle. O Kabum lançou o Mega Maio. Corre pro site do Kabum antes que a festa acabe. Mega Maio Kabum. Tem gente perdendo o juízo, só não pode perder o desconto.
Usar meu Orocard para recarregar as energias. Usar meu Orocard para recarregar as energias e ganhar pontos. Usar meu Ourocard para recarregar as energias e ganhar pontos enquanto eu tiro onda.
Quem usa Ourocard tem cashback, tem pontos, tem cartão sem anuidade e muito mais. Use para tudo no seu dia a dia. Quanto mais você usa, mais você tem. Ourocard, usa que tem.
Pode crer.
Banco do Brasil, para tudo que você imaginar.
Atenção gamers da Gamescom Latam. Menor preço histórico. Seus jogos favoritos nunca estiveram tão baratos. Aproveite Hogwarts Legacy com 80% de desconto. Aponte o celular para o QR Code e garanta essa oferta. Garanta Mortal Kombat 1 com 80% de desconto. Aponte seu celular para o QR Code para aproveitar. Aproveite a promoção válida durante o período da Gamescom Latam. Não perca!
Tudo isso é possível, exclusivamente no console Nintendo Switch.
eles falam português.
Tá.
E aí, depois, quando você quiser
Você consegue me mandar o link? Porque não mandaram ainda o link pra mim.
Não?
Mas como vai ser depois? Tipo,
Mas qual é o seu telefone?
11 99 67 97 882. 11 99 67 97 882. Pago cheques. Mandou já? Ah, já recebi.
Vou mandar o link.
Chaval.
Mandei o link.
Arrasou. Recebi. Obrigada.
Usar meu Orocard para recarregar as energias. Usar meu Orocard para recarregar as energias e ganhar pontos. Usar meu Orocard para recarregar as energias e ganhar pontos enquanto eu tiro onda.
Quem usa Orocá tem cashback, tem pontos, tem cartão sem anuidade e muito mais. Use para tudo no seu dia a dia. Quanto mais você usa, mais você tem. Orocá, usa que tem.
Pode crer.
Banco do Brasil, para tudo que você imaginar.
Não consigo ignorar sua falta de disciplina. Eu tô cagando e andando pro que você pensa.
Assista a Pro Competition de Mortal Kombat 1 ao vivo na Max, dia 3 de maio, às 15 horas, direto da Gamescom Latam.
Chegou o Seara Air Fryer, uma novidade de cair o queixo. Seara Air Fryer, finalmente a primeira linha perfeita para Air Fryer. É prática, é a primeira, é Seara.
Tudo isso é possível, exclusivamente no console Nintendo Switch.
Usar meu Orocard para recarregar as energias. Usar meu Orocard para recarregar as energias e ganhar pontos. Usar meu Orocard para recarregar as energias e ganhar pontos enquanto eu tiro onda.
Quem usa No Zorocá tem cashback, tem pontos, tem cartão sem anuidade e muito mais. Use para tudo no seu dia a dia. Quanto mais você usa, mais você tem. Orocá, usa que tem.
Pode crer.
Banco do Brasil, para tudo que você imaginar.
Muito boa tarde, Gamescom Latam.
Hello, Gamescom Latam. Folks, I'm so happy to be here with you guys, and I hope you guys are excited as well and enjoying the largest gaming event in Latam. I'll be here in the third panel with you guys, and at this moment we're gonna have a very neat discussion, but beforehand I have to remind you that I hope you guys are voting on our games, on our booths, and on our activations, all right? So I do hope that you guys are going to pay a visit to our booth, go on the main Ave here and get to the voting session right next to the Banco do Brasil booth. And that's where you're going to pick your favorites. Not only that, but I'm going to wait for you guys on the same stage at 2 p.m. so you can see the finalists and the major winners of our big festival. Okay, so now at this moment we're getting to the next panel, which is super important, super interesting, and I'm really biased, really, because I loved Irmão do Jorel, and I imagine you guys as well. We're going to talk about the most important game in the galaxy. We're going to talk about the cultural nuances that they had to incorporate on the localization of this multilingual game. And they are going to share some data and information on how to do that localization precisely so they can have a proper process and, of course, having success not only in Brazil, but all over the world. After all, we're talking about a globalized world, right? And we have to, you know, pay attention to that as well. All of that is important to reach to different markets and adapt cultural references to a global audience. So we have all of that culturalization aspect, and this is essential. Alexis Biro, BizDev from his company, is going to introduce that to us. And we're going to hear from Jandé, the founder of Double Dash Studios as well. So let's hear from our representatives. Yes, folks, come up here. We're just making a small, minor adjustment on the headsets, but do come up here. Alex Biro, BizDev from Terra Localizations, and Jandé Farias, founder of Double Dash Studios.
All right. Can you guys hear us? Yeah? Awesome.
Hello there.
Hi, everybody. Okay, so welcome. Thank you for being here. Let me figure out how this works. There we go. So allow us to welcome you to talk cultural aspects in a multilingual game with Irmão do Jorel. So a little bit about us.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, okay. Because mine is in a different channel, so I'm listening the other.
Okay.
the other.
Okay.
So I'm a little bit confused. Mine in. O meu tá em outro canal. Eu tô escutando outro.
Canal 7. There you go.
Okay. Okay. Cool. So I'm Jandé Saavedra Farias. I'm from Double Dash Studios. We developed Irmão do Jorel, and Jorel's brother, and the most important game of the galaxy. And Double Dash Studios has been around for 10 years now. Sorry.
No, I didn't. I didn't yet.
Okay. And we're going to talk a little bit about how we work together with the localization of such a beloved IP and a game that we were working since 2020.
Yeah. So a little bit about me, and we'll jump right into what's important here, the case study about the game. I'm Alexis Biro. I'm from Buenos Aires, Argentina. I've been working in the gaming industry since 2018 in some form or another, and been with Terra since 2020. But a little bit about Double Dash.
Yeah, well, we've been around since 2015, I think. That's actually the first time that we came to Big Festival in 2015, and we never missed since. So this is our 10th. Yeah, well, we had the pandemic and everything, but we've been around for a long time, and we've worked with a lot of different IPs and a lot of different companies. So working with Jorel's brother wasn't that new for us because we have worked with IPs from other companies. But it was the first time that we had such a huge game that wasn't like for a web browser or something like that,
Right.
and that we needed so much, that we had so much dialogue.
Mm-hmm. So a little bit about Terra, who we are. We cannot really usually disclose the games that we've worked on. So this lovely picture of a company gathering that we had a couple of years ago. Terra is a family-owned business. We have offices in Buenos Aires, in Sao Paulo, in Milwaukee, and in Madrid. We do localization, linguistic quality assurance, voiceover across all languages. We have 4 ISO certifications, great place to work certifications as well. So it's kind of, if I say it, but we're a great place, but we truly are. So the key for this talk, right, is for it to be a case study for everybody. We will be sharing key concepts of how a successful localization process has to be. We will be giving you guys examples of some decisions that were made across all of the languages and how the game, we adapted it so that it was culturally, emotionally, and close to the hearts of people that are not only Brazilian, but also from other markets, while also keeping it fun.
And fun is the key
key
word
concept,
here,
yeah.
because we needed the game to be fun for everyone, not just fans or just Brazilian people who know the game, but it was
Exactly.
also know the cartoon and the IP and the characters, but also it was the first time that we would release it globally. So
Yeah,
we
indeed.
needed people to feel like the game is made for them, regardless of language. So a little bit about Jorel's brother. Can you go back to the?
Yes,
Yeah.
of course.
Yeah. So for anyone who doesn't know, Jorel's brother is a very famous animation here in Brazil called Irmão do Jorel. The game. So right now, Irmão do Jorel is the most watched cartoon in Latin America. The most watched Cartoon Network IP from in Latin America. And for this game, we actually worked together with Copa Studio, the creators of the cartoon. So we worked closely with them, with the same script writers from the cartoon and the same animators, because we wanted the game to be very, very faithful to the cartoon. So playing the game, we wanted playing the game to be like playing an episode of the
Like
cartoon.
an episode of the game.
Yeah, but like a brand new
Show.
episode, because it's a new story and everything, but with the familiar characters and places. And we had some high expectations from fans. We didn't want to disappoint them, so we needed to make it very special. But also, as I said before, it was the first time that we released it. Released the Jorel's brother media in multiple countries, because they do have Jorel's brother in Latin America.
Yeah.
So in Spanish-speaking countries, you can watch Hermano de Jorel.
Hermano de Jorel.
But they never released it as Jorel's brother, like in English-speaking countries. So it was great to see that releasing the game in other languages, we could see that not just the game, but the IP had this broad appeal globally, and that's how that's why localization was so important.
Yeah. So the key here when you establish a process is to set clear goals, right? How do you prepare to take the biggest game of the galaxy to markets where the game is known, but also where the game is not known at all, right? So the key here was to preserve the soul of the show, preserve its humor, its heart, the offbeat tone that the cartoon has, while also adjusting references, idioms, and jokes.
And considering that it's a point-and-click adventure game, which is something that a decision that came very early in the process, we knew that we would have a lot of dialogue and a lot of text.
Yeah.
For comparison, it's as much dialogue as you have in a season of the show.
Wow, just for the game.
Just for the game.
So there was a pressure, right, to maintain consistency with prior content, right? Especially for the US.
Yeah, and it's not like one size fits all. You can't just do everything the same for each language.
No.
So we needed like a fresh approach for every language. We needed to, we had some characters and places that had never been translated to English, that had never been translated to Spanish.
That probably were created without that initial thought in mind either.
Yes.
Yeah.
So for all of that, we had to be extra careful of how they were gonna be localized.
Also, one.
No, you can.
Yeah. One of the things that is key for this game and for this IP and for this show is humor, jokes, wordplay. So we needed, as the company localizing the game, to have special care, special attention, but at the same time be original, so that the game could be embraced in other markets the same way that it's embraced here in Brazil. So here's where we needed to make cultural adaptations to both names, cultural puns, and jokes that are really no joke to localize. So let me put on my localization company hoodie for a second and walk you a little bit through some concepts that we're talking here. We're talking about localization, transcreation, and culturalization, okay? So localization is the process of adapting, right, and customizing a product to meet the needs of a specific market. Usually a localization process includes 3 steps. First, you translate it, you localize it, then you edit it, and then there's a 3rd step that is the proofreading aspect. So under that umbrella, an ideal localization process also has a transcreation aspect, which is to combine translation and creation, adapting a message from one language to another, preserving the intent, the style, and the tone, and context, not just what's being said. That way you ensure that this message resonates and evokes the same emotion and impact as the original language. Also, another aspect is a culturalization, right? So you adapt the content to resonate with specific cultural context. Now, this goes beyond just words, beyond just what is being said, again, always. It involves considering target audience's beliefs, traditions, history, customs, right, and regional sensitivities to ensure that content is both culturally appropriate but also engaging. So here are just some examples that if you watch the show, as I probably imagine that you did, of some decisions that were made, right, in their localization process that really act as transcreation, right? So, Clebinho in Portuguese, how do you make that resonate with an English-speaking audience? Lil Club, you know what I mean? It has the same impact, the same tone, but you make it 2 words, right? So, Franguinho, we chose it to localize it into bro, do you even lift?
Yeah, because it's just gym slang.
Gym
right?
slang, yeah.
This was a character that, well, if you're from Brazil, you probably know the meme of Kleber Bambam, which is like this crazy person just going insane in the gym. So, and that was very popular when we were making this game. So we put a lot of jokes about that, like a lot of reference for this character. But how do you do that when it's just like a regional meme, right?
Exactly.
So you guys put like a bunch of gym slang, like more global
gym slang that can resonate with anybody in the English-speaking market. You know what I mean? Following the other examples on screen from the Jogos Olímpicos Portugueses of Olympics games.
Yeah.
We tweaked it a little bit. We made it another wordplay, another transcreation of that joke.
A pun. Yeah.
You made a pun out of it, of course. So Vida Loca os Vida Longa, we just call it Living La Vida Loca. Everybody knows Living La Vida Loca, and everybody knows Ricky Martin as well. So they're gonna laugh about it, of course. Yeah. So, following up with some other examples, with culturalization, right? Some words, some expressions had to be totally changed in the Latin American version, in the Spanish from Latin America version. Like puré de batata no cachorro cuenchi, which hot dog with mashed potatoes.
Yeah, which is...
Do you guys do that for real?
They do it, we don't.
You don't, because you're not from Sao Paulo, right?
Yeah, this is a thing from Sao Paulo. Like, I
mean, I love sausages with mashed potatoes, but I never thought about it and putting it in the bun.
So in Rio and other sane parts of Brazil, we put the superior crunchy fries.
I like that too.
Yeah.
I think that potatoes and meats in general go.
But it's
anyway.
good. I'm not gonna diss like mashed potatoes on hot dogs.
Okay, so that is very, very hyper localized, right? We chose it to go with pineapple with pizza, right? Pizza con piña, which again, not everybody likes it, but it's equally probably polemic.
Yes.
Right?
I mean, it's great. I love it.
Okay, I don't. But anyways, so for other jokes, for other types of cultural expressions, we really had to even change local structures so that they can resonate more. So transcreating the content, making it make sense in the target language, and that involved some creative rewrites, right?
Yeah, like the bribery scene. We have a bribery scene in the game. For everyone who's familiar with the cartoon, you know that every policeman or military in Jarell's Brothers world is a clown, and there's this clown called Rambozo. It's Rambo with Bozo. And there's a scene where he doesn't let you do something and you have to bribe him, and he's like doing those things that is like, oh, maybe you gotta bribe me or something. But in Portuguese, we used faz-me rir, which is like make me laugh, or give me a smile or something.
Yeah.
Which makes a lot of sense in the context of the game, because what you actually have to do is not giving money, but to tell him a joke. You got to tell him a joke, and he's going to, oh, okay, now you can go.
Yeah, you make it work. I mean, in Spanish, the same, right? Comprarme con una sonrisa. If you bought me with I'm sold with your smile. That's something that you say, I don't know, to an enamorada or to a kid, but it conveys the same message.
Yeah, and there's the smile thing that makes sense with the joke,
the clown.
With telling a joke. And in English, it was payoff. Which has pay in there, so there's like this idea of a bribe, and also payoff is the butt of the joke, right?
Exactly.
The punchline.
The punchline.
So you gotta give him a punchline. Which was insane that you guys were able to do this.
We have creative folks. When you see the presentation again, we have the credits of the people that shared those examples. So thank you everybody who worked in the game. So for languages that were already localized and translating it into other territories, so for Spanish, we really aligned with the dubbing of the cartoon.
Yeah.
But for English, we really had to basically start fresh.
Yes. I mean, some of the characters, like the main characters, the guys at Copa Studio, they already had names for them, because they had like some, for marketing purposes.
Right.
They had names for like the main characters, Jarell's brother, his dad, his mom, like the main characters. But for secondary characters, and there are a lot in our game, they hadn't any names for them, so we just had to make them up. and we had everything with the okay of the creator.
Yeah, so important. Let's see some of them.
Yeah, so some of them are really easy, like the dad, Seu Edson. In English, it's Ed, and in Spanish, in the show, you can watch it in Spanish, it's Senor Edson.
Senor Edson.
The grandmas, that's the fun one, because in Portuguese is Vovó Juju and Vovó Gigi, which is just like Grandma Juju.
Grandma, yeah.
But since they have such different personalities, it makes sense that you change it to Granny Juju because she's cute
or
and
endearing,
nice, and Grandma Gigi because she's like the matriarch and she's like more tough and everything. And that also reflects in Spanish.
Yeah.
With Abuelita Juju and Abuela
and
Gigi.
your abuela, yeah. And she's like she looks like she's smoking, but that's a lollipop, right?
Yeah, that's a lollipop. I mean, it is a lollipop.
Yeah, sort of.
And well, you have some that works in every language, like Rambozo.
Rambozo, yeah.
Rambo, it's like famous all around the world, and Bozo, like everyone knows Bozo.
Yeah.
Like it's an international clown.
Clown, yeah.
So Rambozo makes a lot of sense. But you have some weird ones like Beto Caixinhos, which you just literally translated, right?
Yeah, Beto Ricitos, yeah, that's literal. Yeah, it worked. It worked.
Locks. But Bobby Goldilocks, it's like...
you have that reference.
You have the reference of the fable. And Bobby it also comes from Robert, like Beto.
Exactly. Roberto Beto, yeah.
And Venceslau is crazy, because that's something that came from Copa Studio, from the creators.
Oh.
And Venceslau, in the character in the show, he has like this clown sona. He's also a clown. He was a clown or something.
I love clown sona. I'm a Persona fan, so I appreciate that wordplay as well, yeah.
And his clown sona was named Senor Mozzarella.
Yeah.
Seu Mozzarella or something like that. And for some reason, they were like, oh, no, don't translate Venceslau. Just put Senor Mozzarella and Mr. Mozzarella, which is kind of crazy. But, you know, we have stuff like that in Portuguese, like Daffy Duck is Patolino, and Bugs Bunny is Pernalonga, which doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I know that doesn't make sense, but yeah. So, I mean, as you can see, there are a lot of different corners to cover when you take a game globally. You need to be mindful of the IP. You need to be mindful of the studio's decisions, you know, that they make you follow. And us as a company have to be mindful of all of that with your guidance and with your help and working hand in hand, right? So that takes me a little bit of how to choose the right people, you know, to work in taking your game global. I imagine that if you're attending this talk here in person in Gamescom Latam or watching it live, you're probably making a game or you publish video games or are interested in some way or form. How does this happen? Or you just like the game and you just want to know how we did it. But how to choose the right people, you know, how to choose the right translator. So I'm going to speak just a little bit about how we do it. We usually focus on people who has genre experience, that knows what they're doing. If they're working on marketing content, that they know marketing content. If they're working game, that have experience. Professional linguists, always native linguists, and also people that have been tested before, so that you know that you will not only get the cultural adaptation that you need, the translation accuracy, but also the technical knowledge to actually work properly in the tools that a translator or a localization company uses. So we had a team, Terra and Double Dash, that worked hand in hand from the go to create both query sheets that helped make questions. We created style guides alongside with you guys. You gave us visual references, cues, glossaries to use across languages, as you can see on screen. These are truly priceless to guide the process and keeping consistency across all languages. Like something so key and relevant like Copa Studio needed, like Venceslau's Clown Sona, you know?
So this is not the most fun slide ever. So we just put Jarrell's brother there. But you can see, like, we had like every character, every prop, every scene in the game they had. We would put there. Oh, we need this to be this. We need this to be that.
Exactly.
Depending on the language, and you also had like, as you said, visual cues. So you need, because sometimes you see one word, and if you only see the word, you don't know.
You don't know
exactly
what you're
that
referring
is.
to exactly.
Yes. So you needed to know what you were referring to.
Exactly. So it goes without saying, we're even doing a talk together. Working with you guys was great. I mean, you're my friend at this point. But also, what made everything great about working with them, and that our translator were so happy, our project managers were so happy, is that they were very, very, very mindful and careful about the IP. That they even took it like next step to describe how the character was feeling and how the visual references was changing even mid-sentence with such a active guy as Jarrell's brother. So this provided guidance to make creative decisions when you're translating a game.
So you always knew like what he was, how he would be acting when he was talking something. So, for example, in this scene, he's looking at a toy store and he said, "Oh, they have the entire set of Microwave Warriors action figures." So he's just like this, and then he's very excited, and then he's like posing because he's talking about the heroes. And that's something that you had access to. So you knew that he was doing this pose and this pose and this pose on those sentences.
On the Excel file, yes.
So you knew how excited he had to be, or how he should be expressing.
Totally.
Yeah.
So this is really just, what did we win from this positive global gaming experience? I really think that the game was truly recognized by the global audience. We succeeded in keeping cultural consistency, retaining the humor in a way that was truly the power front to make the game success, because it is what makes the cartoon fun, you know? And if you're making a game and you're thinking, okay, how do I make this game go global? I truly hope that these examples help you to see what's best for you to actually gain global success.
Yeah, in the case of Jarrell's brother, the United States is our second top seller.
Wow.
Which is crazy considering the IP doesn't even exist there.
The cartoon is not in the US.
It's not in the US. Yeah. And I've heard of people like, oh, this is great. Now I know that it's a cartoon. Where can I watch it?
Yeah.
And I'm just like, you can't?
You need to talk to Copa.
Yeah, yeah. Or maybe you can learn Portuguese.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And some takeaways that we took, like in development, is that for this game, since we knew that we had a bunch of text, we thought of localization from the beginning. So we had all those sheets and everything that we could just easily give to you, so you could do it. And that's something that we are replicating on our newest project, Shadows of Chroma Tower.
That you can play it here in Gamescom Latam.
Panorama Brasil.
Perfect. So, think global from the start. Work with someone that understands your vision, that has clear communication channels so that everybody is aligned. And don't be scared of, big words like transcreation, culturalization. It's just all a part of the process. That if you have clear communication channels and someone to guide you through the process, your game is going to succeed.
If we have time for questions. Yeah. But you can also talk to us like outside or something.
Yeah, of course.
Nós temos tempo para perguntas, sim. Vou sentar aqui junto com vocês, inclusive.
I'm going to sit here next to you. And here's our first question. You said that the characters' names, when they are adapted, they need care and attention with regard to the local culture. And of course, that's true. But have you ever received feedback from the audience about something that didn't work well? Maybe a name that didn't really sit right with a certain culture or anything like that?
So, no, actually no. But I do have my own feedback about it, because sometimes we don't agree, like with the creators and everything, but when you're working with someone else's, toys and characters, you gotta respect it. But something that I tried to talk to them was about Steve Magal. Steve Magal, the action star in Jarrell's Brothers world. He is a pun with Steven Seagal and Sidney Magal, which is a very regional joke. So I was cracking my head like, what should he be called? Like Jean-Claude Van something?
That's awesome, though.
but they were just like very, very strict about it. They're like, no, it's got to be Steve Magal. If we have to swallow Mickey Mouse, they have to swallow Steve Magal. So yeah, that's. We didn't have any feedback, but we did have internal feedback from ourselves.
That's amazing. Que incrível. E assim, o jogo foi adaptado para a cultura oriental? Como que seria?
Was the game adapted to any Asian cultures? What was it like doing work into so different cultures?
I think that's yours.
Yeah, but you didn't localize the game to Asian languages.
We didn't localize. We localized it to English, Spanish, and Portuguese, of course.
Right.
But how would you do that?
I mean, taking some of the examples that were given, like across every slide that we had, I would think that a culturalization process would go pretty similar to the one that we had with you, in the sense of having close communication with the development studio and to have our native linguists and our native translators, our native professionals, to provide us with similar references. Most likely and most probably have meetings with both the development studio and probably Copa in this case to propose them different options as to what would make sense. I'm not a creative person per se at this moment to just take an example off my head, but probably wordplay with if you're localizing it into mainland China, something that makes sense for them. If you're localizing it into traditional Japanese for Hong Kong or for those, perhaps those references would have to be different. The same thing would happen with Japanese or even Korean. Korean is a great language, by the way, to localize the game into. But keeping it with a close communication with the developers, and if you have someone else on top, like the creators, for everybody to be on the same page, and then start the localization process.
Perfeito.
Excellent. And was there any specific time that comes to mind for you now that was the funniest, where you really had to bust your heads? I know you mentioned that perfect example, but were there any points that really struck you?
You guys had to localize a rap, right?
Yes, we had to localize a rap, which is a challenge.
Yeah, because there's one of the characters that we wanted to put in the game was Cassius Clayton, which is in the cartoon, he's voiced by Emicida, which is like this huge rapper here in Brazil. And famously in the cartoon, he battles with Vovó Juju. But in the game, he does some rap with Jarrell's brother. He's asking about Vovó Juju, and he's like, "Oh no, she's not here." And then he starts to rap, and Jarrell's brother has to rap against him. And it's just like a back and forth. But in Portuguese, we did it by ourselves, and then we were like, "Okay, now do this. You gotta rhyme. You gotta keep the beat."
I mean, that's why having people that know what they're doing and that have a creative mindset, that's transcreation in total. You cannot rhyme the same words, and for it to be the same impact as well. So we're very, very happy to have a set of great translators that really know how to actually localize a rap song.
Que incrível, gente. Obrigada demais. E mais uma vez, parabéns. O Irmão do Jorel é o jogo mais importante da galáxia. É um jogaço. Parabéns e principalmente de mostrar a importância da localização pra gente, porque é algo que todo mundo precisa experimentar, não só o Irmão do Jorel, mas também os nossos jogos brasileiros. Muito obrigada e uma boa Gamescom Latam pra vocês, gente.
Obrigadão.
Thank you everyone. Bye bye.
Uma salva de palmas.
Round of applause for them.
Atenção gamers da Gamescom Latam. Menor preço histórico, seus jogos favoritos nunca estiveram tão baratos. Aproveite Hogwarts Legacy com 80% de desconto. Aponte o celular para o QR Code e garanta essa oferta. Garanta Mortal Kombat 1 com 80% de desconto. Aponte seu celular para o QR Code para aproveitar. Aproveite a promoção válida durante o período da Gamescom Latam. Não perca!
Usar meu Orocard para recarregar as energias. Usar meu Orocard para recarregar as energias e ganhar pontos. Usar meu Orocard para recarregar as energias e ganhar pontos enquanto eu tiro onda.
Quem usa Orocard tem cashback, tem pontos, tem cartão sem anuidade e muito mais. Use para tudo no seu dia a dia. Quanto mais você usa, mais você tem. Orocard, usa que tem.
Pode crer.
Banco do Brasil, para tudo que você imaginar.
Isso é possível, exclusivamente no console Nintendo Switch.
Of how they made it happen, how they made these creations a reality, and they're going to give you some tips. And at the end, they're also going to answer your questions. So do check out the QR code so you can submit your questions to us. And at the end, we're going to have some time for questions.
Adam, thank you so much. The stage is all yours now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Hi, it's a pleasure to meet everybody. First time here at Gamescom Latam.
So let's start. So maybe before we jump into it, just wanted to tell you that the theme of the whole presentation is making games that matter.
And it doesn't matter whether you are fighting for survival on the distant planet or you keeping the shopkeeping at the fantasy village, that each time playing an 11-bit studio game, you're writing your own story.
Okay, and let us introduce ourselves real quick. We already got a really great intro, so I will keep it very short. My name is Gabriela, and I'm the communication lead here at 11-bit Studios, and with me is Conrad.
Yes, and I'm a senior PR manager at 11-bit Studios.
Okay, so let us tell you a little bit more about 11-bit Studios.
So 11-bit Studios is a company that was established in 2010 in Warsaw by 4 guys, basically, and right now we grew up and we more than 300 people. So the company grew. And at some point, we think about our mission will be to deliver meaningful entertainment.
Yeah, and what is meaningful entertainment, really? Because it's such a broad statement, isn't it? Like for us, for 11-bit Studios, creating a meaningful game basically means that we want to create a game that makes you feel something. It's very rarely positive feelings, because 11-bit Studios do like to have very grim games like this War of Mine that you can see here right now. But also, we are not only creating games in-house, we also publish games. And right now, Moonlighter 2: The Endless Vault is the sequel to the 7-year-old Moonlighter, a very great action roguelite. But also, Frostpunk 2, Indica, Death Howl, and The Altars that is coming up in June. As you can see, this is such a variety and such a mixed bag of titles. We have Frostpunk, what is the grand strategy survival game. And we have Indica, which is this really, really bizarre game about a nun talking to the devil. Death Howl is a Souls-like deck builder that kind of means that shouldn't make sense, right? Souls-like genre and deck building genre, but I guarantee it's a really cool title that you should check out. So what I kind of want to point out here with this meaningful games and meaningful entertainment is that it doesn't matter what genre the game is. Any genre of a game can be meaningful. Can make you question something, can make you think, can make you feel, and that is really the 11-bit Studios brand for us. So let's jump back into Moonlighter.
Yeah, let's jump back into Moonlighter. The second one will be the sequel, of course, and this time the whole thing is happening in the Tresna village. So Will is kind of stranded in the village of Tresna, and he must find his way back home. And of course, it means going to dungeons, collecting loot, and selling it in the shop. And to get into the mood, we can watch the newest trailer for Moonlighter 2.
Yeah, let's check it out. If it plays, let's see. Okay, there we go. Okay, so that was the trailer. I hope you liked it.
So in 11-bit Studios, we kind of tried to do different things. So we can compare our company to a kind of a shop with games, and we trade in stories, ambitions, and ideas. And Will's ambition is to get back home, basically, in the second game, and to help the village of Tresna to prosper and the people of Tresna to prosper. But we can go back for a bit, to tell you how was how the first Moonlighter catch up our hearts, because in 2016 we've got pretty simple pitch that was, and one sentence was probably the one that took at our hearts. So it was kind of a unique that they wanted to combine the Digital Sun Studio from Spain. They wanted to combine roguelike elements of an action RPG with adventurous shopkeeper, and this is one thing. And the other thing that we've believed, we've saw that the game is kind of similar to a Zelda from the SNES. So it's kind of could be called some kind of a love letter to Zelda. And even if you compare the screenshots right here, you see the games are similar to.
I can see it.
They are similar to some degree. So yeah, it was kind of a very simple pitch that catch up our heart. And it came out that we were right, because the game sold very well. It helped us kick out the publishing division, and it sold very well, especially in Brazil. So we're very happy to be here and talking about the second one.
For sure.
So in the second one, it's growing the vision. So like everything is better, way better than in the first one. And there are some various layers that we can tell you about it. So if you see, the first one was kind of a 2D game, so basically a 2D dungeon crawler, and the second one is 3D, so it's kind of a bold move to make it from 2D to 3D.
Yeah, this wasn't easy for us, right? Like Moonlighter 1 was beloved by everybody. It has its like 2D charm. So jumping into 3D wasn't an easy choice for us, was it?
Yeah, but I think the developers managed to keep the charm of the game intact, so the kind of a unique style of the game. And many people who saw the game, the first trial of the second one, told that actually they feel the same mood of graphics, let's say, in the second one. So that's very heartwarming for us.
For sure.
And the second part, you can see, so basically it's always still coming out from scratches, like from 2D illustrations that are made into 3D models to kind of keep the spirit of the style of the writing, hand illustration style, sorry. And the second part of the game is, of course, the shopkeeping part. And
my favorite part.
Yeah, it was funny because I've talked with few people here in Brazil, and they told me that especially the shopkeeping part was kind of could be the thing that made the game popular here. So like you saw in the first screen, so the shop in the first one is pretty humble one. So like the shop in the second one is bigger one, so you can take more clients at the time. You can have more items on sale at the time. Of course, there will be some kind of boosters that you can use. You can use, of course, your shopkeeping charm to haggle for the best prices. But there are some kind of boosters that you will be able to top up the prices of some objects to earn more money. And there will be also customization of shops, so everyone could kind of have the shop look like they wanted them to be personal.
Honestly, I know like Moonlighter is a mix both of like the dungeon crawling and roguelike, but I'm gonna spend hours customizing my shop just so it looks like just perfect for me. I think like this is the best part of Moonlighter personally, like to each their own, but those new additional mechanics is a great example of creating a sequel in a smart way, I would say. Like everybody loved the shopkeeping aspect of Moonlighter 1. So, of course, that is exactly what we, with the developers, the Digital Sun, we wanted to expand upon in Moonlighter 2. So I'm sure we have plenty of new tricks up our sleeve for the shopkeeping aspect for Moonlighter 2, and we can't wait for you to see it.
Yeah, but we both know that the shopkeeping is not everything, but you have to go through the dungeons and get the loot that you will sell in the shop. So in the first one, the management of the backpack was kind of pretty simple, so you put up the items in the backpack. But in the second game, the backpack mechanics is kind of also enhanced. So there are items that have some kind of special abilities. They can destroy the item that is next to it, for example, or they can top up the price of some items that are next to them. So you have to kind of this gives another layer of strategy when you put your items and your loot in the backpack. So Moonlighter, we have some more surprises for you throughout the campaign, but the game will be coming out in summer, so hope you will enjoy it when it is out.
Okay, shall we talk the altars for a little bit? This is the newest game that we are developing and publishing ourselves, when Moonlighter is developed by a Spanish company called Digital Sun. The Altars is an in-house game created by our own development team. And this survival has never been so personal as a tagline for this game. And I wanted to tell you just a little bit about it before I show you the trailer as well. The main thing about The Altars is asking the question, what if? And I feel like it's something that we can all resonate with a little bit. Like, what if you made a completely different life choices in your past? Would you still be at Gamescom Latam right now listening to this panel? What if you never left your hometown? What if you, I don't know, like didn't finish university? Like, would you be the same person you are right now? And that is exactly what the main character of the game, Jan Dolsky, is asking himself. He's on this sci-fi mission, and without spoiling too much, everything goes wrong, right? And he is left all alone, and he has zero skills to actually survive by himself. So what does he do? He creates alternative versions of himself. And I want to really emphasize that this is not cloning per se. You're creating an alternative version of your own self that made a completely different past choice. So for example, if Jan never left his hometown, he would become a miner. And then you have Jan the miner in game that actually helps you throughout the gameplay. If you never quit university, if you actually stayed, you would become a scientist. And then Jan the scientist is crucial in creating additional research during your base. It's not super easy. Imagine running a base with 7 different versions of you. Would you get along with each other, considering that you are not the same person? So this game is a very unique blend of action, survival, and base building, and something that we like to call emotional management, because you do have to manage the emotions of all of your alters. So with this teaser, I really wanted to show you the trailer.
Okay, let's go through all of this once again. We have 3 days before the sun rises and burns everything to ash. And we're stuck in front of a giant river of lava. If we want to survive, we need to act now. We stick to the plan. You focus on researching a bridge to cross the river. I'll anchor it, fix the broken base modules, create radiation filters, gather resources, and rubidium to create more alternative versions of ourselves. Are you sure they'll accept who they are? I can't worry about that right now. I need them to survive. The technician will help me fix the base, the miner can mine resources, while the botanist will provide food. We need more space to fit everyone. And besides, the miner has destructive tendencies, while the botanist is still in love with your ex-wife. The plan will work, okay?
I'm heading outside. We still have places to explore, new things to discover, and dangers that I need to handle.
Don't get yourself killed out there. This base needs you to operate. That's what I have my altars for. Work isn't everything. You can't ignore their personal needs. Sometimes I feel like everything here is personal. How's that bridge going? I'm working on it. The technology I need should be in the database somewhere. Oh, come on. We don't have forever. Actually, we only have 1 day. And right now, the botanist is calling your wife. Let me talk to her. The technician is inciting a rebellion, and the miner, he just hacked his arm off.
This arm is yours, not mine!
What about the goddamn bridge? Yes, about that. We can't build it. The technology I need, it only existed in my life path.
Maybe in this life path, we might still have some time.
Okay, so I hope it spiked your interest. I see some nods in the crowd. Good, good. This is pretty bizarre, but I really feel like even though it's such a wild sci-fi story, it is really relatable, considering that all of us have those what-if questions that we might ask ourselves. And moving forward, something that you may notice if you are a fan of 11-bit studios or if you like this War of Mine, that there are actually some similarities between the games. And the only thing they have in common is not that they were developed by 11-bit studios. Actually, the creators of this War of Mine also helped create the altars. You can see that in the base building elements or the fact that you are always running out of time, and time is like really your biggest enemy. And here, of course, the themes of both games have nothing in common, but this meaningful aspect and this relatability and this pressure is definitely something that both games can relate to. We do have a trailer, but I'm actually going to skip this one because we are running out of time. But do check it out if you're interested, the comparison between this War of Mine and the Altars. But going back to the game itself, here as you can see, there is like plenty of areas to explore. The planet is hostile. We've already touched upon those like various alter version of yourself that you create, but did I mention that the planet is trying to kill you as well? And with this, like the sunrise is actually going to kill you. There is a very big radiation. So this is both a survival game, an action game, and the emotional management that I've mentioned. Here you can see a couple of various versions of Jan. One thing I will mention that the key visual for the game has 11 versions of Jan, so you can imagine how many different versions of yourself you can create, but you can't create all of them in one playthrough. So that gives you a little bit of a replayability to see how would your playthrough go through if you created Jan the botanist instead of Jan the scientist, for example. Moving forward, with this personal survival that I've been talking about, we are really pushing it to the next level, thinking of like, you're creating different versions of you and you're desperately trying to escape this planet back to Earth. But what is going to happen with your altars once you're back? How are you going to explain that you suddenly have 7 new brothers? Like, how is that going to work out? What if somebody suddenly will feel that like maybe you shouldn't be in charge, maybe they should be in charge because they are smarter than you? What are you going to do then? You all look exactly the same. Who is going to really know that you are you? Yeah. So all of those things are kind of a part of the game. Same as the time management, as I mentioned, and the radiation levels as well. So we are really focusing on the survival aspect of the game as well. We kind of have that in common with all of our games, if you feel like it. Frostpunk is a city survival game. Frostpunk 2 is a grand strategy survival. This War of Mine is also about survival. So I feel like it is a running theme with all of our games, even though the genres and the themes are completely different. The base building is also something I've mentioned a little bit. Here you can see how the base expands with you. You create additional rooms that you need, that are necessary to keep the base alive, but some are not as necessary as others. For example, Jan the Refiner like really needs his gym workout. So if you do want to be friends with him, perhaps creating the gym is something that's necessary.
Yeah, but it's basically how you treat the altars, the given altars, is giving you the other endings of the game. So kind of your relations with all the altars give another branching storylines.
And it's not easy to make everybody happy, or even I could say
impossible, I would say.
Exactly, it's impossible. If you have 8 different versions of you, how are you going to make sure all of them are happy with you? I think good luck. If somebody makes it happen, maybe I'm not aware of a scenario where everybody gets along and we are just all a happy family. But moving forward, here you see the exploration part of the game. Right, we have plenty of problems inside the base, right? Emotional management, dealing with the base and base building. But outside is just as deadly. I mentioned that the planet is very hostile. There is plenty of various anomalies that you see outside, and you do have to venture outside because you need the resources to keep the base going. And yeah, like basically kind of finishing it off with the Tree of Life, as we call it. This is the quantum computer base, like the room where you can actually see into your tree of life. So can just imagine what it would feel like if you could see your own tree of life and all the big decisions, how they created your life path and what would have happened if you made a completely different choice. So that is something to think about, definitely. But one thing I want to leave you with is that the game is releasing this summer on June 13th, and there is a demo available here at Gamescom Latam as well. So if you are interested, if I spiked your interest with Conrad here a little bit, I do encourage to check it out.
The demo is also on Steam, so you can check it back home, basically.
Yeah, and here, moving forward really quickly, that on our Steam cards, we kind of went with this like new approach of creating those pillars that should you be interested in the game, we are kind of give you a couple arguments why you should be interested in the game and why this is a game for you. And that is the same for Moonlighter and the same for The Altars. So if you are interested, check out the Steam page and you can learn more about The Altars there.
So to sum it up, we have a kind of one-off vision to kind of make meaningful, relatable games, but we explore many worlds and many directions in terms of genres, and we hopefully will be doing that for a long time to come.
Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. Okay,
Thank you.
That's all from now for us. So if you do have any questions, then now would be the time to ask them. Happy to answer. Okay, then guys, thank you so much. It was truly a pleasure to be able to be here at Gamescom Latam and connect with with you and with the community. Do check out our games, and should you have any questions, find us. We're going to be lurking here in the hall. It was a pleasure. So that's all from 11-Bit Studios. Thank you.
Thank you.
Obrigada.
This is Gamescom.
Hello, Gamescom!
Join in on the biggest playground for young and old alike. A truly unparalleled event in Cologne, followed by audiences worldwide. Ready to join?
Eu apareci.
Não é de ninguém perto de mim.
Tá. Eu vou deixar lá pra achar divertido.
Alguém acho que vai sentir falta.
Pode deixar.
Eu espero que sim.
Na verdade, eu não ter. Tirar, é com os dois. Claro, relaxa.
Yeah, but it's a common thing, you know. People tend to call me Adam sometimes, so it's not a problem. But you got the pronunciation of the surname was perfect.
É IA generativa, né?
I'm talking, of course, about Gen AI. And what is the impact of Gen AI on the creative industries? Now we're going to explore the growth of generative AI, which many people can use free of charge, and what impact that had. We're going to give you a neutral approach on that technology. And our guest is going to talk about the current workflows and limitations, the good and bad practices involving generative AI, and the difference between artificial intelligence in development and runtime, focusing on the consumer market. And to talk about that, we're going to have with us an attorney from Unity Technologies, Mike Geig. Welcome, Mike.
Thank you so much. It's good to have you here. Thank you.
It is so weird not being able to hear myself in the microphone. So anyway, howdy everyone. Welcome to the talk Generative AI and the impacts on the creative industry. I am Mike Geig. I've been an advocate at Unity Technologies for around 12 years. I've seen a lot of disruptive tech. This is not the first. This won't be the last, but it is what's happening right now, so let's talk about it. Real quick here, show of hands, who's ready for the singularity? You know, when humans and machines merge and we all become one, and we have like amazing internet connections, and you can order pizza with your brain, but you won't need pizza anymore because you're part robot, so maybe like your pizza will just have like gears and weird stuff on it, I don't know. So the goals for today's talk is I want to use very little technical jargon. I want to be very technology agnostic, and I just kind of want to look at industry trends. Though when I submitted this talk, I didn't know I'd only have 20 minutes, so we're not going to get into as many industry trends as I would like, and if you want to find me after, we can talk a lot more about it. I'd like to convince you all, too, that AI is not going to be destroying humanity yet, so at least that's a good thing, right? So we can all be happy about that. And so first off, what is generative AI? All right, so generative AI, really, for those who don't know, is basically any tool that uses large data sets, neural models like heuristics, machine learning to generate images, code, audio, whatever, right? That's the definition we all keep hearing. But, I mean, let's be honest. What really is generative AI? And generative AI really is like an internet search. You're looking for a thing, right? You type it in, and it returns some results to you. However, unlike an internet search that returns a bunch of results, generative AI synthesizes those results into a thing, and it gives you that thing. Now, is the thing that it gives you new or creative? That's very arguable, right? I don't know, right? It's you know, up for debate as to what it is. But we do know that generative AI can't actually create anything new. It can only give you things, versions of things that already exist, which really limits what it actually is. All right, so I want to talk about the rise of generative AI. I want to talk about how to be thoughtful in using it. Hey, there you go. There's a great example, a drone flying by there. That's our future. And some examples of creator-facing versus consumer-facing. All right, so the rise of generative AI. It's been incredible watching it the last couple years. In early 2024, I think like March of 2024, there were 40,000 tools available that claim to use some form of AI. Now, some were original, some were like reskins with built-in prompts, and but they were all claiming AI. Huge amounts, crazy stuff. But really, how did we get here? I thought of this recently when someone said, what was the first time you used AI? And I said, well, what do you mean about AI? AI term has been used for a long time, and, spoiler alert, none of these things are AI. So, if you're talking about generative AI, LLMs, okay, that's AI right now. But who remembers machine learning, right? When that was the thing, and AI, we were like, whoa. Who remembers Alexa, right, in your home? And whatever the Google one's called, I don't know, whatever. It doesn't really matter. But like AI in your home, that's so cool. Remember when the procedural generation was AI? And look, it's making this thing and combining these images. How cool is that? Remember when A-star pathfinding was AI? In fact, in Unity, we still call our pathfinding the AI. It's in the AI tab, but it's just A-star pathfinding. Who remembers behavior trees, like in the game Fear, being AI? Or the original game AI, the finite state machines, that was AI. Who remembers chatbots? Remember chatbots were AI? Like, that was going to ruin communication forever. Spoiler alert, it did. But yeah, so AI, it's not this like new, oh my God, AI. It's an evolution of tools that have just built on the previous one, and generative AIs is like where we are right now. So we often compare generative AIs to procedural AI, or to procedural generation, but they're very different. Procedural uses rigid logic and deterministic rules. You'll notice, like, if you're playing a game with procedural world building, how you kind of see the same sections over and over again. They kind of get repeated. In new configurations, roguelikes are a procedurally generated type of game, right? Generative AI instead uses large data sets, trend analysis, heuristics, neural networks. The things that it gives you are often surprising in a good way, but also often surprising in a bad way. And so it just feels new and unique, but they're very similar. In fact, when I was creating some images for this slide, I used the same prompt 6 times and got 6 completely different images. And I just picked the one I liked and went, there you go, right? Because AI really has a problem with consistency, and that's a theme we're going to keep seeing through these slides. What I've been trying to make people use for like 10 years, it is not working, is I keep saying, don't think of AI as artificial intelligence. I keep saying, think of AI as artificial imagination. Now, no one's using that term, only me. Everyone refuses to use that. But if you think about it, it's not intelligent in what it does, but it is imaginative. It fools us into thinking that it has created something interesting, right? And so it's more imagination than intelligence. I also forgot that I'd be on a stage with a bunch of other screens. I really should have included like really weird pictures to get everyone else to be like, what is he talking about? And to switch over, but here we are. All right, so let's talk about some thoughtful ways to use this, right? Because there are a lot of pitfalls, but there's a lot of value here. The first question, right, that everyone always asks me, should I be using AI, right? And the answer is yes. There you go. I used AI to generate that. Before, don't get mad, you're like, he used AI instead of an artist. I would have just stolen some stock image or used Microsoft Paint. So I'm not a very artistic person. But yes, when we talked to studios, every year we talk to a whole bunch of studios near the end of the year and do a big survey. 96% of all studios indicated that they're planning on using AI in some capacity in 2025. Only 4% said absolutely not, right? The usefulness of these tools is undeniable, right, if you do it the right way. So let's talk about some of the strengths of this AI and what we're seeing with studios that use it. So AI is fantastic at automating repetitive tasks. And I think a lot of people have a bad idea about AI because they see it being used to do all the fun stuff, right? Making art, making music. Who doesn't have an AI-filled SoundCloud at this point, right? Of just like weird music, right? But the realities is that while AI can do that stuff, it's actually not really good at doing that stuff in a real professional production capacity. What it's really good at is automating all those boring, repetitive tasks that you don't want to do, right? Generate 1,000 versions of carpet material so that I can pick a couple that I like, right? Generate for me images of this thing, images for my slides, right? That I didn't want to do in any other way, right? It's the super boring tasks. It's really good at handling for us. It's great for augmenting our creativity. Honestly, when I'm trying to write, I write a lot of like copy. By copy, I mean like the words in documents and reports and things like that. And I'll often take like my bullet points and I'll put them into some AI and say, rewrite these in the voice of Werner Herzog, like that brutalist author that's like everything is about chaos and death and stuff. And it responds back to me in this really weird, funny stuff. And it's like, it's great for creativity then to build off of. So it's like, it really is great. It's sort of like a partner in creativity to help me iterate, help me come up with weird ideas that then give me good ideas. It's great for pre-production efficiency. Again, prototyping, like rule testing, like a lot of the stuff that you're doing very early on in production, right? Give me 1,000 concept arts of a mushroom with a sword. And then, it really helps with that early stage production, especially with things like product management tools, keeping like things on schedule and stuff like that. It's awesome at that. Rule-based testing, right? This is great for like conceptual rule-based testing. And by that I mean, if I wanted to say, hey, the characters of my game cannot leave the confines of this level. They can't break through the walls. That's a conceptual rule, right? And I can use that and have AI test that to make sure it can't happen, right? And it's really, really good at that stuff, right? That would take a long time to sit there and test and test and test. Now it has some limitations, obviously, all right? I have never seen an AI that can give you anything that's production level right away. Everything is flawed. Everything is weird. How many fingers does the person have? All these things, right? It creates a bunch of really cool stuff, but there's nothing that it makes that you don't do some refinement to, right? Everything has to be cleaned up. You have to use this with human oversight. Again, I let AI do all the boring parts of my work so I can do all the cool, fun, interesting parts of my job. It has originality issues, right? There's a big challenge there about where did the stuff come from? It can't make anything that doesn't already exist. Therefore, anything that it makes, it's kind of taken from somewhere, right? Where did it take it from? And that leads to a lot of skepticism from creative people. Is this going to take my job, right? What does it, like, did someone steal my artwork? I saw this generated thing that looked exactly like a character I made. Did they steal my character? And the argument I hear all the time is that AI generated stuff is soulless, without intention, right? And there's some truth to that, right? I do investor calls often, and they always want to ask me the same question. They ask a bunch of questions, but they all want the one question. I just wait for it. So they always get to the point where they say, hey, you can do text to image and text to video. Can you do text to video game? And my answer is always like, well, probably. I mean, through programming, all things are possible, right? But would anyone want to play that? Like that soulless, lifeless? I'm sure there's some market for the hyper casual, like junkware, right? Maybe, but like, again, it kind of led some understanding of why skeptics are so concerned about these soulless things just being churned out, because it's kind of true. And so we have to be very aware of the public's reaction to AI stuff. There's a lot of legal gray areas, right? Who owns what? No one's really ruled on it. The closest I've seen to any law about this is in the United Kingdom, where they've said that you have to take anything that AI has generated and modify it by 35% to make it yours. But what does 35% mean? It's such a vague rule. How could you prove you've modified 35% of the pixels? 35% of the content? Like, what does that mean? And so it's very, very great. But I think the biggest limitations, the biggest things to be aware of is bias and ethics. And this was my first attempt at getting AI to write bias and ethics. Obviously not super successful. So let's try again. Bias and ethics. So there we go. It almost got it. Ethics wasn't quite right there. But bias and ethics. And what do I mean by that? Well, bias is basically how AI stereotypes and believes things based on what it's trained on, right? The data determines the outcome. The reason AI has a hard time with hands, with fingers, is how many fingers does a person have? 10? Sometimes. Most of the time, but a lot of them don't. A lot of people have 9, 8, 12 fingers, right? The data makes that really complicated because there isn't a hard rule there, right? Furthermore, bias reinforces bias. The more that AI creates images of people with more or less than 10 fingers and flood the internet with that information, the more it learns that that is what people's hands look like, right? Let me give you a practical example. And I have like so many examples. If you want to find me after, I'm happy to walk you through it. But let me give you a practical one. I want you all to think in your mind, what does a CEO look like? If you said a white guy with glasses, thin, with a full head of hair, right? Looking very intelligent. That's a CEO, right? That's what AI thinks a CEO is because that's what all the stock imagery of CEOs are. And the more AI creates pictures of CEOs that look like this, the more it believes that's what a CEO is, even though that's not realistic, right? There's some, sure, but there's a whole diversity there that is being missed, and that's called bias. Who here played Halo 4? Right, you remember rampancy? The reason they had to take Cortana offline? AIs can't exist more than 10 years because they go rampant, because they're training on data and becoming over-biased to the point of ridiculousness. And that's what we're seeing. AI scrapes the internet for images that AI created. You create a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy, and all of a sudden it just starts looking really weird, right? To the point of just being absolute nonsense. So this idea of rampancy, by the way, no one else uses that word. I use that word because I played Halo, and I'm like, that's what's happening, exactly. So really, 343 Studio figured it out before any of us, right? It's a real problem, right? And so it's leading people to create more small, finite AIs, more agentic approach, all right? And then ethics, right? What data was used to train these AI? Can you prove it? Can you prove what data is in your AI model or not? Right? Who owns the results? The people that wrote the prompt, the people that trained the model, the people that made the original art? I don't know. No one really knows. There's no rules about it yet. So there's a lot of vagueness there. For example, remember this guy? Can you tell me that's not Optimus Prime mixed with Gypsy Danger from Pacific Rim? Is it? It looks like it to me, but can you prove it? No? Maybe? I don't know. So it's really complicated. And we're seeing this movement towards responsible AI, training AI in a sustainable, environmentally sustainable way, using assets that are owned, in a very finite manner, building tools that augment people as opposed to intending to replace them. It's sort of a counterculture to this. All right, so let's talk about the right way, because I'm running out of time here. I gotta go fast. Use AI as an assistant. Right? It needs to help you with your tasks, not replace you in your tasks. And that's very important. That's crucial to this, right? Use it to prototype freely and early because it becomes less and less useful the further you get in your production process, right? It's just not good at that end stuff, right? The production ready stuff. Be transparent. We're seeing a lot of people upset because they're being tricked with AI stuff, right? It's much, much better to be upfront and say, this stuff is AI generated. All the image forums, right? Reddit, Imager, things like that. When an image is AI, but they don't call it AI, everyone gets mad and downvotes it. Get this AI crap out of here. But the AI sections of Reddit, where they're like, these are AI images, and everyone's like, oh, those are amazing, right? And everyone's really happy about it. Transparency is important. Upskilling your team on the right ways to use AI. This is important if you do client work, right? Because what if your clients don't want AI stuff in their end products, and you've used AI and you didn't tell them, or you didn't follow specific procedures or policies, right? Use specialized agents or agentic approaches, right? I work at Unity. We have a thing called DOTS, the Data-Oriented Technology Stack, right? If I use regular ChatGPT and I use the word dots, am I talking about polka dots? Am I talking about like ... Am I talking about dipping dots? It has no idea, right? It's better to use a trained, specific agent type AI. And I can't stress this enough. Stop trying to replace people. Yes. All right. Last thing here, creator versus consumer. I love this image, right? I love his controllers backwards. I love like the typing doesn't make any sense. It's amazing. So creator is AI models used to augment the creation process. We've seen tons and tons of these already. Consumer is AI models that augment the player experience. And this is this is new. And there's not a great examples with this one. So creator-facing use cases, programming assistance, things like Copilot or Unity Muse Chat, texture, sprite, audio generation, automated testing tools. Animation solvers is actually really, really important. You do mocap, right? And you get all the humanoid animations from that. But what about like all the cloth, all the little items on the character's costume? All right, right now you have to like hand animate that stuff. It takes months for an animator to do. But we can use animation solvers to do that for the animators, right? It allows them more time to clean up the more important animation elements. It's awesome. We did it with Time Ghost demo we did. You can check it on the internet. It's like really cool. All right, it's great for marketing content like images for slides, right? I even let AI build the rough draft of this presentation before I refined it. And then, there's a lot more. So for consumer facing, again, AI level generation, smart NPCs, I'm not sold on that. It's like you can talk to your NPCs about anything. I can talk to any of you about anything. I don't, right? Because let's be honest, we don't really care. We want a crafted experience. So, I'm a little iffy on that one. Emergent narrative, but there's a lot of consumer-facing tools that aren't direct. Things like anti-toxicity moderation, right? Where, it moderates chat and voice, define context, voice tone to determine, was something toxic? Was it not, right? There's a lot of nuance there that our current tools don't really do a good job of, right? So anti-toxicity moderation is actually proven, and we're seeing this, to greatly increase user experience with games. But the reality is that the next big thing, the consumer-facing AI in games that's going to level it up, hasn't been made yet. And it likely won't be made by us. It'll likely be made by the next generation, right? I'm talking about like the Flappy Birds, the Dark Souls, the Minecrafts, the things that define a new generation that once you see it, you go, obviously, how did I miss this, right? Oh my God, this is amazing. It doesn't exist, no one knows. We're all just doing the same stuff we've been able to do. Level generation, NPC tech, that's stuff we've been doing for years, right? So the next big thing, it'll happen, but we don't know what it is yet. So keep looking. All right, so let's wrap this up. I've got 1:13 seconds left. First and foremost, breathe. It's gonna be okay. It's not the end of the world, right? AI is a tool. It's neither good nor evil. It is just a tool, right? As has been said eloquently before, and I'll just repeat it and pretend like it was mine, right? AI is not going to take your job, but a person equipped with AI will take your job. Just like photographers replaced painters for your everyday imagery stuff, just like taxi drivers replaced horse and carriage drivers, right? People equipped with new technology will replace you if you don't, all right? Find the use cases that make sense for you. Stop trying to do everything with AI. Everyone's just like 100% AI. Find the things that you need, augment the processes that you have in a way that makes sense. Use it responsibly, all right? And stop trying to replace people. Everyone who always gets upset about this is trying to replace people. 18 seconds left. So I want to say thank you. Here is a slide. You could scan this QR code if you want. That'll show you some more resources. It will take you to a survey. That's about me. You do not have to fill the survey out. You could skip right to the end to grab that link if you want it. If you want to fill out the survey, it's great. But I thank you for your time. That's at 0 seconds. I'm done.
Oi? A CCXP nunca me chamou.
É? Mas eu já te
Eu faço CCXP, assim, a segunda CCXP eu tava com o Omelete. Já fui do Omelete.
Então.
E aí, nos outros anos eu tava nos outros stands. Então, teve um ano que eu fui a apresentadora do Next, do Banco Next no stand deles. Teve outro que eu fui, não sei, nem lembro, da Warner. Aí teve outro, enfim, sabe, tipo...
É porque eu faço assistência há 5 anos.
Ah, que
Nossa,
legal.
mas migrando, eu era assistente. A segunda eu já era diretor.
Ah, que da hora,
então, agora eu tô no
mano.
arte
Que
útil,
foda. Ah, então é isso. Tipo, a gente já trabalhou junto, tipo, eu tava na época no Omelete. Porque assim, tipo, o que acontece? Eu não te respondi, desculpa, mas é porque eu já fui do backstage, entendeu? Tipo, eu fui repórter do Omelete, eu fui o repórter do Omelete, depois do UOL, aí eu fui do Terra também, aí eu fui como... Aí pro IGN eu virei editora-chefe. Aí de lá eu comecei a trabalhar bastante com o pessoal de comercial e tal, eles começaram a pedir para que eu fosse a cara da campanha deles. Aí foi aos pouquinhos, aí eu fui pra TV como apresentadora, e aí daí eu me lancei como produtora de conteúdo independente, entendeu? Aí agora eu tô nessa, eu trabalho como apresentadora, como criadora de conteúdo, trabalho com marketing, de tudo um pouco, né? Você sabe como é, tipo...
Tem uma produtora de vídeo.
Ah, que foda! Então você sabe eu fazer de tudo um pouco, né? É isso. Ah, não.
E damos continuidade então aos nossos painéis aqui na Gamescom.
All right, moving on with our sessions here at Gamescom LATAM 2025, the biggest games event in Latin America. Well, for this new session, there are some amazing people I am proud to say I've worked with. Some of them can't stand to see me anymore, but all joking aside, we're going to talk about journalism and also the checkpoint for the industry, the games market in the perspective of the industry and of the press. What do games and journalism have in common? What do journalists write about games? What can you, as a developer, interested in joining the games press, what can you find out which will be interesting? Here is an overview of the games industry. So get ready, in short. We'll also look at new trends, platforms, and business models. And so without further ado, please welcome to the stage Alessandro Giannini, Editor-in-Chief at Veja, Matheus De Luca at IGN Brazil, and Bruno Micali at Flow Games, as well as Pablo Miyazawa, Editor-in-Chief at The Gaming Era. Please welcome to the stage. And very soon we'll have Bruno Micali, Editor-in-Chief at Flow Games. He had a bit of an issue, so hopefully he'll be able to join us. So we may have a surprise member here in this talk. So please submit your questions using the QR code that you see on screen. Just click on the QR code and choose our session, then click on Ask Question. And then I'll come back up on stage and ask your questions. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Can you hear me? Well, I can't hear myself. I'm Pablo Miyazawa. I apologize, but my voice is shot. It's the first day of the event, but I can't speak anymore. So on Sunday, we'll be miming back and forth. But this is a very serious topic. Is this stage 3 at Gamescom LATAM, the second edition of Gamescom LATAM. And it's a pleasure to be here with two good friends of mine, or three if Bruno Micali can make it on time. This is his first game event. But I'm here with some friends and colleagues discussing the topic I like the most, which is always much better. So I'm going to introduce my friends. Barbara has done that already, but I'll start with Alessandro Giannini, whom I have known for a very long time now. He's a great journalist. He also specializes in film, and he was crazy enough to start covering games. Ask him later. Actually, he'll tell us. Giannini, you're the newest in the industry, right? Yeah, I started yesterday. I started yesterday, 35 years ago pretty much, and for most of my career I've been devoted to entertainment. And now, over the past recent years, I've been covering technology, and within technology I've been covering games. Because, well, it's an emerging market, and we will talk about this. But has anyone here in the audience played Pong? I know that Miyazawa has. So it's pretty ancient, I gotta admit. But I swear, I also like Assassin's Creed and other new stuff. I'm also here with my friend and former colleague at IGN Brazil, Matheus De Luca. I met you at the very start of your career, right? And he bravely resisted, and he's one of the representatives of game journalism at the editor's room, the writing room. And I think IGN Brazil is far and away the site with the biggest audience when it comes to games. And I'm so proud of what you've done, what you've accomplished. And we were talking, he doesn't write anymore. He's become a bureaucrat. He oversees his team. What happened to the journalist that lives within you? Well, he's doing well. We have a long history. We kicked off IGN in Brazil in 2015. I was an intern, and I was just getting started. I used to work at Bandeirantes, and I saw that there was an opening to work at IGN, and there was a very cool email address. I don't think I can repeat it here. I sent the email and I forgot an attachment. I wrote the whole thing and I forgot to send my resume. And you replied, Mateus, you forgot your CV. But thankfully everything worked out. So I've been there for 10 years now, which is a long time. But I think I can say I joined the start of the new wave at IGN Games Brazil. There was the whole print side of things first, and I came in with the new wave, which was digital and online. But it's what you said. I used to be a copywriter, and I wanted to stay in that field and write, which is what I love doing the most. But, you know, one thing came to another, and I became editor-in-chief. So I don't write anymore. I don't. Actually, what I do today is help the next generation, the new writers who are joining the team. I give them support, and that is, it's very gratifying. I didn't know that it would make me so happy. I never saw myself in a position of leadership before, but it came to pass, and it worked. You know, your dreams will come true even if you don't know what your dreams are. And Bruno Micali, who will soon be here, is also a representative from the new model of game journalism, which is highly focused on debate. He is editor of the Flow Games portal, but Flow Games is best known for the videos, for the heated debates online and audience participation. And we see participants of every generation and what we call game journalism, entertainment journalism. And I started working with game magazines, which are pretty rare today. And on that topic, we don't know what the future formats are going to be. How is Gen Alpha going to consume news about games? Or is news about games even going to be relevant in the future? So let's start with that. In what direction do you think game journalism is heading, if we consider what the audience consumes today and how the audience consumes game news? Is it on TikTok, social media? Is it through the Fortnite chat system? Or do they not even care? They just want to play? What do you see in terms of how the new generations are consuming news today? Oh, there he is. Our guest of honor. Hello. Bruno Micali. He came in with a bang. I was saying Bruno is editor at Flow Games. And I was saying that we have representatives of every phase in game journalism, and we don't know what the new wave is going to be and how the new generations are going to consume news and get informed. Because today, social media, fast social media, is ubiquitous. And online games where people are in-game talking to one another. So we are wondering, is game journalism still needed? So I want to save my voice, so you guys go ahead. Well, first, good afternoon, everyone. It's a huge pleasure to see you once again. It's an honor to be here. This city is ruthless when it comes to traffic, even on a holiday. There's traffic every hour of every day. But I'm so happy to see so many people from abroad. I met so many foreigners here in this expo. So actually, I want to take this opportunity to ask you to speak first, because I just arrived, so I want to hit the ground running. So please, you guys go first. Well, I've seen many different transformations. I come from print journalism, the literal press. It was a time when we would weigh the Sunday paper. There were records, you know, over 1 kilogram. They were... I'm having trouble finding words I can use. It was really heavy. Let's just leave it at that. I think it's a process of transformation. Print is not going to die, but we add new layers. Today, everything is mediated by social media. The newest generations, and of course, all the traditional press, the traditional channels are moving online. They all have pages. They all publish lots of news about what's going on the net. This does become news. So I think things have become a sort of permanent work in progress at the press. And zooming in on the topic of games, the same holds true. We're in a very critical time today. We see the rise of AI, the rise of fake news, and our role as members of the press is to be a reliable source, to bring the most correct possible version of the facts. And there is a part of the audience who no longer sees the media as sources they want to follow. And this is a natural process. We had the growth of content creators who give their own opinions. And of course, that's great. I think it's great. But that has reduced the importance of traditional press a little bit. Many people want to know the opinions of the people they follow and what they promote. They're saying, I don't want a brand, I want a person. So they're like, I don't want to follow IGN because IGN is a brand. They've sold out. Everyone always says, oh, they've sold out. This review has been bought. How much did you get paid to give that game that score? So now, people are looking for people that they can relate with. And this is a huge challenge for at least 5 to 8 years, which is, how can we get people to keep consuming our content? And we want to humanize the people in the writer's room. And I think that Flow does that very well. You've got your videos, your podcasts, and people really like watching you. They enjoy following you as people. They like who you are and what you represent. And we need to focus on that, on those individuals. We shouldn't be so capitalistic, as Paulo mentioned. That's a bit of how I see the relationship between the press and the audience. Bruno, you currently work at Flow Games, and you've been in other media before, but Flow Games is a channel that understood how important it is to personalize the message, right? Because you're not just Flow Games, you're individuals. When you're sitting around that table, each of you are individuals, and that is a great part of the appeal. So what do you think? What does Phoenix think? That's what people want to know. So I'm wondering, did you think that that was obvious? And why is it so hard for other media to try to do the same as well? Excellent comment. It's very valuable, really, because IGN is certainly a major reference for all of us at Flow Games. IGN still is, and I think always will be, a major media channel for games in Brazil and around the world. So we use many different media as references about what we can do to personalize our work. And that's where the magic is. Because if we go back several centuries, you know, I'm a great defender of print, the print press. And remember that before the newspapers, we had hieroglyphs and stones, and people needed to use those media to get informed. And over time, in the 20th century, we had radio, then TV, and now the internet. The internet is still nascent. It has just barely been created. It's, what, 30 years old now? It was created in 95? So it's a very young type of media. So even though we use the word internet user, and it seems like it's been around for a long time, it's not. It's in constant change. So as it is a work in progress, it is constantly evolving. So something that may work today may not work tomorrow, because the world we live in today with the internet is vastly different from the world of newspapers and magazines. I've always consumed print media extensively because they do great work. And consuming print content is pleasing to my eyes. But we need to remember that today we have YouTube, we have podcasts. And so Flowcast, or Flow Games specifically, is a reflection of that. Today, people want to educate themselves as a reflection of others. They see Flow Games or IGN as an entity, and they want to know who is behind those entities. What tastes do those people have? They really want to know. People talk about the smiling media, the Sony media. There's so much that we can reflect on that topic. But ultimately, we want to know where can we go to give more personality to our content. So me, Dave, Cross, Thais, Phoenix, we each have our own opinions. Sometimes the opinions match, other times they don't. Our political views are different. Everyone there, and like it or not, games are about politics too. It's not just about entertainment, it's not just about having fun or poetry and narratives. It is all that, but they also bring politics. Of course it's political. And we all respect ourselves and one another. Sometimes we agree, other times we don't. If we only ever agreed, then there wouldn't be any magic. The magic happens precisely when we disagree. We bring counterpoints. And when the audience can sense that, can hear that, when they think, wow, they're disagreeing, they're colleagues, but they're disagreeing with one another. Today, when the audience senses that, that's how we get authenticity. And that is how Flow Games navigates through the evolving times. It's never the same as any other time. Please speak closer to the mic. We can't really hear you.
Vocês estão escutando? Beleza.
Eu desisti aqui do fone. Vou tentar ouvir vocês.
Anyway, here's what I think. Definitely agree with everything that was said here. I really think that that's what it is. And when I say that this is a work in progress, I mean printed media today, if you look at it, I'll give you a practical example. Take any magazine, any newspaper. All of them have incorporated some sort of video, some sort of podcast. Some magazines are still lagging behind the curve, but they are in talks because it's inescapable. Main magazines, they have their own version of it. We have to record video for certain things, for radio. People have to, people are coming up with podcasts all over the place. When you do an interview for a magazine, you have to record it because it's going to be on video as well. It's like a balancing act. You got to balance all those plates. And you got to learn while you're at it. I'm 57, pushing 58, and I had to learn all these new things that I never imagined I would have to get involved with. But again, it's a learning curve, right? And I think that these things are going to coexist. Podcasts are going to coexist with regular outlets. That's going to coexist with newspaper, which is going to coexist with television. And, I think my colleague here said something that I think it's really important, which is the main thing and the main element regarding all of that we are talking about here when it comes to press and when it comes to journalism is that you have to be credible. Like my colleague said, they have their own know-how. They go and discuss about it because they have the background for it. They have a whole history behind them. They have this knowledge which they are putting at the reader's service. Same thing for other outlets, and same thing for myself when I was in uni. I learned that you have to listen to your source. You have to listen to all the stakeholders involved. You got to listen to both sides, right? Both sides of the coin. You got to listen to the argument and the counter argument. And this is all basic stuff, right? This is journalism 101. But again, I think we cannot leave that stuff behind. We just cannot go without it, because that's what it's going to give you credibility down the road. That's going to maintain your credibility. That goes for regular outlets, you know, traditional media, all the way to your new podcasts, all the way to your television networks and all of the involved. Before we start this discussion, I didn't really know if our topic would be game journalism or, you know, journalism outlook to games. We just established that gaming journalism is very well, but it's going through changes, right? But everything is good. Things are evolving as they should, and we have different examples over here showing that you can somehow, some way work with that and be happy with it. But most importantly, we work with video games, which is a wonderful sector, as we all know. And the interesting thing is that it has changed so much since I started working with it and since Mateus started working with it, and we don't know where this thing is headed. I mean, we are waiting for GTA 6, which may or may not revolutionize the whole thing. It could be more the same. We don't know what kids are playing in their mobiles, and we cannot understand for the life of us how come they spend so much time on it, and we don't have the answers. That's the truth. But it's way harder to be a game journalist and keep track of everything that is happening because it's such a high pace. So I want to hear from you how you can stay up to date facing this market which doesn't know where itself is going. I mean, you look at games here, you look at the folks here, and you can have a notion, but this event is going to be very different next year. So tell us about your daily experience. I mean, how do you stay current? First of all, you can have so much fun at Roblox, right? You can actually play bingo in it. Yeah, Roblox is where it's at. But anyway, I think that it's very hard to do that. Back in the day, like last year, we had a lot more games coming out. Like in the 90s, we had all these games coming out. These days, we have to wait for years for a game to come out. But at the same time, we are waiting for major titles, but at the same time, a lot of things come out in between. And now we have the service games that are coming out all the time, that are putting out content all the time. So it's a major challenge to stay current, but not only that, but to stay apt and fit in a position to talk about it, because you have to understand so many things. And it's a huge potential, and you just got to be there, you know, grinding, learning about all that stuff. And basically, you just got to live it and breathe it, not only when you're at your day job. And I really went through that experience. You know, you have to live your work and wear it outside of the office. I went through that experience a couple of years ago, and I really burned out. I would game, I would look at the reviews, and I would go home, and my leisure was gaming as well. And I didn't want to look at a console when I got home because I was so oversaturated. Yeah, it's like work with what you love and never love anything else ever in your life. Yeah. So it's like, oh, you work with games, it's so wonderful. Yes, but not really, because, you know, it's your job. Everything that becomes that routine in your profession at some point is going to present a challenge. That's going to cease to be pleasurable. And I definitely went through it. I didn't want to see a console in front of me, but I already went past that stage, and today I a good relationship, like personal, professional ratio is, I think, better. And the whole time I'm consuming that, like outside of the office, the whole time I try to stay up to date. So it's constant. It's definitely exhausting. Yes. You have to reconcile that. You have to reconcile everything, basically. But it's so hard to predict. What we try to do is that, for example, take a hot topic. Today we had some news about prices, right? We estimate that the price topic, like the prices for games, that's going to be the hot topic for the coming years. The world is concerned about prices. And today you probably saw the news. Microsoft has announced an increase for the whole Xbox line. We actually replicated that news. You know, we had just enough time to go on the computer and put that as a highlight. There's actually an increase in $100. I mean, from 500 US, it goes to 600 US. The door was kicked open by Mario Kart World. Now it's probably going to blow up. Microsoft games are going to cost $80-some, $80 a game. And that is expensive globally, right? Even gringos think it's expensive. I mean, our purchasing power is lower, unfortunately. In Brazil, we struggle a little more. But rest assured, Americans, Japanese, Europeans, they're all going to complain about that price. $80 is a lot of money for that. Consoles are now more expensive as well. Everything went up in price today, and that is a global trend. So in Brazil, we also contacted Microsoft Brazil for a comment. They haven't replied. I mean, today is a holiday, so I don't know. They're probably going to be dodging us for a while. But yeah, that's the news. We actually put out a statement saying that we asked for their comment and they didn't reply to us. But the thing is, we have to predict what is the hot topic and the trend with the people. That's our filter. What are people talking about? They're talking about price, the price increase. So that's going to be constant. I mean, you said so very well, Paulo. You talked about GTA 6. Besides the expectation of the game itself, there's a lot of expectation of how much it's going to cost. A lot of times we talk more about the price of GTA 6 than the game itself. And we got to become experts in other topics like economics, inflation, and even politics, because politicians are now getting involved. It's a whole mess. But yeah, taking this opportunity, we actually don't have a lot of time. We have just another 10 minutes. It's very quick, you know, when you start discussing these topics. There's so much to cover. But anyway, we were just discussing about comparing the movie industry with the gaming industry. The movie industry was always considered the most important one in the entertainment industry. Then games started making more money. Today, you don't even compare it anymore. I mean, games are cooler than movies. Games actually give origin to movies that we watch. They are, you know, it's $1 billion business. But is it as fun? Is it as fun to cover video games as it is to cover the movies? I don't know. Giannini was actually a movie journalist, so I think he can actually have a different experience. He can tell us about it. But anyway, is it cool that we are covering that topic and talking every day about the most powerful industry in entertainment? Is it as fun as it's cracked out to be? You know, that's the question for you guys. I would like to piggyback on your comment just to say that my coverage, I mean, I think it's important, you know, to your initial question. I think it's important. It's not that it's important in and of itself or because it is cooler, but it's an economic matter. You know, gaming by itself nets in more than movies and music combined. So it's a lot of money. But the dynamics is all different. It's different than the movie business and the music business. So going into what I was trying to do that initially, my game coverage is a macro coverage. So that what it's saying might be an agenda for me. The Chinese game, what's the name?
Wukong.
Wukong?
Black Myth Wukong.
Yeah, Black Myth Wukong. Yeah. That is a topic for me because it has a story. And it is significant, you know, from a country that all of a sudden.
Tudo isso que eu estou falando são matérias que eu fiz, tá? Eu fiz uma matéria sobre a indústria de feiras de games para Veja Negócios. Esse tipo de pauta é uma pauta para mim. Agora, o lançamento uma mudança do Roblox ou uma coisa pontual que é pauta para o IGN e para o Flow, não é para mim. Porque o meu leitor não vai buscar isso aqui, na Veja, no site. Ele não vai me procurar, ele vai procurar eles. Então, assim, tem esse formato, digamos assim. E eu acho que é importante, tanto que
I think that is important. As a matter of fact, I invest a lot on these things because it is out there, and it's really important to talk about something that is growing as fast as this thing is. And you know, it's not only kids that play Roblox; parents are playing Roblox as well. And that parent can be an older parent that maybe reads the magazine that I write for or reads the main newspapers. So I do think it's important, not only because it's cool, but because it is important and because it interferes on our daily lives as well. By the way, both of you guys are younger, so you guys are going to wrap it up for us. Now, let's think about 10 years from now, right? Do you guys see yourselves working with video games and journalism still? And how do you think that'll look like a decade from now? I'm asking you guys because you guys are probably going to be hanging around. Myself and Janini, I don't know, maybe. I hope so. They had to open up like a seniors department. Maybe Mateus is the younger, so maybe he can close it.
Essa é uma pergunta muito intrigante. O futuro. Eu gosto muito de falar sobre o futuro e poderia ficar horas aqui, mas eu vou tentar ser conciso ao dizer que eu cumpri um sonho meu, uma vontade de trabalhar com videogames. Faz mais de 10 anos que eu trabalho, né? E eu sinto que essa missão foi e está sendo cumprida. Mas eu sinto que ela tem um prazo de validade. Para mim, para outras gerações, serão muito bem-vindas. A geração TikTok. Eu já não peguei TikTok. Já não gosto de TikTok. Não tenho, não quero ter. Né? Meu tempo e minha energia, eu não quero nem aprender. A gente chega a um ponto da vida, galera, que a gente não quer nem aprender. A gente quer dominar o que a gente sabe, aprimorar, refinar essa arte.
And we got to refine this thing. But, you know, I'm a little resistant to some of these topics. So I imagine that for me, at some point in my life, I'm gonna want to do something. Like, I love the movies. That would be my second media if I could choose after video games. And movies, you see a movie in 2 to 3 hours. I mean, you can play a game for 100 hours and you still haven't gotten through the whole thing. Music is a different art. It's more about contemplation. I love music as well. I love heavy metal. I love rock and roll. I mean, I used to have long hair, not anymore. But yeah, so there's all these things. Now, all the time, I'm asking myself, what would I do? You know, 10 years is an interesting time frame because a lot of people say that we're not even going to have consoles anymore because you got services, you got mobile devices, you got all these techs. So I'm reflecting about it, but to me, certain things I'm going to be very resistant to. But the younger generations, you guys are going to be more open. What about you, Mateus? Well, I'm not going to say where I see myself 10 years from now because I don't even know. Maybe I'll own a bakery or something like that. But I think the next 5 years will be decisive for the gaming industry because we reached the point where we don't have graphic jumps anymore. We don't have a major difference in between generations like we did. We used to have a big gap. Now we don't have that anymore. We are at a moment where major publishers are investing exorbitant amounts of money and they are not having the expected returns. We see major AAAs publishing their financial reports and saying that they haven't met their expectations. You know, but what are these expectations? I mean, what are you guys thinking? So, you know, this is not making sense. So I think the next 5 years will be decisive for the industry. We are becoming unsustainable. We are seeing studios laying off their employees all over the place, you know, people that are tenured. So with that, you know, I believe that perhaps there will be a rebirth of the medium investment games. There is one that just came out, which is Expedition 33, from a studio that is 30 employees strong, and this one is like the most acclaimed one in maybe 20 years. Wonderful game, beautiful game, made by a few people with a budget that is considerably lower than a lot of the stuff we see out there, and there will definitely be an ROI for this small studio, but if it were put out by a major studio, I'm sure it wouldn't be enough for them. So that's what I'm saying. At least, you know, 5 years from now, we should see a change, which I'm hoping is for the best, to reduce the investment so it becomes more sustainable. So we have less megalomaniac experiences, less huge experiences, but that still cater to a certain audience. You still have people that love huge things like GTA, but if everyone wants to be GTA, nobody will be GTA. Right, that game is a good example. It's a small French studio, millions of downloads already, very briefly, and a high return as well. So I think that's the pathway. 1 minute. What do you think is going to happen 5 years from now? I think I'm going to be rocking a wheelchair right next to you. Ah, come on, man. Well, anyway, I hope you enjoyed that positive conversation. What about you, Pablo? What do you think? Man, I'm waiting for flying cars, and I'm waiting for virtual reality. You know, that future passenger thing? Why not that? Well, maybe we'll see that thing. So anyway, thank you, my friends from the panel. We thought that we were going to discuss the journalism in gaming, but we actually got into how the press has to be up to date these days with such brutal changes, and with an optimistic view that, you know, the gaming market will be more interesting. Maybe we have reached levels that are unsustainable in the market. Even for us, the lack of outlets for the media to work with, that also has an impact on this industry. Perhaps the industry is a little saturated. We're not saying that the event is. I think this event will grow even more, and other events of that sort, but that's it. Gaming is definitely, you know, definitely has a bright future ahead of it. Thank you so much, our panelists. Thanks to all the colleagues. My name is Pablo, and we try to give you an overview of the gaming market from a press perspective, and I think we don't have time for questions, right? I used up all our time. So that's it. You guys have 50 seconds to maybe give a shout out and tell us your socials if you want people to follow you.
Thanks. It's a huge pleasure to be here with you. I learned so much. At Mikali Bruno. Thank you. It was a pleasure to be here. Thanks to everyone here on the session with me, if you're here online or in person. Find me at ignbrazil.com. Thanks, everyone. Thanks to my colleagues here at the session. I'm at A. Giannini with 2 N's. And I am Pablo M.I.Y. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for a great session. All right. Thank you all. So punctual. Yes, that's how we like it. Good to see you. Likewise. When I saw we were going to have a chat, I thought, oh my God, unbelievable. It's great to see our fellow journalists here. Thank you. Have a great event. Enjoy Gamescom Latam. And remember that we're waiting for you, that's right, you, to vote for the games here throughout the Gamescom Latam Expo. We have so many amazing games, and we are waiting for you to choose your favorite games, your favorite booths, and your favorite activations. To do that, just visit our site under the voting region. There's actually a voting booth here as well. You will find it near Banco do Brasil. Use the QR code. It's quick and easy and painless. And we're also waiting for you here on Sunday, 2 p.m., for you to see our winners, our finalists first, and then our winners. The second part of Big Festival itself. Now let's move on to our next session. Support initiatives from the São Paulo City Hall in the games sector, because the city of São Paulo has invested heavily into our industry. We see so many interesting initiatives here in the state, and especially in the city of São Paulo, or Sampa as we like to call it. We have over 60 startups that have been accelerated and 40,000 people who have been trained in the field. So in this session, our guest will show us how you can get involved in the initiatives promoted by the city of São Paulo. Whatever your walk of life is, we hope that you will join. So I'd now like to invite the Adjunct Secretary of the City of São Paulo, Armando Jr. There will be time for a Q&A at the end of the session. To send your questions, super easy, just use the QR code that is up here on the screen, then click on Programming, choose the section, and then click on Ask a Question. So now, Mr. Armando Jr., please come to the stage. The floor is yours. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're doing great. Let me quickly test. Can you hear me? Raise your hand, please, for the love of God. All right, that sounds good. All right, all over. Great, thank you. I'm going to quickly explain how things are looking for the games industry in the city of São Paulo, where it's located, how we support that industry through initiatives from São Paulo City Hall. We just had a really great session where the press gave its view, and the press's view is pretty similar to ours when we think about how we can support this industry in the city of São Paulo. So let me give you some numbers. We have roughly 600,000 people currently working in the creative economy. And that involves all these different dimensions: film, music, fashion, events, festivals, and games. So the games industry is part of the creative economy in the city of São Paulo, which has been growing and expanded. Today we are the 10th largest games market in the world. I'm referring to Brazil. So it has been growing more and more important. Practically half of the Brazilian population uses games or works with games in some capacity. It's explosive growth over the past few years, and we've been seeing the games industry more and more as the future of work. It's an industry that has been growing stronger and stronger. In the state, we have roughly 300 studios, and half of those studios are in the city of São Paulo, which has roughly 1/3 of everything that involves games in Brazil is in the city of São Paulo. So this is the biggest ecosystem in Latin America. And how did we structure our support for the games industry at São Paulo City Hall? It's a five-fold helix. We talk about the business environment and the legal framework, support for entrepreneurs, for people who want to develop games and work in the sector, professional education to strengthen the base of the pyramid, and make our labor increasingly better trained, to make to improve employability among people who want to work in publishers, and lastly, drawing companies to the city of São Paulo. I will speak briefly about each of these 5 dimensions and what City Hall is doing. The first is professional education, professional training. Today we've got a program called Avança Tech Games. It's a program where there's a whole journey of professional education. Today we have over 44 online courses, totally free of charge, for anyone who wants to take them. Whether you live in São Paulo or elsewhere, just go to the website, you can take the course, totally free of charge. Over 65,000 people have taken those courses. And we've got beginner, intermediate, and advanced courses in each of these dimensions. So this is a type of support we offer for distance education. Now, when it comes to professional education, that also includes classrooms in the games industries. So we've got centers throughout the city of São Paulo where we give these courses in the fields of technology and in the fields of the gaming industry specifically. And this is also where our game dev school comes in, which will be launched in the second half of the year. This is a real photo of the classroom that you will see. These classrooms can hold 20 students each with 4 different classes a day. That means we'll train roughly 700 students per year with a full-fledged education, whether that's in game art, pre-production, or any other field. How is the resolution? Is it bad? Raise your hand if that looks bad. Yeah, it looks bad. Well, I'll narrate. So there's a whole journey that will allow students to graduate with a high-quality education for the labor market. We'll open for enrollment very soon, and you can start studying in the second semester of 25. We're also going to have different online specialties, which include narrative, game design, level design, art, market, 3D, cinematics, special effects, and others. These are additional courses that you can take. You can take them as full electives, or you can take them as part of your education program. This is all done online. And how does that journey look? Well, we have meetups, game jams, business rounds, and internationalization. For each of these dimensions, we have various different programs and activities, and I'll go into each of them in a little bit of detail for you. So that's professional education. Distance education, which you can take from wherever you are. In-person education at the different centers that already exist. We usually build them in underprivileged city regions in the outskirts of town, but also in downtown, in the heart of São Paulo, in Vale do Anhangabaú. We offer support for entrepreneurs through various different initiatives. At the beginner level, if you're just starting out as an entrepreneur in this industry, if you like games and you're starting to develop, but you still need a little bit of a push to start to learn how the market works, how you can tap into the market as an entrepreneur, will help you put together your pitch, your business strategy, marketing, all of that. This is all done at the Business Factory. This is a program offered by ADESAMPA, which is part of City Hall. For SPCine, which is the AV field, we've got a game lab as well. where you can bolster your starting business with a grant of 15,000 reals that lasts 6 months. This is for people taking their first steps. This is for beginners. After that, we've got the intermediate level. For intermediate levels, we've got Sampa Games. Sampa Games is our startup accelerator program. Andrea loves Sampa Games. This is focused on entrepreneurs who have some kind of innovation. This is a grant that is valued at 50,000 reals, and we select 25 businesses, game businesses, to join the acceleration program. Enrollment is currently open. It closes on May 14th. And if you're at the intermediate level, you can enroll, and if you are selected, you will receive not just a stipend of 50,000 reals, but even more importantly, you'll have 6 months of support, mentorship, acceleration, education, training, networking, and support with events such as Gamescom Latam, where you can take part and be part of the City Hall booth. If you have a game, you can bring it to the Sampa Games booth at these events and host throughout the expo. Not just Gamescom Latam, but others as well. We have some very cool success cases. I won't go into each of them, but there are many different businesses that were very successful and are very cool. There's also something very interesting here. After you join Sampa Games, we can help leverage you and drive you to the market. We'll give you a different perspective about the market. Often, if you're in this industry, it's because you love games, but you need to turn that love into business. You need to become a company. It needs to generate profit, right? And that's what we wanted to do, to help people who love games work in the sector and progress. We want people to transform their hope, their dream into a business. And when that happens, you will create profit. So we bring these startups and help them connect, whether that means around Brazil or around the world. So we bring our devs to South by Southwest, Austin, Lisbon, Gamescom Germany. We bring the startups that we accelerate at Sampa Games to all sorts of different expos, including Gamescom Latam, such as what we did last year and what we're doing now. And actually, we've been doing things since Big Festival for many years now. São Paulo City Hall has been supporting Big Festival for a long time now, and now we are supporting Gamescom Latam as well. Now let's talk about employability. It's about connection, right? Because, listen, we've already trained our people, whether that's online or in person, and now we have a portal. It's called Avança Tech, where we create and post jobs and job offers in the creative economy, the creative industry. We've got a portal at City Hall, the CAT portal, where we have all sorts of different jobs in São Paulo. Positions of all sorts: pharmacists, cooks, electricians, cleaning, administrative, logistics. And we created a specific portal for technology and games. So we invite companies from the sector, we invite everyone who's at the event, and we invite them to post their job offers. And at the other side of things, we have our graduates, and we match our graduates, our people, with our companies. It's like LinkedIn for games. So we've got over 8,000 resumes on the system, and we're increasingly going to post more and more job offers to help people find their next opportunity in the labor market. And to wrap up our fifth dimension, we're talking about drawing new businesses to the city of São Paulo. And to that end, we've got São Paulo Negócios. We've got support where City Hall helps companies come to São Paulo and invest in São Paulo. And if you're a business located in São Paulo, we want to help you go international. So it's fully free for investors. We offer business prospecting to attract new businesses to come to São Paulo, to build their main office in São Paulo, to make it easier for them to communicate with public and private entities and investors as well. We give them high quality data, and we make it easy for them to give them the peace of mind so that they can come to São Paulo and start hiring people. And they will know that the public sector is on their side. It helps them. It's not making things harder, it's making things easier. Because we know that in Brazil, often the public sector makes things harder for people. But that's not the case in the city of São Paulo. And we also offer education for exports if you want to export your products or services abroad. And lastly, the business environment and the legal framework, which is crucial. And that's what we have here today, a powerful ecosystem, a vibrant ecosystem that will promote business across the board. We've got a business environment with permanent communication with the game sector. So we have constant communication with Abra Games, with Big Festival, with the whole production chain, so that we can understand where the games industry stands today, what the challenges are, and how can we, as the public sector, support them, whether that's through laws, decrees, or even municipal or state or federal interventions. We can talk to all levels of government and raise awareness to make the business environment stronger and stronger for the games industry. And that's what's been happening. Today, São Paulo's taxes are reduced for the technology and games industries. It's dropped from 5 to 2%. That's a sector that the city of São Paulo is incentivizing. And we also created a themed chamber for innovation and technology. And we established permanent dialogue with the sector so that we can all better understand the pain points. So we adapt laws, as I mentioned, and ISS service tax dropped to 2% to give investors more security, more confidence. They will know that if they make an investment in a business located in São Paulo, they will have good returns. They won't have to pay high taxes down the road. This is how the City Hall sees the games industry. We've got a plan here, an economic development business plan in São Paulo, where we mapped out what we have in mind for the city of São Paulo over the next 10 years, what industries we want to encourage and incentivize, what we as the public sector want to encourage within these 10 different sectors. The technology and games sector is a strong component. That's why we reduced the ISS tax, created Sampa Games. That's why we bring startups to all these major events, such as Gamescom. Not just with institutional support, but also other types of support. To have expos such as this one taking place with over 130,000 people across the 4 different days of the expo. So that Brazil sees São Paulo, so that Latin America sees São Paulo, so that the game sector can be stronger and stronger and increasingly more powerful. As I mentioned at the beginning, 1/3 of the Brazilian games industry is located right here in the city of São Paulo. So if we can, through City Hall, strengthen this sector, then I know we'll be able to pull the whole Brazilian sector along with us and help propel other cities, other states, and we'll be able to encourage the federal government too to give more and more support. We've seen some communications here and booths from the federal government as well, starting to offer support. It's still at the early stages, and we want the federal government to grow and expand in its support of this industry. The state of São Paulo is a strong partner of ours. They've got a very cool booth here too, and this shows that the union between the different levels of government is increasingly stronger so that we can propel this sector in São Paulo.
Yes, so I talked about those 5 axes, right, that we have in our city, and within those 5 axes, how can we put all of those together into a single spot? Well, this is what we are creating here in São Paulo. This is our game hub, which is going to be the largest game hub, the public one, from LATAM. It's almost done.
Reais, tirando essa última aqui que já tem gente na arquibancada. Lá a gente vai ter Arena Gamer.
So we have the gamer arena, as you can see. We have battles, we have concerts, we can have connections, lectures, we can have launches taking place here. And we can gather an additional 150 people to connect in this market. We have the playtest area and game launch area. So all of these areas are going to be in place to make sure that small publishers and small businesses can attend and do their launches and present their games. That's going to be like a Gamescom LATAM 365 days per year in the city of São Paulo, where we can actually leave the door open for people to test the games and make connections between people who want to test their games, people who want to play them, and people who want to buy them. So we're going to act as an incubator for those startups. These are the startups that we support. So they are going to have a home. They're going to have a place to call home in there. And we'll also provide some consultancy so we can have qualified professionals helping those entrepreneurs as far as how they can improve their game, how they can, connect to some publisher, how they can scale up their business, all of that. Also professional training. The game dev room that I showed in the axis of professional training is going to sit right here. So that's the classroom right there. That's the first picture you can see there. So we're going to train 700 students per year in this location. This is where companies are going to go to fish out the professionals, to cherry pick the best ones, because that's where they're going to be getting educated. And we're going to do exactly what I was talking about, events and workshops in the gamer arena, and then whenever we don't have major events, we're going to have a gamer battle. We're going to be in this street. You can see the address right there. We're going to be right in downtown São Paulo. Downtown São Paulo today has a lot of events. We have hundreds and hundreds of events taking place in that location with millions of people that are walking by all through the year, and it's going to be right smack dab in the middle of the city. We're going to put the gaming sector on the map, facing the population and facing a lot of sectors. So that's how we want to encourage and stimulate the gaming sector. That's how we want to make sure that this industry can progress in our city. And we do know that if we do it right, the largest city in Brazil, all the other cities, all the other states are going to follow suit. They're going to copy what we are doing right. And for those that are from the private sector, for those that are publishers or from the gaming industry, we're going to be here. We'll be hanging around. We have actually a booth from the city of São Paulo. We're introducing not only Sampa Games, but we're also hosting the Sampa Cast, which is our podcast room. We're going to have a podcasting room over there in our structure so people can actually do their podcasts and stream them from there. We also have a room here from which people can get to know and learn about this business. That's how we're going to make it happen. That's how we're going to foster this industry in the city of São Paulo. That was it for me, guys. That's going to do it. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Now I'm going to ask you a few questions. Do you rather stand or do you want to sit down? I sat down for a long time. Okay, so let's stand. Well, first of all, people are asking and they want to know, for those that want to participate, for those that want to get engaged and, you know, get their hands dirty in this process, are you selecting for a certain profile or type? How is that registry going to work out? How can people tag along and enjoy all these benefits and all that good stuff? Well, for us to have people participating in our game hub, you don't need to have any type of registry. Of course, we're going to have a turnstile in there just to identify people. But all you got to do is come right in. People are going to be able to move back and forth. They're going to be able to use the facilities. Yeah, just use it on a day-to-day. We're going to be open every day, Monday through Friday. Even some weekends, we're going to be open a lot of the time. And so people are going to be able to come in and do precisely that connection to where they can actually learn about the games that are being launched. They're going to be able to play them and try them. I was actually handing the prize yesterday for Multiplayer of the Year. And you mentioned that you play online, and a lot of times you don't know the people you're playing with. And that's where people are actually going to meet in the real world. So they can schedule a meeting. Usually they go in the shopping mall. They can, you know, maybe book a room and pay a lot of money for it. Over there is for free, so people can get together, grab a coffee, grab some juice, get together, meet each other, touch base, interact. We're going to have, you know, private booths so people can hold meetings if they want to, you know, work from there. It's just going to be a connection spot from those that want to have fun and those that want to get trained, get educated, and want to venture out in business. So that's what we are creating in downtown São Paulo. That's for those that want to go out there and see it. For those that want to actually work in it, for those that want to be entrepreneurs, then we have Sampa Games, which is the accelerator. We have absampa.com.br. Again, absampa.com.br. And you guys are going to be able to register, so at least to our acceleration program that is open until May 14. So it's right now, May 14. Yes, May 14, small businesses that are in their initial stage, they're going to be able to register, and they're going to be able to do the call for tenders. You know, we're going to have all the rules and regulations to see if people actually have a game in a position to participate. We're going to have a panel of judges, and they are going to select the 25 businesses that are going to participate in the educational sessions as of September. People are going to get 50,000 BRL and be able to participate in the whole journey in all of that entrepreneurial education process. Now, for the professional education process, we'll still open up the registry to participate on the game dev classes. We're going to have some courses for game devs, and we're going to host those courses in our hub. But like I said, we already have our training rooms that are spread out across São Paulo, usually in the inner cities, because again, we want to promote social equality, right? We want to give opportunity for people, not only for those that already have some money to work in this sector, but we want to give an opportunity for a lot of people from the inner cities that have a lot of talent, that have a lot of willpower, and that want to get involved in the sector, but maybe are hindered from doing that because they don't have the means. Maybe they cannot pay for a course. And the city of São Paulo is going to finance that stuff because we believe in talent. We don't believe in people's address or background. So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to bring people together from the inner cities to that world as well. Oh my God, I got the goosebumps just hearing that. Secretary, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for giving us all this info, and especially thank you for the investment, because we know how important it is, and you're showing what São Paulo is capable of. There you go. São Paulo is going to drive the development in Brazil, and we're going to push the gaming sector as well. We had a question in the last panel. People were asking how the gaming sector will look like 5 years from now, and I'm sure that based on this program, based on this type of support and based on everything that the sector is doing, we are just a facilitator. I mean, those that make it happen are those in the private sector, but if we give it an extra push, we know we can contribute. So that's what we are going to do in the next few years. Awesome, love that. So round of applause to Mr. Secretary Armando Jr. Thank you so much. Thanks to you. That is it from us, folks. That is going to do it. So we're going to continue our schedule in a second. Stick around.
Gente, tudo bom? Deixa eu perguntar um negócio pra vocês. Vocês são os fotógrafos oficiais do evento? Não, dele? Ah, do próximo. Ah, tá bom então. Obrigada, gente. Não, pra saber, porque aí se fosse do evento eu já ia pedir uma foto minha. Sério? Folgada não, gente. Não, eu não quero ser folgada, gente, por gentileza. É? Ah, então. Ai, obrigada. Sim. Ai, maravilhosa. Kika, ai, você é uma perfeita. Eu vou te mandar mensagem, então. Tá bom, então. É Bárbara. Muito prazer, viu? Essa é a prova. Você fica aqui, eu vou trazer o cara. Senta aí, então.
straight from Gamescom Latam 2025, the biggest gaming event in Latin America. Well, we know that the game's scenario is in constant evolution, and of course traditional marketing strategies are no longer enough. If you really want to make your game shine, you need a little bit of extra glow. But how can you do that? That is exactly what we'll learn in our next session, the future of marketing for games, strategies that work. This session will explore new strategies, new ideas such as data analysis, partnerships with influencers, and immersive experiences that will make all the difference in selling your game, and also in communicating and connecting with the gamer community. If you want practical insights and examples of successful campaigns, now is the time for you to listen to us. So let's invite up on stage the CEO of MCR Agency, Sergi Serrato. We will have time for questions as well. A big round of applause for him, please.
Obrigado. Você quer levar isso? Não, né?
Okay, so thank you. Thank you for coming today here. No? It's working? Yeah? Perfect. Thank you for attending to this speaking session. I will be representing MCR Agency during these next 30 minutes, and we'll try to move around all these KOLs, all the content creators ecosystem. So we'll try to move around how to run a content creators campaign, how we are gonna talk with the brands around which content creators are the ones that we need to choose, which are the platforms that we really need to use, and especially which are like the KPIs that we are gonna use. So let's try to explain a little bit more what's MCR Agency. MCR Agency is right now one of the biggest, let's say, gaming agencies here in Latin America and in Brazil. And this year we have been awarded as the best gaming agency in 2025. We have around 70 content creators right now that we represent exclusively, and at the same time we have around 30 people divided around Mexico, Latin America, and Spain. Then let's try to explain where we were 6 years ago when we grew MCR, not as a gaming agency. We began as a variety or entertainment agency. Then we moved to the gaming in 2020, just after the pandemic situation. And here it was like a key point. We had the chance to work and we had the chance to talk with some of the biggest gaming developers, companies, as Activision, as Scopely, and we'll try to explain a little bit more about them just after in the next minutes. During the last 5 years, we have been trying to fight against all the unprofessional environment that we had inside our ecosystem, inside our gaming ecosystem, because we are pretty sure that we really need to move forward a little bit more, and we need to try to find a little bit more professionalism inside our environment. So let's try to talk a little bit more about our customers, our main customers here in 2025 or during the last years. Especially the first one was Scopely with the Stumble Guys launch. We have been working with them maybe, let's say, 3 years trying to grow one of the biggest mobile games, in this case, Stumble Guys. We grew with them and we achieved more than 1 billion views with all our KOLs, especially talking about mobile games. Stumble Guys was one of the best games, and it was like in the first position in the biggest, let's say, shop platforms, as Play Store, for example. We achieved millions of downloads, and it's why we really knew how to grow one big game, in this case one mobile game. Just after Stumble Guys, we had the chance to work with Activision as a retainer agency. In this case, right now MCR agency is one of the, of course, biggest gaming agencies, but especially the retainer agency for Activision in the SSA speaking countries and in Brazil. So we are trying to move around all the strategies that we are trying to use with them in this case. Of course, first of all, we need to understand which are the needs of our client in this case, which are the needs of Activision, for example. And it, of course, depends in case that we have like a new launch, a launch of a new game, or if maybe we just have like an update of any of the games that we have nowadays. So then after, we decide which creators are the ones that we are gonna use, and especially which platform we really wanna push. In this case, in the Activision environment, usually we are gonna push for the PC or maybe for the Steam players and especially content creators. And then with other games, as a Stumble Guys, maybe we're gonna push especially for the mobile ones. Here, for example, in the stage, we have some of our biggest content creators in mobile, and they are mainly players of Free Fire, but this is what we need to achieve. We need to move some of the audience of our KOLs, of our content creators, to these new games. So this is exactly what an agency, what a retainer agency needs to do. We need to find the solution, especially of some of the biggest KPIs that we are going to explain during this speaking session. So after Activision in this case, we began working with Tencent. Tencent, of course, is one of the biggest Asians gaming developers, in this case, and especially with PUBG Mobile. We have been trying to push them with other games, as Honor of Kings, for example. But PUBG Mobile was one of our main pushes during 2024 and probably during 2025. As for example, PUBG Mobile is one of the biggest mobile games nowadays. We always try to focus in which are our main competitors for our games, for example, Free Fire in this case. So we always try to push and we always try to look for those content creators that are the target ones, and especially that we will need to look for those DAUs, those daily active users that will try to move from one game to the other one. So knowing that MCR is working right now with Scopely, with Tencent, with Activision, that we are representing more than 70 content creators nowadays, that we have more than 30 people working exclusively in MCR, let's try to look for what are the KPIs, what's the process to achieve a campaign or to run a campaign. So let's try to talk about the first KPI, the first that we really use in all our briefings, in all our reports. That's the CPM, the cost per mil. Big part of the customers always asked for those KPIs. CPM, it means the cost per mil views that we are going to have in a campaign, and especially that we are going to introduce them in the reports. Let's try to think that a content creator achieve, let's say, 1,100 views in a video, and they get paid 1,000 euros. Here we'll need to do some easy maths. We will divide, and then we will achieve the cost per million views. In this case, for example, we'll have like 10 CPM. So this is like the first KPI that we are going to use, and especially this is like the main KPI that we are going to use depending on the platform and depending on the content creator especially. Let's say that 5 CPM in our region, it's a medium one. Maybe in Germany, maybe in France, maybe in Europe, or in the United States, we are going to run CPMs more or less about 20, 25, depending on. And it depends, of course, in the platform. Because in YouTube, for example, if we want to have a dedicated VOD, or if we want to have just a pre-roll, of course, the views will be quite different. because it will be like a dedicated content, a dedicated VOD, for example, in YouTube, and this will mean that our views will be a little bit less than expected. In case of a pre-roll or an integration, probably we are gonna have better views because it will be an organic content, not as a VOD dedicated. But of course, the viral status that TikTok has nowadays, for example, it means that this vertical content will be always. Let's try to think in 2 CPM, 3 CPM, but not just a reality. This is what we try to show in our briefs. Then we'll need to compare those briefs with the reality in the report. For example, now here we have part of the Activision team, and they are constantly working with reports, constantly working with those numbers, with those KPIs. And it means that we always need to compare our briefing results with our report results. Let's try to think that we manage a 3 CPM, maybe, in our brief, and then we achieve a 5 CPM. What's the difference that MCR, for example, can achieve compared with other agencies? Mainly will be the chance to achieve extra content or reloaded content with those content creators, because for us it's quite easy to talk with them and to explain them that if they really want to keep working with those brands, with those game developers, we need to achieve at least the scheduled CPM and the agreed one in the contract. And maybe if we need to fight to create new content, we will need to analyze why it happens, and we'll need to analyze why it was not working as expected. And this, of course, can be affected. This algorithm can be affected for a lot of reasons. Some of them will be if we have not been as organic as expected. Probably TikTok is one of the risky ones if we want to talk about CPM, or if we want to talk about algorithm, because probably YouTube creates a little bit more of community. What's the big difference between TikTok and YouTube in this case, for example? Or let's try to talk a little bit about Twitch. In TikTok, we'll try to be as viral as we can, and we'll try to be viral, and probably we will achieve it. We just need to push and to create content, and usually we'll be able to be viral in any stage of our content creator lives. But probably in YouTube we'll create more community. So the mix of those platforms, the mix of the vertical content plus the VOD content in YouTube will be exactly the point that we need to find to achieve our main goal as a content creator. Why? Because it's quite hard to be just a vertical content creator. It's quite hard to be, let's try to say, to be a celebrity just with the vertical content, because our main community will be created always in the long-term shots. In this case, for example, in YouTube, or probably in Instagram, for example, we are gonna create less community that, for example, in YouTube or in Twitch, because we will interact more and we'll create more interaction with our audience. So our main goals will be a little bit different depending on the platform, and of course depending on the content creator. Always a gaming content creator, for example, will be a little bit more easy to push for a download, for an install in TikTok, for example, or in YouTube than variety one if we are talking about gaming. But for example, if we are talking about VOD, it does not really make sense to create a campaign with a gaming content creator in case that we are pushing for a beauty product, for example. So we have been talking a little bit about CPM, this cost per mil, but this one is not the main one in our brief part. In our brief part, we're going to talk about the engagement rate. What's the engagement rate and why it's so important in our ecosystem? The engagement rate is exactly the KPI to measure the interaction of our KOLs, of our content creators, in all of their videos, because we are gonna take all the likes, all the shares, all the comments, and then we are gonna compare them with the views. In case that we have 1 million views and then we have just 1,000 likes, for example, it will be a little bit strange, because it means that this video was viral, but it never creates any type of interaction with our content. So it does not make really sense to create a big campaign with a content creator that we are pretty sure, comparing with the other previous videos, that the engagement rate is a little bit low. So maybe sometimes it happens that we can see videos with a little bit less of views, but with a huge engagement rate. And it's for sure one of the things that happen with the niche content creators. Because, for example, if we are, let's try to think about an informatic KOL talking about a software, an antivirus, or a cleaning software, it will make sense for us to not check the views and to check the engagement rate, because probably the people that really want to see this content is because they are quite freaks about this type of content, or because they are really interested in this product. So this will mean that we will need to check, depending on the type of product that we are gonna show, we will need to check which type of content creator, if we really want like a viral one, or if we want a niche one. So this engagement rate will help us a lot to show why we are gonna choose this content creator for this campaign, and the previous examples that we had about the interaction of the audience with their content. Out of the CPM, out of the engagement rate, one of the last ones that we are going to explain is like the cost per install, this CPA that we always try to have, and we always try to track this cost per install, or this cost per acquisition, in case that we are not talking about a game. Because this cost per install will not be an awareness one, will be a conversion KPI. The CPM, the engagement rate, can be part of the KPIs of our awareness report. But talking, for example, about conversion, that of course is the main goal of any of our publishers that are working with MCR, this cost per installation will show you exactly the cost that, dividing the pricing of the content creator and the installs that we had in this campaign, we'll know exactly how much it costs each install. Usually it's not divided into 1,000 as the cost per mil, because usually the amount of installs will be around 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 as max, depending on the virality of the content creator. So this cost per install usually is not as easy as the CPM, because we have the public info and the public numbers. But in the case of the cost per install, usually we'll need to track those links. If you know, in all the promos, we will always have like a big link there. Of course, if it's an awareness campaign, no. But if it's an install campaign, we will always have like this tracking link. But we'll not always be able to have this data, because usually the publishers don't want to share this public data. But for us, it's quite important. It's why we always try to shortcut those links and to achieve this info from our side, just because this way we can check how it performs. Because maybe we can find an utopic scenario where we don't really have a lot of views, but then we have thousands of installs, and this is exactly what we really want to know for future campaigns and in this report phase. Probably, if we have lots of downloads, we are gonna check a little bit of movement inside the Play Store. For example, we'll be able to check if it grows a lot, and especially how it performs. So this cost per install is quite important to know. It's quite important to check that will be always difference between a pre-roll or a TikTok video. Let's say that this is like the first package, because probably we are not gonna have as much installs as a VOD or a dedicated video in YouTube, because probably in a dedicated video in YouTube we'll have more conversion but less views, always, because it will not be as organic as the audience is used to. So those are some of our main KPIs that we will try always to study, and we will always try to share in our reports or in our briefs. So the last one that's quite important, especially in this gaming industry, and I think it's why we are here in Gamescom today, because I think we are quite interested in games. The daily active users, it's what all the publishers and all the gaming publishers, they really want to have as much daily active users as they can. So out of the paid campaigns that we have been talking about, we need to talk a little bit about the organic ones and the organic content creators. It's really important to create a fan base around our audience and around our KOLs games. Why? Because maybe you can do like just one-shot campaign about your game, but we need to keep creating community, as we have been talking at the beginning of the season. So it's important to have like an organic plan with those KPIs, maybe with rewards in game, maybe with rewards while the audience is using the code of this KOL, because if every time that you enter to your favorite platform, let's say Twitch, let's say TikTok, or let's say YouTube, and you have someone playing this game, this means that they are creating community, but they will never be just part of a paid campaign. They will try to be always inside this organic ecosystem to create this organic content creators plan. And it's why we always try to manage those content creator programs inside MCR, because of course it's not a paid scenario, but it's a conversion scenario. Why MCR nowadays is part of Gamescom, it's one of the main partners of Gamescom, or MCR is awarded as the best gaming agency in 2025. It's because we were not just talking about money. Of course, we need to push because we are inside a business ecosystem, but we need to achieve the results, the expected results. What does it mean? That if we just create one-shot campaign, we'll be just a one-shot agency. So we'll never be able to achieve the results in a long-term campaign. We need to create this ecosystem, this organic ecosystem that will never be part of a paid campaign, to be near this community, near this game community. All the games that we have here in Gamescom Latam this year, all of them, they have their own content creators program. They always have to work and to invite those KOLs out of the paid campaign. So an agency always needs to try to push for the organic part and then to push for the paid part. So we will increase this KPI that's called daily active users. Maybe the last one, because we don't really have a lot of time, it's like the churn rate. This churn rate will be the percentage of creators, or the percentage of audience that we are going to lose in a certain time. So always we'll try to have a churn rate a little bit decreasing as less as we can, because this churn rate will mean that our game is not as popular as it was days ago. So we have talked about this briefing part, where we are going to choose the KOLs, where we are going to choose the platform, and where we are going to create the expectation for our campaign, and especially the creative part. Then we are going to run the execution, of course, with our dedicated accounts, with our dedicated workers in this account, and we'll try to work with the KOLs as close as we can of them, and then we will finish our campaign with this report. This reporting part is really important. Why? Because this reporting part will be the part where we compare the briefing part with the final results, the original results. And here is where we create this extra value, where MCR can create this extra value. And I've been talking in Forbes about that in the last article, about the power of the representing agencies. Why? Because as we have been sharing, whenever we don't achieve the results, because it does not depend on the KOL, it depends on the algorithm, it depends on the platform, if they really want to show our content, or if they really want us to push to pay for their content, boosting their content inside the platform. For example, with the Spark ads in TikTok. So we have been talking about how to choose a content creator, how to choose our platform, how to run a campaign with the brief, with execution, and with the report, and why the agencies are creating extra value, having the opportunity to create extra content, having the opportunity to talk as close as they are with the KOLs, and creating this community around this campaign ecosystem. So I think, and I will use the last minutes that I have in this speaking session to talk about our LATAM region and the importance of events as Gamescom. First of all, thanks to Gamescom and thanks to Omelette for this opportunity, for letting us be part of this huge event as partners with our KOLs, with our content creators, and with this session, of course, and of course to Omelette for all the organization during the last months, because it had been a little bit hard to move all the content creators and all this stuff inside those days. And why we need to keep attending to those events. The LATAM region is one of the best regions in the side of the conversion. And at the same time, we are one of the cheapest ones. Some of our content creators, and MCR for example, we are one of the cheapest regions nowadays. If we compare our content and our pricings with other regions as United States, as Europe, we will be able to check that we are doing exactly the same work, and we are receiving maybe 10 times less. So those events as Gamescom, creating this Gamescom LATAM, other big events that we always try to attend and we always try to push, are exactly the reason and why we need to be there. We need to be here, we need to keep pushing, and we need to be as close as we can. We don't need to find for competitors, we need to find for colleagues. The KOLs need to be part of this ecosystem too. And we really need to be really proud that we are part of this Spanish-speaking region and that we are part of this new viral ecosystem that's called content creators, and this new market reality that we are always gonna support and that we are always gonna push. So thanks for your time, and I hope this time maybe you have some questions, so let's try to answer them.
Okay. Okay, so we actually have one question here. Could you please explain a little more about the strategy with nano and micro creators? Since the interaction with the public is more direct, nano creators are closer to the public.
Yeah, exactly. I think that the nano and the micro creators are part of this niche KOLs, these niche content creators that we have been talking about. Not all the creators needs to be quite big, because if we are talking about nano ones, if we are talking about micro ones, we are gonna talk about those creators that are directly connected to the audience. So probably they are gonna have more and more community than the big ones, because they will be able to interact as much as they can with them. So probably micro and nano creators are the ones that I will use in a campaign for niche products or niche services, because I'm sure that they can create more focus, they can pay more attention and more interaction with their audience than the celebrities and the big ones.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much for your time, and thank you for coming here to Gamescom Latam 2025.
Thanks for the opportunity, and see you soon, probably next year.
Thank you very much. Fiquem de olho que logo mais a gente continua com a nossa programação aqui da
Stay
Gamescom
tuned.
Latam
We'll continue
2025.
with our program here at Gamescom Latam 2025 in a second.
Obrigado. Vai fazer xixi.
E agora, continuando com a nossa próxima atração. Bom, a gente vai falar um pouco sobre... Ai, você troca para mim? Agora a gente vai falar sobre Dead by Daylight, gente. A gente vai falar sobre um jogo de terror que fez muito sucesso e que, é claro, teve suas raízes no mercado indie. Basicamente, falaremos sobre Dead by Daylight, os segredos por trás do sucesso da nossa franquia. A gente vai assistir um bate-papo sobre o sucesso desse jogo, com uma sessão com insights sobre estratégias, processos criativos e engajamento da comunidade que tornaram esse jogo de terror um grande fenômeno. Isso é imperdível tanto para devs quanto para fãs que queiram entender o que faz da franquia um destaque no mercado. From its indie roots to a global horror phenomenon, Dead by Daylight has redefined multiplayer terror. And who better to guide us through that journey than the man who helped shape Far Cry, Assassin's Creed, and now leads DBD's Evolution? So please, welcome Behavior Interactive's VP of Publishing, Luke Duchesne. Please, the stage is yours. So, I'm so glad to have you here. Are you listening?
Yeah, but it was in Portuguese.
It's in Portuguese.
So
I think that we can understand each other, right?
Yes, you're next to me. We're
we can
good.
Understand each other. It's
Yes,
okay.
I'm good.
Yeah. No. We can. It's okay. It's okay. Thank you so much. Yeah. So, thank you. Is it your first time in Brazil?
It is my first time in Brazil. I'm super excited.
Yeah, we are as well. So, let's start, Luke.
Yes.
Okay, so first, let's talk about evolution and growth, okay? So, DBD started as a small project and grew into a platform, a global platform. And what were some of the key turning points for you guys? And what advice would you give indie devs hoping to scale like that?
And you're right, I think Dead by Daylight, people might not know that because right now it is so big. But when it launched in 2016, it was only on PC. We had 3 killers, 4 survivors. And it was a humble beginning. It was the first big IP for Behavior Interactive. And at first, like, people don't know that, but when the team was testing the characters, we had a cardboard at the middle of the screen so you could not see what the other person was doing.
No way.
Yeah, so that's truly how it began. And slowly we had some new characters coming in game. We had Michael Myers from Halloween, Bill from Left 4 Dead 2. Then we had Freddy from Nightmare on Elm Street. And slowly the game grew and became bigger. Now we have way more partnerships. And one advice I can give to developers is truly to make sure that first that you are very confident about the game you're making. And if you want to do partnerships with any brand, know who you are. It's very important to know your brand, which brand you're willing to be partner with, because if another brand is doing something messy, it can negatively impact yourself. So make sure that whoever you partner with, you are comfortable with them and with what they can offer you in the future.
Yeah, you really need to do your research, right?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. And let's talk about collabs and creative process. Okay, so you've worked with Resident Evil, with Silent Hill, Stranger Things, Castlevania, and more. Okay, so that's a lot. And how do you adapt these iconic IPs into the DBD world while, keeping its identity intact, Because it's, at the same time, it's still DBD.
Yes, and you are correct, because we created a world that can live on its own. So we have the entity, it's like this weird nightmare that you will never get out of. And every time we either create a new character, it has to fit within our world. And every time we're going to partner with, like all the great brands you mentioned, we have to make sure that they can fit into our world as well. So we have to keep our authenticity while they keep their authenticity as well. So it's really, our creative team is doing an amazing job to be able to bring all of that together to make sure that when you come in and play Dead by Daylight, that all those things are interconnected and they make sense together. Because it's the only place where all those characters can be within the same game. So we have to make sure that it makes sense, that we don't lose the nature and the strength of those partnerships. Because as the brand owners, like when they partner with us, they want to make sure that when we have Resident Evil, it has to be Resident Evil, but within Dead by Daylight. So it's a complex process, and sometimes...
And a lot of strict rules, I mean,
yes.
Right? Yeah.
And yes, and of course, and I would do the same if I was in their position. And some ideas that we had took us some time to make it happen, because we had to find the gameplay solution to make it happen. Chucky is one of them, because it's a small doll. It's like, how do you bring a doll into our world? It took some time. At one point, our creative team cracked the code and said, okay, now we have a way to make it work. So it's truly like the partnership brand needs to be there, the concept for design needs to be there, and everything needs to come together to fit into the crazy world of the entity.
A really big puzzle, right?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. And then there's Nicolas Cage.
Yes.
Yeah. Not just a character, but himself. I mean, I really want to know about this collab, because he's inside your game. And what was that experience like, working with the man, Any fun behind the scenes moments as well that you would like to tell us?
Yes, some cool information about Nicolas Cage. First, when we started, we always look for like cool partnerships on DBD. And someone at one point brought Nick Cage, and we're like, we've never done that. We've had characters, but never a person into the game. So we had a lot of debates internally, and then we said, okay, let's go for it, because Nicolas Cage is just...
Nicolas Cage.
It's just Nicolas Cage. It's the man himself is a character. It's bigger than nature. And then when it was time to record all the... Thank you. All the grunts and the voice. Like I did not attend that session, obviously.
Oh, but, such a shame.
Yeah, I know. But we attended remotely, and from what I was told, like he came in and he nailed everything. The grunts, like does he really want to do like the He said, I'm doing everything. Like it's me. Nobody's gonna do my thing. And people were stunned, like how great he was. And then, like Jeff Keighley from the Summer Game Fest and Game Awards reached out. I've known Jeff for a very long time. We've both been in the business for a long time, and he reached out one day on Facebook, because we're friends on Facebook, and he's like, hey, Luke, I heard there's something we should talk about for Summer Game Fest. And we started to talk, and Nick Cage ended up at Summer Game Fest.
He already knew that before you... Oh, yeah.
But
because it's him, right?
Yeah, it's a small world, and we started to talk, and then it's like, okay, let's bring Nick Cage at Summer Game Fest. And as a marketing guy, and with my colleague, the head of Marcom, like, okay, we need to have clear messaging, like, we need to hit all the right bullet points, and we sent that. We're like, yeah, thank you very much. I'm like, oh. Then I started to get nervous, and...
A lot of pressure, I assume.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we go to the event, and we got a chance to meet him. So we go behind the stage, and like anything, like any questions, and with his style, and don't worry, man. And I'm like, if you want me not to worry, tell me don't worry. This is the right thing. Like, don't run like, shit, what is going to happen? Then Marie and I...
Praying, right?
Yeah. We went into the audience. Ironically, I'm sitting next to So from my former colleagues from Ubisoft, and one of her is one of my really good friends, and she's like, "You look nervous." Like, nervous?
Nah.
I have Nick Cage coming on stage. I don't know what he's going to say. He came up on stage, I think within 5 or 7 minutes, and he nailed every single point. And I was like, wow, that's amazing.
Wow.
And the guy delivered such a great performance. I was very, very happy about that.
That's so unique because usually we don't have this confidence, you know. No. It's so amazing.
So he came on, he knew the game, he knew everything about Dead by Daylight he has to convey, the emotions to convey, and he delivered such a great performance on stage. So we were very, very, very happy about that.
And so do we as well, you know. And so let's talk about the safe place to feel unsafe.
Yes.
This is a perfect phrase for me, seriously. So this is something that really stands out. How does that idea connect with behaviors efforts around diversity and inclusion, you know, and how has it shaped the DBD experience over these years?
For us, diversity is super important. And when we say a place to feel safe, to be unsafe, it's because video games, like we put control in the hand of the player. So obviously we do things in a video game that you will never do in real life. Do not hook anyone this, okay? Do not do that. It is not nice thing, or do not hit anyone. No.
Please, no.
We don't do that. But in video game, we allow you to become either the killer or the scared survivor, so you feel unsafe. But at the same time, our objective is for everybody who wants to be part of DBD to be part of DBD. Whoever you are, sexual orientation, gender, your origin, and more, it's very important for us that people feel welcome and feel safe to be in our game. And like we have characters from all around the world. We have a Brazilian character in the game. So we have people from all around, and it's very important for us that this diversity is respected. And we take very great care about this into how we manage the community. And speaking of, I forgot, I have Sergio and Franco, our two com devs in the crowd with us today and I should have mentioned that at the beginning.
I can't believe one of your devs is like my friend.
Oh, yes?
Yeah, I didn't know about that.
Surprise.
Oh my gosh.
So, yeah, so we're working with them, and the way we interact with our players, we want people to feel safe when they come into DBD, and then they are unsafe in the game because if you're a survivor, you have to escape. But diversity is very important for us. If you play DBD, we want you to feel welcome and that see yourself in the game and not only see people that looks like me.
This is so important. Thank you so much. You know, being part of the LGBTQ plus community, I know that we love a good horror and terror, you know, so thank you. This is amazing. So let's talk about platform growth and licensing. So now that brands come to you, what does that say about DBD's place in the industry today?
Actually, that's very interesting because, as I mentioned at the beginning, when we started as a very small and humble game from a small indie developer from Montreal.
Indie roots, right?
Yeah.
Totally.
Because people might not know that, but Dead by Daylight, like it's being developed in Montreal, Canada. A lot of great developers out there, but Behavior is now it's a bigger studio because of DBD's success, but it was a small team. So we work with others to grow. And now we reach a point where other people are coming to us to work with us. And because now DBD became this brand in horror that is renowned and that people love and they want to be attached to us. And for us, it's going full circle. So, and like funny anecdote, when I joined Behavior, this was not part of our script, but I will tell the story anyway.
I love this.
And when I joined
How many
Behavior,
years ago?
Yeah, I've been at Behavior 4.5 years ago.
Oh, cool.
I spent like a lot of time at Ubisoft before. The last game I worked on was For Honor. For Honor reached out to us. Ubisoft reached out to do a partnership to have DBD in For Honor.
Oh.
For me, it was the ultimate fun. And
so good working with your
exactly
with your old coworkers and working with your current company.
Exactly, because Ubisoft is a bigger company, But Dead by Daylight is a bigger brand than For Honor. And so Matt Cote, our head of partnership, he reached out to me and said, Luke, I'm meeting with Ubisoft to talk about For Honor. You want to come to the meeting? I'm like, yes, sure thing. I know that brand. I've spent 6-7 years on it. So I joined the meeting. They invited a bunch of people. And they showed us slides that I did. So they were pitching us For Honor with my content, which was very funny. So it was one of the moments when another game came to us because of our strength, because it served them. Same thing when we do with someone else is because it serves us. So it's normal. You go to someone and you take advantage of their audience, and we take advantage of their audience. It's a normal deal. So
it's a cross-game platform. It's really important for marketing itself.
Yes, and more. And this is, I think, it's great about gaming because competitive companies will work together. Like when we have Resident Evil in our game, they're competitors, but we partner.
Yeah, because like I play DBD and I play Resident Evil as well.
So, but people could say like, but does it make sense? Like you partner with Capcom. Yeah, but we think about the players. The players are the important part in this. So if we can offer them a cool experience, it's just great for everybody. So for us, when someone reached out to us to do either a board game or a comic book or the movie, that we signed a deal. That I have no news to announce about the movie, but this is still a work in progress. I just want to set expectations here. It's important for us to be able to not offer, but to participate in this effort, so DBD will become bigger and bigger, and to help our brands as well and other brands to shine, because the bigger our market is, the better it is for us as well. So we just need to make sure, same way when you partner with a bigger brand, make sure that it makes sense to you. The opposite is the same. When you accept to lend your brand to another company, it has to make sense to you, and you have to be happy about that partnership.
Oh my gosh, it would be amazing to, watch indie companies doing that, like even more, This is amazing.
And I think, honestly, if you're indie companies, I would strongly encourage you to do that and go and talk with other friends and other companies. And the indie scene, I don't know in Brazil how it is, but I know in Montreal we have a lot of indie studios. There's nearly 300 studios in Montreal. And a lot of the people who create those studios used to work together because they all started, not all of them, not true.
It's a big market, but at the same time, it's a small. Yeah, totally.
Like yesterday before the gala, I was in the speaker lounge and a gentleman came to me and he's from Montreal. He's the head of Compulsion Game. And
what a small world.
Exactly. And some of the people working for him used to work with me, etc. So go and talk to indie studios. Try to build those things. One of the main challenge in gaming right now I'm really going off script. One of the main challenge in gaming is discoverability. Is how do you get noticed in this market when there is thousands and thousands of games every year? So how do you break through the noise? And either you need something very unique so people will find that, or by partnering, like there's a AAA initiative, for example, which is an initiative for indie games that happened like a couple of weeks ago, that if you go there, it's a chance for you to shine, to break through the noise. So partner with other people. You will only be stronger by doing so. And it will help you, it will help them. And at the end of the day, you get to make games.
And we get to see even more creative games as well, right? Yeah, I love that. So let's talk about the Fog Whisperers.
Yes.
Yes. DBD's community, let's go, guys. What's the impact of the Fog Whisperers in building and sustaining DBD's community?
It's huge. The Fog Whisperers, I don't know if there's any content creator in the audience or not, but Fog Whisperers...
Devs probably.
Devs. But the Fog Whisperers, for those of you who don't know what the Fog Whisperers are to begin with, it's a group of people, they're content creators from around the world. It's people with whom we partnered since, I think, 2019, when the program was started. Yes, it's been 6 years now. And the goal is we offer them certain visibility, early view on what we do.
And benefits as well, right?
Benefits.
Yeah.
They get some early content and all, and they stream the content. And a game like Dead by Daylight, and not only Dead by Daylight, like many other games like that, will benefit from having great influencer coverage. But the Fog Whisperers, we partner with them, and they play a key role in developing the game itself and the community around it, because they go in, they talk about the game. Some of them are not always happy. Some of them sometimes will criticize what we do.
Even when they're into the Fog Whisperers community, really?
It's okay. Yeah, sometimes.
Do you think so? Because it's like a really good quality feedback, right?
Yes. And it's okay. For me, I don't mind that
We can
at all.
open up for
Okay,
you.
thank you very
Yeah.
much. I don't mind that because it's how, and this relationship has to be genuine. And that is how their viewers will believe what they say and will trust what they say, is by, thank you, it's by being genuine, because you don't want only to have fake coverage when you talk about your game. And for someone like me who's been in gaming for a long time, influencer was it? Oh boy, I just spilled water all over me.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I love that. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Now my jeans are wet.
No, it's
But
okay. It's Brazil. It's going to be.
It's going to warm
yeah,
up
yeah.
very
Don't
soon.
worry about it.
So, but for me, when I discovered this phenomenon of influencers, I didn't know what it was. And I was a bit skeptical because as a marketer, but like go back.
But influencer marketing nowadays is
Oh, no,
huge.
that's nowadays you have to do that. Like it's
Yeah.
huge and it's.
You have to.
Yes, you
It
have
doesn't
to.
matter if you're like AAA or
Oh, no.
indie.
A game company right now who doesn't want to do influencer marketing, man, you're asking for failure. That's for sure. You need to do that, 200%. But it's a way for us, and especially for an old marketer like me, to let go of control. Whereas back in the day, the ultimate thing was to control the messaging. But now I get it. It took me some time, but now I get 200% the goal of doing it. So Fog Whisperers played a key role in how the game evolved. And if you are content creators, we have a stream next Friday on May 9th, live from Penny Arcade, and a second one a couple of weeks after, and we're going to have some interesting news for content creators. There's changes happening there where more people can be involved. I probably said too much.
So, including Brazilian content creators.
Yes.
So let's go, guys! Yay!
Yeah, everyone. If you're a content creator of any type, there's place for you in DBD.
That's perfect. Okay, so after can we? Unfortunately, okay. Yeah, our talk was so good. Okay, we have 8 minutes more. So after 9 years of DBD, what's the one message you want the audience to live with? And then if we have some extra time, we can.
For me, after 9 years, I think what is key is that there's a team right now of hundreds of people working every day to deliver the best possible content. We are always trying to find a way to renew what we're delivering. If I look just since I joined Behavior 4 years ago, the number of things that changed now with the events like the 2v8, Chaos Shuffle, all those events that we were not doing before, now we do those. And we have more characters coming out. Our cadence changed a little bit. So our goal is always to offer the best possible experience to our audience. And that is why recently we have a bigger quality of life focus. So we fix bugs. A game that is 9 years old, there's a lot of content that goes into it. And yes, there will be bugs. Every game has bugs.
And that's normal, okay, guys?
That's normal.
Yeah.
It's interactive experience, multiplayer. You cannot control everything. And our objective with the quality of life is truly to fix like the most irritating bugs you can encounter. And we have a commitment towards doing that. So we keep improving the experience for our players. And whether it's through this, whether it's through new content, new events, for me, that's my message. We are not sitting on our laurels. We are always trying to find innovative way for you to have fun and enjoy and be into the fog and always be surprised and not have the same experience over and over and over again. So that is why we are doing all of this. And I think that the next year will bring some very, very interesting content.
Oh, I'm super
and
curious
I will not
right
say
now.
more because then a lot of people will be upset at me. But every year, when we go to GDC, for example, we meet with Microsoft, with Sony, and we present our roadmap for the next year. And every year we go in and like, well, if you thought last year was big, wait for next one. Now I can tell you this. We are heading to our 10th anniversary in a year from now.
Oh, that's why 2026 is going to be
Yes.
bigger.
The next year is going to be huge.
Okay, so we have some extra time. I'm going to enjoy
Yes.
it with you. So, after so many chapters, how do you keep things feeling fresh for both new and veteran players?
It's first the various partnership we can do. It's try to look. The horror world is growing. That's one of the great thing about horror. It's not slowing down. Like there are cool movies coming out, cool TV series. So it's to be really grounded with what people experience in horror and try always to bring this little thing that will scare people a little bit more, or these new gameplay elements, and keep the conversation open. That is why like conversation with the community is so important. We listen to them. We have a big team. Like I talk about Sergio and Franco here, but we have Koya in Japan. We have a full team in Montreal. And there's more people that I forgot there. Like I'm really bad at naming people. I should not do that.
Yeah, I can understand you.
I should not. I never. Usually
It's
in
my
teaming,
ADHD. I can say that.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
I'm off my meds, so So I always forget someone, and usually I get people sad. At least people with me today, I did not
They're
forget.
all important.
Yeah, everybody's important.
Yes.
So we really try to keep this flow of conversation open, get the feedback. And that is why it's by talking with people, we do survey every 3 months to ask people what they want, what they like, what they dislike, brands they'd like us to partner with, and various elements. So that is what we're trying to do all the time to keep it fresh, because if we live in a bubble, that is how you don't keep, you start being an echo chamber, and that's the last thing we want.
And you don't attract new players.
Exactly. And after 9 years, like we still welcome new players, and we want them to come in. We want them to feel welcome into Dead by Daylight. So by having this open discussion and by having those surveys, that's how we do it.
And last but not least, we have a couple minutes. So DBD has a huge global audience.
Yes.
And have you noticed any regional trends or cultural influences that shaped the game's content or tone, perhaps in Brazil or
Yes, and
America?
now I will refer to my notes because the team gave me some fun data about Brazil.
I love it. I love it already.
So first, did you know in terms of players, Brazil is number 3?
What?
You are number 3. Number 1, well, it's the US. Hey, surprise. And number 2 is Japan. Very big community in Japan. Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
I thought that you were going to say China, perhaps.
No, Japan is number 2. China is big as well.
Wow.
So Brazil number 3. We have over
Top 3, guys. Yay.
200,000 players every month.
Wow.
From Brazil.
This is impressive.
Over 800,000 players every year from Brazil in DBD. In 2024, Brazilian players played more than 9 million hours of DBD.
Just Brazilian players.
Just Brazilian players.
9 million hours.
Yeah, so that's a lot.
Wow.
So, other thing, 66% play on PC. Not surprised there.
Yeah. We love a good PC gameplay.
77% are survivor main. 5% killer main.
Oh my.
The rest, they vary. The 3 most played survivors, Meg, Sable, and Fang.
Ah.
And the 3 most played killer, Huntress, Wraith, and Chucky.
Okay, Chucky. Yeah, it's a huge thing around here, right? Yeah, I see some faces saying
So, but
that
yes,
makes
we have
sense.
difference depending on countries, on the characters. So that is why it's important for us. And that is why I came this week to and I do this with you. And again, like Sergio and Franco are here. because we want to connect more with the audience. We had an event, I believe 2 weeks ago in Scotland. There was a horror convention when we had people were playing in real life DBD. There was like the trial in real life. In March already. It's been 2 months. We had a big event in Japan. We had Penny Arcade Expo next week in Boston in the States. So we are starting to go back on the road to connect with the audience, and for us it's really important. That's why we do what we do. That's why people get up in the morning and come to work. It's to deliver great content so people have plenty of fun in the fog.
Well, actually, it's a pleasure for us to have you here with us here at Gamescom Latam. So thank you very much.
My pleasure. So thank you everyone for. I look at the countdown, like 25 seconds left.
We nailed it, right?
Yeah, we nailed it.
Please.
Really, really.
Yeah.
So I think it's obrigado is the right way to say it.
Yes.
So thank you very much, everyone, and see you into the fog.
Thank you so much. That was amazing. Look.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yep, that's it. Oh, sure. Let's go. Thank you so much.
I even took off my badge so I can flash my nice shirt.
This is amazing, seriously.
That is the shirt from Penny Arcade.
And you can...
Yeah, I'll keep this. Yes. That's the shirt from Penny Arcade. I think it says Boston somewhere.
Oh, that's so good. I love it.
Boston.
Oh, Boston. Yeah, the anniversary
I
Boston.
stole one of them. Give me the shirt.
As you should, yeah. Thank you so much,
My
Luke.
pleasure. Thank you.
Yes. É isso, gente, que delícia. Ai, eu adoro bater um bom papo. A gente vai em breve continuar com a nossa programação aqui na Gamescom Latam. Fiquem de olho e não se esqueçam de votar nos seus jogos favoritos, nos seus stands favoritos e nas suas atrações favoritas, fechou? É aqui na nossa avenida principal, perto do BB, na área de votação.
Our main road here, next to the BB booth. Thanks.
Sobre como vocês vão fazer com a votação, gente. Vocês já sabem, eu já falei para vocês que aqui na avenida principal, vocês vão perto do Banco do Brasil, do estande do Banco do Brasil, na área de votação, para escolher o seu estande favorito, a sua ativação favorita e o seu jogo favorito. E é claro que a gente vai esperar vocês também.
Of course, we're going to be waiting for you on Sunday at 2 p.m. on this stage for the final award. We had the first session of the award on Wednesday, and then we're gonna have another session on Sunday at 2 p.m. and I'll be here waiting for you. Now, without further ado, we now have a panel with Sampa Games accelerating in indie studios in the city of São Paulo. We want to foster our industry in Brazil and in the city of São Paulo more specifically. So now we're going to see the acceleration Sampa Games program. We're now going to be talking to the people who have been chosen by this program, and they're going to be sharing experiences about their business and their experience in their acceleration journey. We have Felipe Augusto Custódio da Silva, Pablo Gutierrez from Ninja Games, and Daniela Soares from Sampa. Please, the floor is yours.
O palco é de vocês, gente.
You have the floor, folks.
Boa tarde, pessoal. Tudo bem?
Good afternoon, folks. How are you doing?
Tudo bem, pessoal?
How are you doing? I'm Daniela. I'm part of the technical team from Sampa. I'm in charge of acceleration. Besides games acceleration, we have other two accelerations, one focused on audiovisual, one focused on green economy, and another one in technology. But today, our focus is Sampa Games. Sampa Games is an acceleration program lasting 6 months with workshops, mentorships, and business rounds, and domestic and foreign missions. 50,000 reais also investment. More than just speaking about the acceleration program, we understand that the beneficiaries of such a program, you know, I'm a big fan of what I do. It's no big secret. And I'm going to hand the floor to Felipe for him to tell a little bit of what his journey was like during the acceleration process and how he got here to our program. Thank you, Dani. I like to say that I don't even know how I got here, because it was all quick, not in the sense of rushed, but more in the sense that so many surreal things happen, one on top of the other, and you end up kind of blown away in a good sense. So I'm Felipe, I'm part of OrcStack, the name of our studio, and we're here thanks to Sampa Games introducing our first game. Doom's Quest is a platform precision game, you know. A lot of people die. Yeah, I can't do anything about it. But it's a game very much based on our age, the 90s. Luis and I, the designer, game creator, we grew up with those games in the 90s. Mario, Sonic, lots of games like that. So you could get a game to go all the way through the end, or when you're tired, you get home from school. You know, today I work like hell, but anyway, you play a couple of hours, two stages. It's a classic story. Our character Udon, he was relaxing in his planet, and lots of evil cows, because we don't know why cows. On the third game, we're gonna create a story, the reason behind the cows, but they invade the planet, and they put and they stole the sandwich and put him in jail. And so it's a character that we did something outside of the game standards. It's a chubby character, bald. He's 35 years old, and so yeah, I only have to lose my hair and I'll be the character. So the idea of the game is it's a simple story but focused on gameplay. It's an homage to the 90s. And how we got here was something interesting last year at Gamescom. You were here actually, and I don't know, my colleague, my partner Luis, a business spirit came down on him. He started talking to everyone. Oh, look at our game, look at our game, look at our game. He went to Pedro, Tech Toy, Gamescom, and you know, if Shigeru say, oh, look at that, you know, and somebody from Gamescom, somebody from Sampa Games decided to stop and take a look at it. It's okay. And they recommended us to go through the tender. after that, that's when things took off, basically. You go through the tender. It's like a pitch. You introduce the game, why your game deserves the investment, why it deserves to be the focus, and all of that generates scores, and it's almost like bingo, you know, if you have more points. I'm going to compliment Felipe. Our acceleration process is through a tender. There are some rules from the City Hall. There are some, we have a booth. There are some games that are being exposed. We talk about entrepreneurs because we're focused on business, not just developing the game, but getting the game to the market. Some of the mandatory steps are to be a resident in the city of São Paulo for at least 2 years, older than 18 years old, and mandatorily you have to have 2 proposals. There's no need, there's no problem, you know, there's no need to have a big team, but at least 2 people in charge of the studio to keep up with the acceleration, the audits, the you know, consulting sessions. It's nice when you talk about the entrepreneurial side. Luis, he's a coder. I don't understand anything about coding. You know, systems development the first half of the year. But I'm majored in marketing. So in the beginning, Luis said, okay, we need 2, so come with me. I said, folks, what am I going to do there? You know, I'm not from this area of game development. And then it's like what you said, this thing of entrepreneurship. There's lots of workshops and talks and, you know, mentorship and things from the industry. And they started showing us that it was a multitasking kind of thing. You know, that's how I saw that, I ended up becoming the marketing and communication side. And the program has this idea to flip the key of game as a hobby to game as a profession. What's necessary to get into things, to participate, the steps, the people who are involved, and dude, it's a great effect, made a big difference because I'm from the state of Mato Grosso, the countryside of São Paulo. Yeah, not when I was small. I'm still small. But when I was a kid, I would see these Gamescom Germany. I saw that, you know, with the twinkle in my eyes. And then it started in São Paulo. I moved to São Paulo. I came as a visitor. So today, to be here on a stage, presenting a product, it is something. You know, I'm great at controlling my tears, or else I would be, you know, like crying in buckets here. But, you know, it happens to people due to programs such as Sampa Games, because they demystify, you know, it's not easy, but they take away the, you know, the mystic behind it, what it is to be here to work with games. The first day we went there, Brazilian market is the 2nd or 3rd largest gaming market in Brazil. So we have a lot of track record. So in Brazil, there's great potential, a lot of good people, a lot of important people coming out of here. And programs like this one get us to leverage, to, you know, get to the next level. In a few years, we're already good, but we're going to be even bigger. You know, programs such as this one provide the opportunity and show us what it has to be done, how to be done, and it helps, you know, to get that initial boost. I only have words of thanks for this program. I told you guys I'm a big fan of the work, and that's the reason, yeah. Just for you guys to know, those who go through the acceleration process, the process is not like done, the process and the relationship is over with Adesampa. All of these entrepreneurs remain with us. All of these opportunities to go into national, international shows, trade shows, those who have been through have an opportunity. It's a public calling to the studios to continue being part of the network and driving their business. Now I'm going to hand it over to Pablo to compliment us. Well, here we go. First, hello everyone, my name is Paulo. I'm the creative director, visual artist, script writer at Ninja Games, producing for Deep Dive. It has a great assumption here. So, what if shrinks used weapons? And you go like, what? What do you mean? Shrinks using weapons? And I'll tell you, because Gabriel, the character of our game, has the power of going into people's minds and seeing their emotions, traumas, negative thoughts as if they were monsters. And the monsters try to attack him, and how does he solve that? It's with a gun, shooting. And so we brought this project to Adesampa. The story of Ninja Games, the studio I'm part of, I helped create. I'm a co-creator of the studio. It's a beautiful story, poetic even. Myself and my partner, Vinicius Lozendo, 2019, when we started, 14, 15 years old we were. It was like a game jam competition. Who makes the best game gets in a certain period. Our game was terrible, horrible, and 1 week to make the game, and still it wasn't okay because we had no experience, and then the pandemic came, and so with that we had a lot of time to develop and participate in more game jams, and a lot of studios that didn't work out. Ninja Games was our first studio that acquired our game in the game jam, and then we said, oh, this is not going to work. We gave up, created another studio, were part of another game jam, created a third studio. Then when we entered college, in college we had the work group for the final papers. It was called the French Fry Studios, Fritas. At Senac, where we graduate for digital games, we're in the third semester. At Senac, there was a talk. Participate in game jams. We said, oh, yeah, we're good at that, you know, come on. So we watched the talk, and a lady that works with games, Nifuzi, and 2024, around May, we participated as like no expectations. We didn't think we were going to win. And our game was Deep Dive already. We didn't even think we were going to win. We were zero expectations, zero self-esteem, nothing. And so we participated, and we went from step to step, and we won. First place as the very best game in narrative, and then Sampa Games came about right after that, when we won the Control-Alt Jam, and then another talk at Senac about tenders. Sophia Wickerhouse, that was part of Sampa Games, her studio. Sophia was there, and she spoke, you know, participate in the tenders, it's really good, and so and so. Oh, let's try it, man, you know, just to see how it goes, you know, how it happens. And we participated. The first step to fill out the form was hard as hell, you know. Lots of things. We didn't know how to provide the, you know, great sounding answers. We went to the second step, interview, and man, it was scary. We did poorly. We said, oh, we're not going to be approved for the next step. And then it came the video beat and pitch. And then with pitch, we crushed it. You know, we were on the 40th place on the list. We went to the 20th. And 25 studios were going to be approved. We were so happy. And what I have to talk about the tender, I joined one person as one kind of person, and I left it completely different, because what happens is the tender is focused on developing yourself as an entrepreneur, as a businessman, not just a game developer. But I think the game developing part is kind of not the primary part in terms of business, you know, dealing with serious businesses, you know. Myself and Rosendo, we developed ourselves very much as business people, you know, this talking to people and, you know, networking and going to events and parties and bars and stuff. Networking, dudes. And so it was very important to go through this discovery during the tender process, and mentorships, dude, man, that's what makes the huge difference in our business, because lots of mistakes we made because we had never had an experience working seriously with games. We were never from the gaming industry originally. I worked with the healthcare system in Brazil before we went through the tender, and so I had zero professional experience in gaming. Tops, maybe some, you know, small gigs for small studios, and Sampa Games really helped us with this thing, you know. The key point is that when we were developing Deep Dive on our own after winning the Game Jam, we didn't have that commitment, you know, that willpower, that drive that the money from an acceleration can provide. So the 45 grand that we got, oh, that was beautiful. What we have produced in the last 6 months, it's magical. And we haven't even been able to do everything we wanted. And our studio has a different bias than others. It's focused on marketing and advertising, whether you like it or not. So with the money from the tender, we were able to invest in marketing equipment, invested in hiring, outsourcing things, editor, and we have now a production pipeline on the marketing side, you know, like 4 short video scripts a week, produced over 50 videos from the beginning of this year on. And so now we have over 200,000 views in our channels, both YouTube Shorts and TikTok and Instagram as well. So we had exponential growth, both on the marketing side as well as game developing, which was very important to us, truly. Yeah. Yeah, I think that was it on my side. Yeah. I thought nobody was going to talk about the money. Everybody talks about the content. You saw how important money is as well. So an important thing to talk about the financial investment is the selected entrepreneurs receive the money, but it's not like, okay, you come here and you cash the money. No, they got 45,000 K because they went with the acceleration from the last edition. But now it's 50,000 K. Nobody's going to get the money and say, oh, beautiful, I got 50,000. No. There's a budget spreadsheet. There's a bureaucratic side. The approval of the budget spreadsheet. It's government money. It's public money. So the entrepreneurs have to be responsible with, we have to, provide our reports on what it's being used for. After the entrepreneurs, the studios go into the process of Sampa Games, we review the financial spreadsheet. They get the money to have a better guidance of how to invest in the business. So getting money without having guidance of how to use the money makes no sense. The studio may die and not be able to develop the way we expect. Here in the audience, we have Marcelo from Playber. Playber is a company that supports us in managing the program. So they bring all the methodology. Everything that the boys talked about here would not have been possible if it were not for the boys at Playber. So yeah, just plug in there for them. Yeah, Marcelo makes us not look like two slowpokes here. You know, he makes us look good. You know, two entrepreneurs from São Paulo. But you are. You know, you truly are successful. Yeah, says Playber and Ade Sampa. Yeah, Marcelo usually makes a beautiful voice, you know, in the beginning of every talk. He's going to come on stage and say it's beautiful. Just adding to the financial side there, man, what bureaucracy requires us for us to become professionals is things out of this world, you know, because, again, you leave that place with a different mindset completely, you know, after you go through with Ade Sampa. You become way more mature, yeah. And please do not be afraid, those of you in the audience who would like to access Sampa Games, do not be afraid of the red tape of bureaucracy. We understand that many studios are in the beginning. They are not that familiarized with the government, with reporting, with reading a tender. So there, we try to draft it easily, easy to understand. There's a Q&A on the website, the tender. There's also an email address to provide support. If anyone is interested in participating in Sampa Games and requires more details, again, we've got our booth over there. Another important bit of information that makes all the difference. Second half of the year, we're going to kick off a games hub. We're focusing on young people development who are working with game development. At our booth, you will also see a short video of what the studio looks like. And we're coming to the end of our part here. Felipe, you want to add anything? Yes, something I think it's great to talk about. We've got the two sides here. You came from a higher degree side, you were studying this industry. I want to highlight here myself and Luis. I'm 38, Luis is 36. We're not originally from this industry. He's development and marketing, but we never worked with this before. So if you look at this and you say, come on, I'm 30-something, 40-something, I understand a bit, but I'm not in the industry. This is not going to work. No, you're wrong. Try it. Stop placing labels. Oh, it's not going to work for this or that reason. We tried it and it worked. They don't look at age. They don't look at your background. They see if you have potential. If they see potential, it works. Same thing is, if you think that you're too young also to try to participate in Sampa Games, think it over. It's an experience that will make you mature professionally. That's the practical experience. It's not just, yeah, I'm going through college and it's my final paper. No, it's an experience. You talk to professionals from the industry. It's great for those who are younger as well, who have great ideas and have working in development. Sometimes it's really useful. Yeah, I love the practical thing. Yeah, that's the key point, practical experience. Folks, we're wrapping it up. We are available up until Sunday at the City Hall booth. You can ask questions. Come to our booth and to get to know other studios, to see that they speak the same language. They're not blowing smoke, you know, here. We didn't pay them for lip service, you know. Yeah. There's SanDisk, and then our booth is right behind SanDisk. Yeah, come to Panorama Brazil, where Deep Dive is being showcased, and play there. We're close to the arcade. Yeah, please, play Deep Dive. It's a good game. The Sampa has other initiatives as well, focusing on entrepreneurship. If you want to access and take notes, I'm going to speak it slow. www.adesampa.com.br. Okay? And that's it. The end. Thank you.
A gente quer tirar uma foto com vocês. Pode?
We want to take a picture with you guys, can we? Good. All right. Thank you.
Obrigado. Obrigado, viu, gente? Ah, claro. Você tá com o nick 1 já?
Vamos então dar continuidade aos nossos painéis, gente. Eu sou suspeita, adoro esportes. Foi justamente da onde eu vim, cresci e fui me desenvolvendo no mercado de games. Mas a gente sabe que, seja nos servidores, né, de esportes ou esportes eletrônicos, como falem, nos gramados da Kings League com o Neymar Jr. ou nas pistas da Porsche Cup com o Caio Castro, meus amores. Esse painel
on the esports servers with Fallen, on the Kings League fields with Neymar Jr., and on the Porsche Cup tracks with Caio Castro, this panel is for executives who want to understand how Furia builds relevance in Brazil and around the world, and how it turns into real business opportunities through engaged communities and strong presence in strategic territories for brands. So the head of business development and partnerships, Diogo Gandra, will be addressing these topics with us. Let's give him a hand.
Boa tarde.
Hi, good afternoon.
Tá funcionando? Estão me ouvindo?
Hi,
beleza.
can you hear me?
Boa tarde, pessoal.
Great.
Primeiro, obrigado a Gamescom.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Conversar com vocês sobre a Fúria.
I'd like to thank Gamescom for having us here to talk about Furia.
E aí, o PPT pode ir na tela?
We were so happy to be invited to be here.
Falta o PPT.
Can we get our slides on the screen?
Só um segundinho aí até ele ajustar o slide.
Let's just give it a minute.
Ah, boa. Obrigado.
There we go. Thank you.
Bom, tava falando, cara, é um orgulho pra gente da Fúria poder.
So as I was saying, at Furia, it is an honor to be here with our logo on this screen. We're happy to share how Furia became a platform to connect brands and communities that are extremely engaged. We've only been around for 7 years. We came to be through a dream. We wanted to be a great Counter-Strike team. Let me give you a bit more context. If you don't know Furia and its evolution, we started with a dream and we became one of the biggest electronic sports organizations in the world, and now we became a multi-club sports organization, not only for sports but also for the Porsche Cup, for racing, and for other things. So the platform that we have right now wasn't created by ourselves only. It was created by big brands who believed in Furia so that we could get to this point. So I'm going to be sharing a story of partnership. We have fans, we have highly engaged communities, and when we talk about the Panther, we're talking about passion, we're talking about a team, about fans. If you don't know Furia, get ready because you're going to fall in love with it. And if you know it, I know you already love it. So let's discuss Furia. Furia is a world right now, but everything is connected seamlessly and everything makes sense, especially if you live and breathe Furia. So right now Furia is in soccer, in esports, and it also has a big creator hub. We also have lifestyle activities. If you root for Furia, you not only root for it, but you wear our garments. We have a highly engaged community, and we have big partners like Kidia who take us to bigger places. Now, to talk about our story, I want to share a video which summarizes our journey. It is a great video, so please, let's watch it.
Furia, the biggest esports organization in Latin America. Trace this story back to day one, when at a barbecue, the most Brazilian event of all when it comes to gathering family and friends, a few brilliant minds joined forces to create a competitive Counter-Strike team. Or from the explosive start.
It's so difficult to understand how they managed to become such a solid team that can deliver on a stage such as this in positions with so much pressure on them.
Você tem noção? Está na porra da final do nosso segundo torneio internacional. Vamos, porra.
Or from the day Furia expanded its borders to the United States, less than 365 days after that barbecue, or from the point when Furia's influence had already spread worldwide, or from the point when established global brands decided to enter esports because of us, or because we're an unprecedented 100% Brazilian organization with more teams and more games than any other organization, or because we're the organization that has the most impact here and abroad, or because we're connected with so many other segments that we were even invited to have a football team in the Kings League.
Aqui quem manda é a Fúria, porra! Melhor do mundo, Brasil e Argentina pode jogar. Vem com a perna só, porra!
Or because our parties are the best. Or because evolution is in our DNA. Or because of the people who stick with us.
Legends in the crowd, legends!
Yeah, there's that too. And the craziest thing about all this is that our goal was never to be a consolidated organization. That's just the means to get where we want to go. Because our real deal has always been to build a movement for those who are passionate about esports and who cheer like a panther. Because what started with purpose and joy with the right people on day one is what will put us in the right place one day.
Boa, obrigado. Cara, então se eu puder resumir o que é ser Fúria, além de todo esse hype, de trazer toda essa parte de torcida, fã e engajamento, a Fúria é uma explosão em números para as marcas. Quando a gente olha os nossos big numbers, isso é só para os últimos 12 meses, se a gente pegar os 7 anos de existência da Fúria, esse número é gigantescamente exponencial. A gente traz reconhecimento de marca muito grande, visualização muito grande, engajamento muito grande. A Fúria é um mundo vivo, onde os fãs realmente interagem. Se a gente ganha, a gente é muito bom. Se a gente perde, a gente não é tão bom assim. Mas o que quer dizer que existe esse engajamento em tempo real o tempo todo. Essa parte de comunidade foi muito grande. Então, quando a gente entrega para essa galera 11 times profissionais, a gente é aliado às maiores partes de organizações de games e esportes, as maiores publishers, as maiores franquias, a gente criou esse mundo. E esse mundo, ele é gigante para de oportunidades junto com as marcas que estão com a gente. Então, se eu puder traduzir um pouquinho como é que funciona isso, primeiro de tudo, o mundo da Fúria ele é fan-based. A Fúria só existe por conta do nosso fã. Ela é um time. Nenhum time existe se não tem fã e não tem competição. Então, para a gente trazer isso para o fã, é onde começa essa história. Se a gente olhar, hoje a gente oferece, né, vamos dizer de certa maneira, 11 times competitivos. Então, a gente tem a galera que assiste Counter-Strike, a galera que assiste LoL, a galera que assiste Apex, que assiste Rainbow Six, Kings League. Parte se converge, parte não se converge. Então a gente está falando aqui de 11 comunidades altamente engajadas, assistindo, curtindo, vivendo Fúria da maneira mais intensa. E aí que está a magia do negócio. Dentro disso, como que a gente fala com a galera? Conteúdo. É o tempo todo conteúdo em redes sociais, nos mais diversos formatos, mais diversas maneiras. Conteúdo real-time na Twitch, conteúdo real-time no YouTube, no X. Então, todo dia a gente brinca que o Brasil joga. Todo dia a Fúria joga. A gente tem 11 times. Todo dia a gente está vendo alguma coisa, está vivendo Fúria de alguma forma, está torcendo de alguma maneira. Mas ao redor de tudo isso, que é a parte de performance aliada ao entretenimento, que é onde a gente entrega essa parte para o fã, na parte de trás a gente constrói um ecossistema para ele fazer parte e se sentir Fúria cada vez mais. Então existe a parte de impacto social muito grande, a Fúria carrega e faz essa bandeira acontecer junto com as marcas. A gente fala sobre temas relevantes, mas a gente também faz sozinho e faz com os parceiros, com as marcas que apoiam a Fúria. A gente traz uma parte toda de lifestyle, então quem vive e torce também veste Fúria, seja na balada, seja no bar, seja no estádio para torcer pela gente. E além disso, a gente amplifica a nossa voz através de creators. Creators são a maior rede de influência hoje em dia, não preciso nem falar o quanto o marketing de influência é significante para todo mundo aqui dentro. Então trazer esse ecossistema para aquelas marcas, não é à toa que elas estão com a Fúria. Não é à toa que a Adidas está com a gente, a Cruzeiro, a Helmas, a PokerStars, a Legion, Red Bull. Tem mais uma nova para chegar que a gente vai anunciar, mas não tem uma marca aqui que não é líder de mercado. Então a gente está falando de algo que a Fúria construiu com relevância e também não foi sozinha. Foi com essa galera que acreditou em parcerias de longo prazo. E aí, se eu puder traduzir um pouco mais ainda como que a Fúria faz isso de maneira mais simples, cara, são 3 territórios e um movimento. Esse movimento é justamente competição, conteúdo, lifestyle e comunidades juntas. Seja em esportes, seja na Kings League, seja na Porsche Cup. Trazendo toda a parte de network de influência de creators e agora com uma novidade que é a Madhouse. Então, até curiosamente, quando a gente formou o time na Kings League, poxa, com o melhor nome do futebol que a gente poderia ter, que é o UNJ, a gente trouxe um problema que é não ter uma parte de streamar. E o conceito da Kings League, eu não vou me aprofundar aqui, mas acho que todo mundo sabe que é um dos tópicos mais falados no Brasil, nessa parte de competição e entretenimento, que está super em alta, mais do que as próprias Kings Leagues que acontecem internacionalmente, a gente trouxe a Madhouse, que é a próxima novidade da Furia, que eu vou comentar também, mas é o nosso canal de broadcast, onde a gente vai começar não só a trazer os conteúdos em redes sociais, mas agora ao vivo também, em campeonatos, na Porsche Cup, em tudo que a Furia fizer, vai ser transmitido para a nossa audiência com conteúdo proprietário na nossa linguagem. Mas para contextualizar, quem não está muito sabendo o que é a Kings League, cara, fica por dentro, é um show, a gente está com um puta time lá, onde a gente está trazendo o futebol da nova geração. Então essa é uma liga que está chegando aqui e eu queria compartilhar com vocês também o nosso lançamento, já que a Kings League ela é tão recente aqui no Brasil. E aí queria pedir para o pessoal da House colocar o nosso vídeo aí.
Lipão. Presente. O atleta mais rápido de todos. Lelete. Presente. O melhor das Américas. Jefinho. Presente. Negrete.
Presente.
Sofia, Espanha.
Presente.
A Faria Lima venceu. Meizinho.
Meizinhos, Faria Lima mais que presente.
E nosso melhor do mundo, Neymar Júnior. Ué, NJ? Presidente. Bem-vindo, presidente Ney. Tamo junto, presidente Chris Guedes.
Mas e aí?
Vamos assistir isso aí aonde?
Boa. Não sei se todo mundo tinha visto esse vídeo, mas pra gente é um enorme privilégio estar junto com o Neymar. Cara, o maior nome do futebol. Ele é um cara que veste Fúria, é amigo nosso desde sempre, e poder conectar ele em algo tão endêmico pro brasileiro quanto o futebol, a gente ficou feliz. Claro que eu gosto mais do Menzinho, mas aí, né, não tem como, o cara é muito bom. E aí no final vocês viram que a gente trouxe o Igão e o Mítico. Então o que a Fúria fez? Quando a gente trouxe o NJ, a gente também precisava transmitir, né? Tem um conceito da liga que é alinhar celebridades à transmissão de conteúdo. Então a Fúria lançou esse ano de maneira também proprietária e inovadora no mercado, a primeira organização a ter esse canal forte de transmissão dos seus próprios conteúdos. Então a nossa ideia é ser muito original nisso, a nossa maneira, por isso que chama Madhouse. Então no final a Fúria é uma maluquice, é uma loucura, aquele mundo como vocês falaram, nada melhor para traduzir isso que o nome do canal. Mas é alinhar esporte, cultura e entretenimento literalmente a nossa maneira, com a nossa autenticidade e com o impacto que a gente faz. Então a gente já sai com a Madhouse alinhado ao Podpah, pô, os maiores canais de podcast, Igão e Mítico, são gigantes aqui, tem muito a ver com o DNA da Fúria, e a gente já começou a transmitir no Kings League. Então só na Kings League, ter uma ideia, obviamente eles não são os dados só da Madhouse, mas em geral, o jogo da Fúria contra o nosso maior rival, que é a G3X, que é um dos times que está favoritos também, cara, a gente bateu recorde de audiência, quase 1 milhão de visualizações únicas. A média de visualização e o total de visualizações que a Fúria também tem dentro da Kings League é a maior de todas. Então a gente fica muito orgulhoso de partir assim, dentro do canal, com essa exposição, com tudo que a gente tem feito e com os parceiros que estão com a gente. Obviamente, pelo futuro vai vir Counter-Strike, Valorant, Porsche Cup e todas as outras coisas que a gente está envolvido. Então, quem não conhece ainda, segue a Madhouse também. É um conteúdo muito massa, a nossa maneira. Ele é totalmente diversificado, não fica na mesmice. Eu acho que vocês vão curtir muito. E aí, acho que para ir terminando e ir ateizando um pouco mais, esse mundo da Fúria, ele é grande e complexo. Mas no final ele dá muito resultado. A gente não trabalha a parte de patrocínio ou a parte de parcerias, como a gente chama aqui, de uma maneira tradicional. A Fúria tem cada vez mais reinventado a maneira de trabalhar o patrocínio. E é por isso que a gente está com essas marcas hoje. E não é a marca que vem aqui, faz um projeto, nenhuma marca que está no slide aqui faz um projeto e sai fora. As marcas que estão aqui, a PokerStars está há 5 anos com a Fúria, a Red Bull está há 5 anos com a Fúria. A King Panda, a Maze, Prime Video, Logitech estão começando relacionamentos. A SanDisk, a gente está aqui mesmo com o stand, a primeira vez uma parceria junto com a SanDisk. Então a gente está explorando cada vez mais esse rol de marcas e maneiras de se conectar com nossos patrocinadores e parceiros, mas de maneira que a gente consiga ter sempre essas parcerias estabelecidas, seja um patrocínio a longo prazo, seja parcerias esporádicas, mas que elas se conectem em momentos icônicos que façam sentido, mas que todo mundo usufrua disso. Então quando a gente olha para esse slide aqui, de verdade, não tem ninguém que está há menos de 1 ano com a Fúria. Então essas conversas são muito legais. E a maneira que a gente quer se conectar é muito a maneira que a gente entende que pode se conectar. A Fúria não tem um formato fechado. A gente tem algumas maneiras de trabalhar patrocínio, que não é só o logo na camisa. O logo na camisa é muito legal, mas ele não entrega resultado por si só. Então nossos patrocínios, eles sempre entram com branding, conteúdo, a parte de talentos com jogadores e players, né, que são a parte mais importante de você criar a fanbase ali, é como você veste, como você come, como você anda. A marketing de influência é uma parte muito grande. Ativações especiais que a gente faz com as marcas e a parte de mídia que a gente tem no Podpah. Então no final, a gente não está falando aqui da Fúria como um canal, a gente fala como uma plataforma. Hoje, quando a gente fala de marketing, pouco importa o canal. O que importa é que você precisa chegar na comunidade. E quando você chega numa comunidade através da Fúria, você chega através da paixão dela. É muito difícil você mexer nisso, mas na Fúria você mexe. Eu conheço gente, cara, que agora tá parando de comprar Nike e eu tô aqui invadindo o espaço de um patrocinador porque a Adidas agora é patrocinadora da Fúria. E isso mexe com a paixão, porque ele apoia o meu sonho. Tem gente que agora, meus amigos, o último quebra os teclados, quebra tudo, a galera quer comprar Logitech. Em vez de ficar comprando o jogo, começa a assinar Xbox Pass. Isso mexe com as pessoas, a paixão mexe. O futebol já mostrou isso pra gente, né? Quando o mercado vai lá em Minas, patrocina um dos times, não patrocina o outro, a galera para de comprar no mercado, cara. Isso é uma parada muito forte, assim. Isso realmente move pessoas, mas move pela paixão. Mas nisso, no final, que eu só queria traduzir e depois deixar um último vídeo aqui do nosso novo anúncio com a Adidas, que é para vocês entenderem um pouco da pegada que a gente trabalha esse marketing de patrocínios, é que a Fúria é super orientada a dados. Diferente de muitos patrocinadores, a gente trabalha isso realmente entregando e provando que o patrocínio se paga. Então a gente traqueia tudo que a gente faz, tudo que eu mostrei para vocês, seja em redes sociais, seja em live stream, seja ativações, seja mídia, tudo isso é computado em dados. E tudo isso a gente discute semanalmente no patrocínio, o que funciona, o que não funciona, o que precisa mudar, o que precisa evoluir. Coisas que a Fúria inventa. Amanhã pode ser que a gente tenha um time no basquete, não estou dando spoiler, tá? Estou realmente chutando. A gente entende como acoplar esse asset patrocinador. Não é tudo sobre dinheiro, é sobre parceria. E a parceria leva dinheiro, leva resultado e leva a gente para lugares mais longe. Então, onde a gente quer ir com essas marcas é muito além do que a gente já foi hoje, de conquistar o Brasil, de estar internacionalmente sendo cada vez mais reconhecido, de estar indo para Riad agora, de estar indo para a China, de estar indo para outros lugares levando a Pantera. A gente quer isso. E aí, se eu puder só deixar uma última forma como a gente olha e trabalha os patrocínios e a importância, esse é um anúncio que a gente fez com a Adidas. Então não é um logo, não é, estamos com a Adidas. Não, a gente investe nisso, a gente quer comunicar de maneira forte, de maneira grande. E a Fúria também não quer estar em segundo lugar, a Fúria quer estar em primeiro lugar. Por isso que a gente está com essas marcas que a gente está. E as marcas que a gente quer trazer junto, justamente são marcas como essas. E aí acho que o convite fica aberto para vocês viver essa paixão. Quem não vive Fúria, vive um pouquinho, entende isso olhando para o lado assim, de quem já é Fúria, você tem um time do coração, se tem uma marca que apoia o teu time. Veja esse vídeo como se fosse uma marca que você curte, que apoia o teu time de futebol, de vôlei, de basquete. Acho que você vai entender um pouquinho do que eu quero dizer. Pode dar play aí?
Eu desafio o impossível, sem medo. Eu celebro a queda, levantando. Eu questiono limites, sempre. Eu vibro no compasso do coração. Eu respiro, inspirando paixão. Eu grito, eu sofro, eu não desisto. Eu luto, eu sou.
Galera, acho que é isso. Se vocês puderem absorver esse painel, ele foi sobre paixão.
This is it. This panel was about passion, about brands that connect to audiences and fans and highly engaged community with exceptional results to the brands that are by our side. And we are able to make a dream come true, to become world champions, to see our champions on the podium and to conquer the world. Thank you.
Arrasou.
E o nosso próximo painel, que será em inglês.
Our next panel in English will tell us what makes game development in Latin America so unique, important, and full of potential. Creativity as well. Professionals from the industry will discuss the rich diversity in our region, diverse cultural influences, and the growing local talent. They're going to highlight the challenges and opportunities for developers, the global impact of Latin American games, and how the industry can continue to prosper in the world global scenario. Yeah, take it down on your notes. Yeah, take it to heart. So for this conversation, I'm going to invite on stage, if you please, big round of applause, founder of Raw Fury, Davi Martinez, co-founder of Big Latam, Florencia Ortiz, COO, Danger Entertainment, Dan Stern, and we're going to have David Lucio, founder of Latin American Games Showcase. We're going to have questions, so enjoy the opportunity. Get the QR code. Big round of applause, folks, if you please.
Hi, everyone. I don't know. I hope you can hear me. I'm going to start by saying that I'm way cooler in Spanish than in English, so I'll do my best to make this work. I'm going to reintroduce my colleagues. So I have on my left David Martinez, co-founder of Raw Fury, Florencia Rossetti, director at Big in Latam, and we have Dan Stern, co-founder of Dangen Entertainment. We wanted to have a small talk about what's happening in the region, and I really wanted to tap into their minds because they have a quite nuanced experience with LATAM and the development scene. I wanted to start by talking about the international perception of the Latin American scene. And I wanted to ask you, Dan, to start off. I know that you've worked with several Latino teams, specifically from Panama, so I'm proud of that you have been able to work with some of the hidden gems that we get, even from a smaller country within LATAM. What do you think, from your experience, but also like from the wider industry, what's happening in Latin America that is bringing eyes and attention towards it?
I mean, the main thing from my perspective is quality games. So the first thing that caught our eye when we looked at Bug Fables, for example, I mean, immediately the art's like colorful, it's really pretty. It was also early. I mean, these days there are quite a few games that are using a paper aesthetic, and there was even around that time like a group of them were trying to support each other in spreading word about different games that are inspired by Paper Mario aesthetics. But at the time, Bug Fables was quite early in that. So I hadn't really been seeing any of that. And being a big fan of Paper Mario in the first place, I was like, wow, this is somebody who really gets what has sort of what I've been wanting as a fan out of that series that I haven't been able to get out of the official releases. And so it kind of took me back to, N64 days when I was like, I was like, what is this and what's going on? Like, and I wanted all of the RPG systems and all of the progression and what I found in those original titles. I mean, taking it a little bit more broadly, I would still kind of apply the same main thing. I look at like games and what the developers are trying to achieve there, and like then I like kind of look inwardly at like how do I feel about that? How does this resonate with me as a player? Like, what do I want to play? Which is, I mean, frankly, a lot of retro stuff. And I found that the Brazilian teams, which we work with quite a few of those, they love like 90s aesthetics, whether that's music or games too. And that really that resonated with me and brought my attention to want to learn more about the Brazilian development community. Getting introductions from the Bug Fables team to the Bittersweet Birthday team. Immediately when I saw that, I was like, wow, like these guys have incredible talent. I want to learn more about like what are other people doing. If these guys are able to achieve this, there must be other gems too.
Yeah, I mean, David, you've been looking at LATAM for a while now. I know Raw Fury has worked with several teams from all around the region. What else stands out from the region?
Man, there's a lot to unpack with that question. So
I've been fortunate enough to come to Big Festival. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that anymore. But I've been fortunate to be visiting this convention since like 2017, and so early in Raw Fury's life, we just started in 2015. You know, we were able to see like pretty quickly just like how vibrant the region is, and I think that still holds true to this day. Like when you're looking at like a sea of games from all over the world, right? You can still pick out little nuanced things within a screenshot or gameplay element or something. And whenever a thing is like colorful, whenever it's like kind of fun and boisterous, like my immediate impression, if I didn't know where in the world it was from, it would be it's probably from Latin America, right? So for me, like, and actually a little similar to what Dan said over here, because I'm a bit of an old school gamer too, I feel like this region does cater a little bit more to that. I loved what you said specifically about Brazil, because the retro scene here was very interesting compared to the rest of the world with like bootlegs and whatnot, and the Sega Mega Drive, like, you know, being the crowning achievement here. But anyway, so a lot of this is encapsulated in the work that we see today. The colorfulness, the fun, the vibrancy. That's what I equate to Latin American scene.
Still making Sega Mega Drive cartridges, right?
They are, that's right.
and I think that has a lot to do with when we had access to consoles and gaming. So like the maturity of developers that are now working on games have this sensitivity for retro that was actual for us like 10 years after the global audience got access to those games. So I think that has a lot maybe to do with how that work flows. Florin, you've been working with PR for a lot of games in Latam and working not only for Latin American games, but for games that are trying to dent in the market in Latin America. I wanted to start with you also talking about what advancements have you seen like in the scene in the last 5-10 years?
Well, I mean, basically, I think that being here in the second edition of Gamescom in Latam is just an example of how much, like, not only the development scene has grown, but also the consumer market is getting really big in Latam. I mean, it's the second fastest growing region in the world. So what I've been noticing, because I've been in PR like 9 years, and like when I was starting, I was part of a biggest agency as an employee, and it was then I moved to BizDev for them. It was hard to sell, I mean, Latin American as a market if you think like before the pandemic, because no one knew like Brazil was a market, but the rest of the countries like no one knew about Argentina or Mexico. But right now, I'm noticing that many publishers are starting to come here to Gamescom Latam, and they're also looking because they see the talent in the region, you know. They are also looking for the audiences here because, I mean, there's passion. I think what stands out for many foreigners that they don't know Brazil or Argentina or Chile, that we have a passion that shows that we love the games we play, but I think that also teams, they are developing the games they want to play. I mean, you don't see many indies here that are developing, I don't know, IPs. On many teams, they stay indie, developing the games they want, instead of moving to AA. That's the thing that studios are doing in the US or in Europe. So for me, it's that.
And the market, I feel like that's, just to piggyback on that, I feel like there's a better understanding within publishers as well, the difference between Latin American Spanish and Castilian Spanish. If you assume that everybody, it's all the same, we'll just do one version, that's cheaper. It's such a huge miss. It's a disrespect to the cultures that when you've got the wrong language in the wrong territories. And I feel like some publishers are doing a better job to like identify that and get it right.
And Latin Americans love local localization. Like hearing our voices in the voices of our characters is hugely important. But like as you were saying, hearing it in our own language, not only like Spanish. And I've seen a lot of like really good, amazing efforts of localization around Argentina and Mexico for AAA games and stuff. And hopefully that also transfers to the rest of the industry.
I wanted to also comment on something that Florencia said here, because like the talent and the quality here and I'm just going to say all of Latin America, right? across the board has really improved, like especially in the last 5 years. And I think that's like a credit to a lot of the different country associations and some of the more regional and even like super localized associations that are helping to educate newer developers about like how to form a pitch deck and what are the best game design philosophies and how to understand market trends and how to analyze that appropriately and not like overinflate numbers or whatnot, and not setting the proper expectations. And this comes from maybe like the first generation of independent developers from this region who found success, who have then gone on to like educate their younger peers, and that we're seeing this now constantly. Whereas maybe at this particular convention you would show up and the pitch decks were a little difficult to swallow, but nowadays like they're beautiful, they're templated, they're practiced, and it's just really just a massive step in the right direction.
Yeah, and I wanted to literally take the conversation there. Like I'm guessing you guys have seen a lot of pitch decks on this Gamescom. What has been like the biggest advancement on those, just like those small conversations with devs now than like 3 years ago? And I ask this because I agree that I believe that the indie scene as a whole is very built up on paying it forward. And I think that in Latin America it's even more true than anywhere else. So I wanted to see if you guys have noticed anything specific about how devs are interviewing you guys or meeting with you guys. Have you seen any advancement in there?
They're asking a lot of smart questions back to us. It's like, I feel like even just a few years ago, the entirety of the 20-minute slot that we get for the meetings here would be used for just them to explain what's going on. But now they've built in like Q&A time. They want to know how we are going to support them. And I'm assuming they've been given this advice to do so. And I think it's smart. It's really smart. Sometimes it's a battle between publishers. And these questions are what makes the difference in like choosing who the appropriate partner for them are. And also one thing I really did want to say is that the quality of pitches, I think, has now finally matched what we're seeing in other like more seasoned parts of the world, like in North America and in Western Europe, who have and in Japan, who have had these development scenes for quite a bit longer. But we're now seeing the same level of pitch quality there.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to, I agree. I'm getting better questions and first of all, I'm getting questions. I didn't used to. Yeah. And I'm seeing a lot. I'm seeing some, even in the data. I met with one team today where the lead developer is a market analyst in his day job, a mathematician. And for the first time, I saw an excellent spread of analysis of like these games perform like this way. These are all of the ones that are similar to our game in these certain ways. Here are the metrics that I'm using to compare them as similar. But here's our break-even point. And these are the ones that broke even. And that's literally advice that I gave I gave that advice a couple of years ago at a talk here. And I revised that even a little bit after speaking with Rami Ismail, who points out, like, highlight, like what game is like yours and broke even, and in what way are you doing something better? And then identify maybe, a 200% ROI point, a 500% ROI point. What game was like that and reached that? And what game was like that and reached it? Instead of focusing on market leaders, which are likely outliers or maybe have like historical reasons why they were able to achieve that level of success. Whether that was like, 10 years of making Battlefield maps or whatever it might be, to give them resources that you might not have as a new indie developer.
Yeah, what I've seen in the past few years, maybe after the pandemic, from a Latin American point of view, like talking with devs or being involved in development, is that I think they're asking better questions because they have learned what to expect from a publisher. Because in the past, the idea was that, okay, I need funding for a game and nothing else. And that's not true. I've been telling them, they were forgetting about marketing, events, QA, a lot of like satellite things that are surrounding the game, that you need. And I think that right now they know that. They know that maybe they need their game in a show like this, or that if they need funding, how much funding and for what. And that's something that, I think that that knowledge is being spread in Latin America, because when you get more and more successful games, then of course the old developers pass the knowledge to the new ones. So I think that we will expect like more and more and better games now from the region.
I actually do focus a little bit more these days on like what is our philosophy as a publisher? Like, how do we time given, with examples of like how do we solve like this tricky like developer relations issue? You know, if development is late, what happens? What actually happens? And what did we do to solve that? I feel like if you just list off the services that a publisher does, then a lot of them end up like they kind of sound the same. It's like, you know, okay, this guy does QA, this other guy does QA. Like they all said they do the same kind of stuff. Like, what does that mean? What is the marketing? How do we approach that? It may be tough to give a quick like specific one for the game that I'm talking about, since a lot of planning and prep goes into deciding like what is the marketing positioning in order to even be able to create the marketing plan. But if I lean on like old examples, then I can give people like a transparent view of like, well, how did we solve those problems? Because they definitely come up with every project.
Yeah, for sure. So I know that we just spoke about stuff that has been advancing in the region. Have you also seen anything that's holding us back, especially from a publisher standpoint? When you sit with a team from Latam, you see all of these investments, but maybe is there something in Latam that the industry is still seeing like something that is either frowned upon, or it's holding us back, or it's a no for a publisher? Is there anything specific that you can pinpoint?
No, I mean, I actually don't think that there's too much of an issue nowadays. If you asked that question like, I don't know, 8 years ago, this would be a conversation. But no, I think the issue is the biggest issue in my view is the same issue that's always kind of plagued Latin America and other like burgeoning scenes like Southeast Asia, and it's just access. That's it. It sucks that like because a lot of business gets done, it shows in the Northern Hemisphere at GDC and at Gamescom in Cologne, right? And it's too much to ask someone to travel that far, and the cost is great, both the opportunity cost and the financial cost to get up there. And so a lot of folks will stay here, and that makes it difficult. So unless people come down to these shows, which Dan and we try to convince people, and we've seen Florencia at other places all over the world too, and you as well, right? We're like, hey, you need to be here. And that is still, I think, the biggest issue. As far as like what are developers doing here, I mean, I'm not really seeing that much different now between here, between Europe. It's a grown scene. And
going on that, and how the scene in Latin America is evolving, but there's also more of an interest of the global scene to look at Latin America and see where they can fund games or support games. What else are publishers looking at in Latin America beyond cost effectiveness? Like I know what is highlighted from the games, and that our eyes are drawn to our artistics, and there's a lot of stuff that we can talk about that. But cost effectiveness has also been an issue, or at least something that draws. Is there anything specific or beyond that that's really attractive about Latin America?
I mean, for me, a big part of it is the retro part of it. Those are the games that I want to play, and a lot of what we publish is stuff that we want to play ourselves. We go through a whole process of like filtering through pitches, because there's so many games out there around the world. But I consistently find that for like retro experiences, like Brazilian developers, especially for us, because we've signed quite a few developers from here, have like zeroed in on like what can I do that's new within this space to do something that's reminiscent of what I love and what I grew up with, but also like how can I like build on that to make something new and like to create a new experience. We're working with a game right now that's unannounced, but it looks back on retro experiences and applies that to a different genre. So it's this like genre mix with new perspectives that weren't applied earlier, and a lot of like really beautiful tech art that helps it pop. So I think when people see that visually, it's going to stand out differently. Not just because of like, yes, there is incredible talent in pixel art. I think maybe unusually so in Latin America. so many great pixel artists have even like, begun their careers here and then moved on to, some of them like live, even like in like Canada or other places now, and have worked on like industry-leading games in the indie space. And it's not just the traditional methods, but also what are they doing to like modernize these things and make them like fresh and interesting. I think Bittersweet Birthday is one that caught my eye in that regard, because yes, the pixel art's really good, but the technical art and how they're portraying that in Unity also, like, it makes it stand out in like the market now, where we have like 15,000 games, and of those, many of them are going to be beautiful pixel art too. So just being good is not quite enough. It comes down to also art direction and how you use it.
I feel like there's actually a real fun level of risk-taking that still occurs here in Latin America. Like the indie scene in the Northern Hemisphere has gotten, I don't want to say stale, but there's definitely a lot of risk mitigation going on. And when you're in a region of the world that doesn't have the same level of access, then you innovate through the game itself, right? Okay. When I have the chance to meet a financier or a publisher or whoever, I need to bring them something that is going to be different, that's going to blow them away. And having that kind of in the back of your head, I think, is what has made the Latin American scene really different from whatever else is out there in the world right now. So
I love that.
I appreciate it. It feels old school, like in some ways.
And that's also very Latino in a really good way. Because I think culturally, we are risk takers in a lot of the stuff that we do, but because we have to culturally. So it's really fun, or it's really nice to see that that's seeping through, and that you guys notice that even through gaming.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Jumping to marketing really quickly, I wanted to know if you guys have noticed any trends that are working to market a game in LATAM, or that aren't.
What I'm noticing is that it's really new right now. Especially in Argentina, there are some cases that are games that have used Argentinian folklore to like, gather a strong audience in Argentina. That was something that they didn't do in the past, because if you think about, like, I don't know, 5 or 6 years, most Latin American games, they would like to look like an American or European game, like to sell worldwide. But now they are taking risks to show their culture. And in terms of marketing, there are some successful games that they have done local efforts with big influencers from Argentina or Brazil. The marketing was first local, and then it exploded outside, because when you get like a really big audience in Steam, I don't know, in the first week, even though most sales can be from your country, there are really high number of sales that will boost the algorithm, and it will work. And there are some cases from Argentina. That's something that if you ask me about, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago, I would say no one will buy a game. No Argentinian will buy a game from Argentina, but right now it's happening,
And not only that, but like, how have you also, like, as publishers, for instance, not only marketing Latin American games specifically, but like watching as Latin America also as a hub of consumers and for you guys to market your other games? Is there any trends that you've noticed that worked in Latin America, or is there still a lot of growth to go on the consumer side?
I feel it's a little bit of both. It varies so much by country. So at Raw Fury, we have like a dedicated like LATAM PR and marketing company that helps us. But they're based here in Brazil, and Brazil is the largest market, right? So there are some individual tactics that you can do here, and if you're able to build like a profile amongst Brazilians, and maybe especially if it's a Brazilian game, developers can feel like heroes in their own country, but also because the market here is so big, you might see a spike. It's a little bit different for the rest of LATAM, because even though they're all Spanish-speaking countries, they are their own individual countries, right? And I think that's also kind of an issue that people who are not from Latin America don't necessarily see right away. The term LATAM, just a big nebulous thing, right? But it's like Chileans are different than Argentinians, and Panamanians and Colombians and et cetera, right?
Yeah, what works in Panama doesn't work in Honduras.
Exactly. And to get that hyper-local, I think, is a challenge right now. It's difficult because we're unsure what the returns are going to be. So.
Yeah, I agree with that. It kind of reminds me of, I mean, the way that we handle Japan as a market is also similar to this as well. Like, you guys are working with local people to like do outreach locally, and I think that's important. You have to understand that the content creators that people want to watch are going to be in their native language. They're going to be producing content that fits the region. They're also going to want to play games that fit that region too. And if those interests align, and if you have the right channels to reach the audiences there, then it's gonna help you like achieve your goals. I think sometimes about Ghost of Tsushima, because when that came out, a lot of the Western world was like up in arms about like research that went into it and like all like appropriation at the time. But Japanese fans loved it. It worked really well in Japan, even though it wasn't made by a Japanese team. It's because there was thorough research, and they put that effort in to understand the local culture. It's convenient for Japan because it is a single country that you can work with, like a more specific culture and like a specific language set and series of press. But I think it's important to understand, like, respecting the culture and using the right channels in order to reach the audiences.
When we were starting the Latin American Games Showcase, we really didn't know how big the industry was, not only the development scene, but as a whole. And the other thing is we didn't really understand what games were being developed in Latin America. So we were expecting a lot of like mate in games, and we were expecting a lot of football in games, and we were expecting a lot of like indigenous cultural stories in games. And that has been quite a challenge for us to understand, or at least to give proper advice to devs. So I really wanted to bring this topic up, and is how important and how hard is that balance between making a marketable game a good game and also having your culture represented? Because I know that there's a need for that for sure. There's a need for representation for sure. But there's also a balance between I want to see myself and I want to make a good game. Where's the balance on that, and what do you guys think about this?
Oh. That's something that I think about quite a lot, because we do get a lot of pitches that are about indigenous culture from one country or another. And I just came back from India, where there was a team that saw like significant success, more than any of the other Indian indie teams. And their game is about Indian mythology, and it worked all over the place. And it got me thinking, well, like, why specifically did that work in this case? And why do people sometimes consider that a risk in identifying like their design or their aesthetics for their game? And it kind of led me, like, I wouldn't call it a conclusion at this point because I'm still reassessing it, but it got me thinking that, like, for me at least, I think it's more about the game. If the game is awesome, like, I will want to play it. And if I'm looking at, like, I think Greek mythology is probably the one that is most represented, like maybe Greek or Japanese, is very commonly represented and expected to be like popular in like a variety of countries. But it's when those things are really cool that I want to play it. Norse mythology is another one that comes up, and like I played Ragnarok, the God of War Ragnarok. Well, not because of Norse mythology. I mean, the mythology is fine, just like all of them are cool to me. But like, I'm not like completely into that mythology to the point where that's what sold me. I wanted to play it because it's God of War and it looked really awesome. I think Raji did extremely well because it's an amazing game. And so I think like, if you're passionate about making something that represents like your own mythology or like the history of a territory, that's awesome. Use that to tell a story that you want to tell, and also make sure that your game is amazing.
Yeah, I think that you asked about what that balance is like, right? And it is a fine line because representation is extremely important, like, for sure. But, like, this is also the business of games, right? And the gameplay, the moment-to-moment gameplay and how engaging the core loop is paramount. That's important because then a game will sell. And if you're able to put your set dressing on it, whether it's like indigenous culture or modern culture or whatever spin you want to put from your heritage and what it represents, that's icing on the cake, and it could pair wonderfully. But it shouldn't be the main selling point. If it becomes the main selling point and the gameplay and the engagement take a back seat, that's when it gets dangerous.
Yeah, it should elevate your game, not be your game.
Man, I should have just said that.
Wow, yeah, that's clever.
That was really good. I hope that was well translated, by the way. Are we done?
We have one question, actually.
Oh, yeah, awesome.
Yes, okay, so I'll be here with you guys. So, what we really want to know is, what can Brazilian developers learn with Latin America that you didn't say yet in this panel? And the opposite as well. What can you learn with Brazilian developers as well?
I think that there's something specific about Brazilian developers, and I believe that this is because they have maybe the longest industry in the region, and I think that there's a belief system within the development teams that goes beyond what's happening in the rest of the region. When you meet a Brazilian developer, they understand that they are part of the industry, they feel safe in the industry, and they have strong beliefs behind their development efforts. And I think that maybe some of the other smaller countries that are still starting, they're very apologetic about their place within the industry and still finding their stance between the industry. And I do believe that that has, of course, an impact on your creativity and the way you work with your team and all that stuff. So I hope that that spaces like this, where Argentinians and Colombians and Bolivians and Panamanians can come and see the rest of the region and see what Brazil is doing, that not only incentivizes the next generation of games, but solidifies our position in the industry and gives us the confidence that I think sometimes we lack.
Maybe this isn't fair. I asked some of my Brazilian friends about this exact topic. And some of them came back.
You cheated.
That's not fair at all. No, some of them taught me about. I don't know the Portuguese for it, but they told me about stray dog syndrome, and a surprising like missing confidence in as a kind of cultural phenomenon.
We have that a lot.
I found that very surprising because I feel like, I mean, from my perspective, Brazilians are kicking ass. Everything is so good that it's very, yeah. I think they're doing a great job, especially in development, and there's nothing there to be unconfident about.
Would you like to add something else? No?
I mean, for me, what I think that all of us from Latin America, we need to learn from Brazil that you hear, I mean, you have a consumer market that is really big, and I think that video games and pop culture is part of the general culture, you know? Because, I mean, in Argentina that happens with esports, but not with all games. Here it's with all games, you know? I mean, gaming in general, even indie games. I've seen people, I don't know, I may get into an Uber and the Uber driver knows games con Latam. That's something that doesn't happen in Argentina, you know?
Really?
I mean, the general Uber drivers, they don't know Argentina game shows. I mean, it sounds funny, but it's true. I mean, the mainstream culture is not gaming, you know? And here, I've been feeling it. I've been coming to Brazilian events for 10 years now, and I'm seeing it growing and growing and growing. So that's something that is not happening anywhere outside here, so.
I mean, also, I think Brazil is such a massive country. It's the biggest country on this continent. It also speaks its own language, right? And in some ways, it can feel really insular, which, can be a good and a bad thing, right? Good in the ways that Florencia just mentioned right now, because it doesn't share a language, it is its own thing. I kind of understand this a little bit being from the United States, we're also the biggest country on our continent, and we do our own thing for better or for worse, most time for worse.
You're saying, not me.
Yeah, I could say it. So
we're all thinking it.
Yeah, I have the unique position of being Latino and American, so it's just anyways. But But in the rest of Latin America, even though they all share Spanish as a language, again, they are their own individual countries and they are much smaller. So I feel like, and actually you two could correct me here if this is not right, but I feel like you always have to look outward, always, right? I mean, sure, Spanish is a common language. It's a very well-spoken language. All millions of people all over the world speak it. But still, you can't support yourself at a countrywide level. You always have to branch out. Brazil doesn't have that at all. It could support it and sustain itself. A studio could only release a game in Portuguese and only market it to Brazilians, and it could still be successful. Whereas the rest of the countries in this continent can't do that.
And there's also a thing to say about Brazilian devs that start working. They already know there's Brazilian games out there that have done well. That might be not the reality for a Colombian or a Panamanian or something like that. So looking out and looking at a region as a region might be that extra step that we need just to get the inspiration and the passion and just the extra push to just keep going with our games.
Well, there's one thing that I really need to say, that as a Brazilian, we're really proud to say that we are Latin American. So thank you so much for being here and talking with all of our audience about this. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course.
Tamanho.
The other way, the other way.
Vai ser a primeira de muito.
Para que no.
Thank you very much. Gracias.
Thank you so much.
pessoal qual é a gente vai fazer um quiz relâmpago e a gente vai procurar o pessoal aqui no evento para conversar e perguntando algumas coisinhas. E se eles acertarem as perguntas e eu tiver bonzinho, eles vão ganhar um broche aqui, um prêmio especial do Higiene Brasil. E aí se eles vão gostar, aí é outra história, não é mesmo? Então a gente tá aqui rodando, aqui ó, na frente do stand da Bethesda, tem o Fortnite aqui do lado, tem a Nintendo, mas agora é jogo. Então a gente vai procurar o pessoal que tá afim de jogar. Não quero saber quem tá tímido e não sei o que lá, então vamos lá. Vamos andando aqui, ó, chegar nesse pessoal aqui, ó. E aí, pessoal, tudo bem com vocês? Meu nome é Lucas, qual que é o seu nome?
Sou Marcelo.
Marcelo.
Tudo bem? Celso.
Celso, ou Tony Stark.
Eu sou o Shiro, tudo bom?
Tudo bem, beleza com vocês. Ó, vocês estão participar de um quiz rapidinho. E aí, se vocês acertarem, vocês ganham um prêmio, que é um brochezinho nosso. E aí, depois eu dou pra vocês, vocês podem colecionar, enfim, tem várias versões. Eu quero saber de vocês, primeiro, é a primeira vez aqui na Games?
Eu sim, primeira vez. Sim, primeira vez na Gamescom.
Primeira vez também. Vocês estão curtindo o evento? O que vocês querem ver?
Cara, chegamos agora, mas eu tô curtindo bastante, achei o evento bem bonito, com os stands bem variados, bem decorados também, bem legal. Acho que é isso, a produção fez um trabalho incrível, tudo bem iluminado, bem bonito, e assim, tem jogos maravilhosos esse ano que tô ansioso pra ver.
E esse dia também é um dia mais tranquilo, então a gente consegue aproveitar até um pouco mais, né, do evento, então eu tô gostando bastante também.
Show, show. Eu quero saber se vocês estão ansiosos pro Nintendo Switch 2.
Cara, eu honestamente não sou muito nintendista, não joguei
não é sua praia.
Não tive o primeiro Switch, pra mim não vai rolar, não. Tô ansioso pra caramba, se eu vou ser capaz de ter é uma outra história. E olha que eu tô de Tony Stark.
Podia ter um sorteio, né?
Eu tô também.
I'm anxious, but Nintendo doesn't deserve it. I think Brazilians are really upset with what's happening pricing, but I'm crazy to have it. It's a game that everybody loves it, right? First questions I want to know from you. Those who are beginning to play, who are really lost, quick answers, right answers. I want to know from you, Tony. This is an oldie. Yeah, you talked about Nintendo. What is the first name and last name of Mario? Mario. Yeah, one of the first ones to get it right. Many people don't know. Yeah, just the other day. Have you played Forbidden West and Horizon games? What's the protagonist? Aloy. First round, everybody got it? A question for the three of you. You can answer together. What is the lore, the city or the country that Blanca from Street Fighter comes from? Easy. He lived most of his life in... Yeah, I didn't want to answer first. The map is in Brazil for Street Fighter 2. Yeah, Brazil. So you got it right. I'm going to give you the prize. Nice pin. Be careful so you don't prick yourself. Nice. Thank you. All right. Enjoy the event. Thank you so much. You guys, thanks. Yeah, take care. Let's move on. Here we come. Come this way. Here we come. Hope we find more people. We're going to get in the line for the activation here, this booth. These guys here. You guys good? Do you want to take part in a quick quiz? Your name? Victor Eduardo. You want to be part of it? Yeah, please join us. Yeah. I want to know if you guys are gamers. I am a games player. Isn't that the definition of a gamer? Yeah, in some places. Yeah. Yeah, you don't have to be the best, if you play. What is your favorite game? Man, Jet Set Radio, maybe. Love to make music and be inspired. So you're a musician as well. Yeah. It's good. He's a good one. Yeah. Disco Legio. Disco Elysium. Okay, so if you play online, what is the name of the person who's new in a game, doesn't know the mechanics? Newbie. He's a newbie. Yeah, right answer. Yeah. Now I want to know, what is the name of the protagonist of Horizon franchise? I forgot. What's her name? Not Ellie. AE. Oh, man. Yeah, let's skip that one. No problem. Next one. I can't... Street Fighter lore. Where did Blanca live the longest? And you know, you have to know this one. Come on. Brazil. Yeah, you got it right. Okay, I'm going to give you the... Yeah, thank you for participating. I'll give you the prize. Yeah, you know, the pin for IGN Brazil. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Here we go, folks. Who else? Who wants to participate? How you guys doing? You guys want to participate in a quiz? Yeah, you can come too, both of you. Yeah, we good. Yeah, we're going to cure your shyness. Vinicius and first time at Gamescom? Yep. What do you most want to see in this event? We were hoping to see Nintendo Switch 2. Yeah, Mario Kart. Yeah. You going to buy it in the pre-sale? No way, Jose. Nah, that's difficult, man. Expensive. What's your favorite game? It doesn't have to be Nintendo, of course. Zelda. Dude, lately. Oblivion Remastered. Yeah. Zelda. The Wind Waker. Yes, thank you. Who's not familiar with the game is lost in the map? It's called a newbie. Yes. Now I want to hear from you. What is the first name and last name of Mario? Mario? I don't know. Yeah, I've always a solo. I played solo, so yeah. Played Sony. So, yeah, I'm gonna give you the prize, IGN Brazil, the pin. Thank you. Good event. Yeah, I'll let them go back to the line. They're gonna miss out their spot. This way. Here we go. This is the entrance of the event. Yeah. This is Fortnite booth. It's got the shades of blue here. I recommend coming through here. Somebody coming my way? Do you want to talk to us real quick? I can't, man. Anybody? Got time? Yeah? What's your name? Gabriel. First time at Gamescom? No, I came last year. What is the main difference you see? I haven't walked a lot around, but the location changed. It was at the other trade show location. It's larger now. They didn't use the full area before, and whether you like it or not, so a lot of people, you can enjoy much more. So I want to know from if you consider yourself a gamer, you're kind of no, I'm a gamer. Yeah, nowadays a PC gamer, but I've played since I was a kid. What's your favorite game? Man, just past Battlefield. I have a simulator at home for race simulator. I play Forza, Battlefield, FPS games. So Call of Duty, Battlefield. Yeah, Battlefield is kind of sad. COD is, Call of Duty is good. Yeah, my heart is for Battlefield. When I ask you a question, I know you're going to get it right. What is the name of a person who doesn't know anything about the game and is there right playing? Yeah, it's a newbie, man. Come on. Yeah. You almost fell for that one. No, once I was a newbie. Yeah, it's not a bad thing, right? Do you like Nintendo? Yeah, I do. My brother has a Switch console. I play as well. So my favorite is Pokemon. Yeah, I'm like I'm hunting around here like a Pokemon Go fan here. What is Mario's last name? Simple. My brother is addicted to Mario. He's not here. It's been a while. It's very simple with an M as well. Mario. I won't remember, man, truly. I'm going to give you the answer. Okay, we skip this one. It's Mario. Mario? For real? Nah, that's a lie. I didn't know that. I watched the movie, I played Mario, but I didn't know that was his last name. Come on. Mario. Now I want to know. Dust 2 is from what classic games? Counter-Strike. CSGO, but 1.6. Yeah, I want to give you the prize. Yeah, here you go, the pin. Thank you for participating. Hope you enjoyed the event. I follow IGN, man. Yeah, thank you. Thanks. Yeah, you guys have a good one. Thank you. Moving on down this way. Let's see if we find somebody to talk to. Here we go. You guys, can we talk? It's real quick. Yeah, 5 minutes. Not even that. What's your name? Antonio. I'm Lucas. Pleasure to meet you. Want to know if you're a gamer? Yes, I am a gamer. What is your favorite game? Dude, I play Fortnite, but I love Valorant. Both are head-to-head. Let me ask you a question. It's a quiz. If you get the questions right, I'll give you a small prize afterwards. Yeah. Want to know? How do you call a person that doesn't know the game mechanics? They're still learning how to play and they're kind of lost. Newbie. Are you... No, I'm not angry at newbies because I'm a newbie myself, depending on the game. Yeah. Okay, important is to play, right? Yeah. What is the game that had the map Dust 2? CSGO, Counter-Strike. It is Counter-Strike, but not CSGO. So it's Counter-Strike, yeah. Yeah, it's a good, do you like Sony? Do you play Sony games? No, not Mario. Mario's Nintendo. Sony. God of War and stuff like that. Yeah, Horizon. Okay. You're getting the questions right, yeah. What is the name of the protagonist of the Horizon franchise? I thought it was Doman, not the male protagonist. I don't have the slightest idea. Mario. Okay, you're talking about Mario, right? So what is the first and last name of Mario? There is this thing? Mario Brothers? Bros? Yeah, they're brothers. Yeah, that's why we call them Mario Brothers. But I gave you the tip. One is called Mario, the other is Luigi, but it's Mario yada yada and Luigi yada yada. It's very simple. It's me, Mario, right? So, guess? Mario Paliano. That's a good guess, okay. It's Mario. Mario. Oh, this is... that's a trick question. Yeah, I'm going to give you the prize. Yeah, pin. Yeah. Yeah, it's from IGN Brazil. Cool. I like it. Yeah, thank you. Have a good event. Enjoy the trade show. Yeah. Let's go through Nintendo. Here we come. Let's, yeah. Let's see. Folks are dancing there, which I find it great. Folks are not embarrassed at participating and going through the activations. Yeah, you have the whole thing here to get pictures with, and let's see if we find somebody else to talk to. Yeah, I can't really get them out of the dance. Here we go. Come on. Yeah, we're looking at their dance moves. Yeah, look at that. I find it really cool, but I'm a terrible dancer, so I'm sure that I would have fallen. Yeah, but it's something cool, you know. I want you, afterwards, when you walk around the event, make the best, man. Go into all the possible activations. Did you enjoy the questions? Would you get the questions right? Would you get the IGN pins? So that's IGN, that's us. We're wrapping it up. Back to the stage. Yeah, take it away.
Muito boa noite a todos. Sejam todos muito bem-vindos.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome. Gamescom Latam. All right. Guys are stoked for tonight? Yes, it's going to be cool. It's going to be wonderful. We have a full evening with excellent agenda. I'm so anxious. I'm sure all of you as well. Surely our guest for tonight was the winner of the Lifetime Achievement Awards here at Gamescom Latam. He's coming to share a bit of his broad journey in the gaming world. from his entry in Sony in 1986 up through the key moments, PS2, PS3, PS4, leading worldwide studios and especially creating franchises like Uncharted and The Last of Us. And now he's working with indie games. Great enthusiast has always been, and his work was extremely important for the industry with indie games. He's going to tell us a little bit about what it was like to transition to be able to support indie games and his impact in the industry and his vision for the future of games. I'm sure that many of the people who are here at Gamescom are extremely interested in gaming development, and one of the things he's going to be doing here is providing some advice to aspiring game devs. To kick it off, I have the wonderful pleasure of inviting to the stage this wonderful conversation the chief writer for VentureBeat, Dean Takahashi. All right. And as you can see, he comes in the company of his interviewee, our dear Shuhei Yoshida. Big round of applause, our guests for this evening. I'd like to remind everyone that this panel is in English, so if you require simultaneous translation, the headsets on each one of these chairs are especially for that. Simultaneous translation is on channel 5, and you can hear the talk without any issues. Besides, I'd like to remind you all, and considering such an incredible presence as Mr. Yoshida, we have Q&A right after this session, and so if you want to ask a question, you can. Do we have a QR? There's supposed to be a QR code. They're going to have a QR code. It's going to be a wonderful QR code, and you access the QR code, and you select which talk you want to ask a question to, and send the question there. We might read it up here over to Mr. Yoshida. Thank you so much, everyone. Now it's time to begin. You have the floor. Thank you.
Hi, Dean.
Hey, how are you doing?
Why we are so far apart?
I don't know. I didn't know we were going to be this far apart.
I thought we are going to have,
a nice
chat. We are friends, we have to shout.
Okay, I'll try to speak loud. I'll introduce you first. Hi, everybody. My name is Dean Takahashi. I'm the lead writer for GamesBeat. For the last 17 years, I was actually working at VentureBeat, which owned GamesBeat. But now, sound just changed. I hope you can hear us good. But about 9 days ago, myself and Gina Joseph, our CEO, spun GamesBeat out of VentureBeat. So GamesBeat is now an independent company.
Congratulations!
Yay,
everyone! Yay.
Yeah, so we're like a teenager now. We're a 17-year-old startup. So wish us luck. And I've been covering the game industry for probably 27 years. I've covered tech for longer than that, mostly based in Silicon Valley. I did write 2 books on the Xbox. I don't know if Shu ever read them.
Yeah, that's the best book written ever for the video game industry.
Okay.
You should all read that Xbox book by Dean.
Thank you, Shu. My job is to ask you some good questions here. So Shu Yoshida just won the Lifetime Achievement Award here at Gamescom Latam yesterday. So congratulations to Shu for that.
Thank
He's
you.
also got a similar award from BAFTA for being a fellow as well. And the reason is that he's been in this business forever. He spent 31 years at PlayStation. And it was 38 years altogether at Sony. He joined in 1986 and was he was actually employee number 32 on what I think at the time was an 80-person Sony PlayStation team. And so helped launch the original PlayStation, the PS2, PS3, PS4. He ultimately rose to leading the worldwide studios in charge of franchises like the Uncharted, and The Last of Us. He ended his time there focused on indie games. It's an awesome career. We should all give Shu a hand here. So, congrats.
Obrigado.
And Shu just retired at the end of the year from Sony, and now he can talk more.
Yeah, well, I left Sony,
right.
But I am not retired.
Right, exactly. So, left Sony, resigned from Sony, and started a new gig. What are you doing now?
I started my own company, YOSP Inc. It's a company to help indie publishers and indie developers that I've known for a long time. So I'm working with younger people who are talented and passionate about games and find out or develop really, really high quality creative games. So I'm having a lot of fun working with these companies now.
So one of the good things about Shu leaving Sony is that he's been able to do a lot more interviews lately. I did one with him, and it got passed around quite a bit. It got a lot of attention. And Shu, I wonder if there were some moments that you talked about in your interviews that you had never talked about before that also got a lot of attention. What were the stories that people seemed to like hearing about you?
Actually, the interview you did with me, that article has been have received very, very well. What did we talk about?
I mean, I think one interesting thing about you and that long career is that you were actually very active on social media, and people really liked you. And I don't know, like a lot of game executives, they seem to shy away from interacting with fans, but you dove into it. You always talk to fans in some way.
Because I kind of represented PlayStation when I was with the company. Lots of people. So I'm very active on X, former Twitter. I have lots of followers, and every time PlayStation as a company does something good, like release a new great games, new hardware, or make new announcement, people come to my channel and say, "Shu, you are doing a great job." Even though I had nothing to do with, some part of the company, I always get the credit that I don't deserve. And of course, when there's something bad about PlayStation, I got that, "Shu, you suck," But, luckily, more often than not, PlayStation did something good. So every day, even today, every day when I wake up, I look at my X account, and some people that I don't know tell me I'm doing great. So think about your life. If every morning someone you don't know tell you are doing great, isn't it such a happy life, right? Yeah. So I'm living a great life thanks to these interactions with people on the internet.
So I think you're being a little overly humble when you say you had nothing to do with some of these games. We mentioned Uncharted and The Last of Us, but also things that happened on your watch included Gran Turismo, The Legend of Dragoon, Ape Escape, Crash Bandicoot, Crash Team Racing, and Spyro 2 Ripto's Range. Is there any game that you really enjoyed doing the most?
Yeah, so during PlayStation 1 days, I was a producer. So I was very hands-on in the game development. And the game I was most involved on the creative aspect of development was Ape Escape. I don't know if, do you know Ape Escape? Oh, thank you. It's an action platformer like Mario game. But you catch monkeys, that was really fun because, when we started development of the game, our goal was to create 3D action platformer like Mario 64. That was an amazing game of that generation. But when we learned that the PlayStation hardware team was preparing for the launch of a new controller with 2 analog sticks, DualShock controller, we decided, let's make this game only playable with new controller, DualShock, and come up with a game mechanic that utilized 2 analog sticks very well. So we prototype lots of actions like when you rotate the right analog stick, you move the propeller and so you can fly up or something like that. And it was really, really fun to do.
I forgot to mention God of War 2. That was a small game, right? So,
on PlayStation 2, the God of War, I was responsible for the game development in the US. So Santa Monica Studio was one of the studios I was overseeing. And when they made God of War, that was the very first party game from PlayStation that got the Game of the Year award from the industry events like DICE Summit or like that Game Developers Conference. So that made us all very proud. And during PS1 days, you may not know, but Japan was like a home of game development. Lots of great games came out from Japan, and these Japanese companies are respected globally for the quality of games came out from Japan. So when I moved from Japan to the US for PS2, I was like, I'm gonna bring the Japanese game development to the US. However, when I landed in the US, I quickly realized how open the development community in the US was, like a game development conference. Game developers gather together and share knowledges and learn from each other. And so quickly, just after a couple of years, I stopped looking at games from Japan because the quality of game developed in the US were going up so quickly. And when we released God of War, the 3D action adventure game, in the past was known for kind of games, developed from Japan, was so well done that development teams in Japan asked, how did you make this game? So that was a very proud moment for me working with the US team to be able to make games that Japanese developers respected.
So I bet some people are wondering how you got to be a gamer, and I guess there's a little known story about your childhood days and how you made games with pencil and paper.
Oh, yeah. So when I was a child, there's no such thing as a console gaming. So what I did was, during the school days, I created the game using the pencil, and I carved the edge of the pencil because pencil has 6 faces, and I put number from 1 to 6, and I prepared 2 pencils like that, and created the chart on paper like a matrix of, so it's the pencils acted like a dice, 2 dices. So when you throw the pencils, combination of numbers, 1 and 6, 3 and 4, you could put any rules inside that matrix. So for example, I made a baseball game when you throw, 1-1, it's like a home run or something like that. So I made many different kinds of games like that, and let my school friends play with me. But the one game I made during that days that I was so proud was the desk that we got at school was a wooden desk. There's a thick plate of wood on top. So I carved a baseball game like a diamond on the surface of the desk, and I used the pachinko ball and a pencil so that we sit on the opposite side of the desk, and one person, throw the pachinko ball, and the other person, hit the ball, and there are the holes on the surface that says this is home run, or this is out, or this is double play. So we are playing this game, and that game was very popular amongst friends. But one day I was called into principal's office, and I have to apologize. And luckily, they didn't report to my parents. So
you're a troublemaker, Shu, right? I actually got kicked out of summer school once because I lit a firecracker in a locker.
Oh.
Yeah, that was a little embarrassing. My parents did find out, and I had to paint the fence for the entire summer.
Yeah.
So. But this is about you and your troublemaking. So you got along, or tell me how you met Ken Kutaragi, the father of the PlayStation.
Yeah. So I was working at the Sony Corporation. At that time, Sony Corporation was an electronics company making like a Walkman or TV or video recorder. And I was working in PC department, PC business. Sony was developing notebook computer for Apple computer. The very first notebook called PowerBook was designed by Sony. Oh, that's a title. But one time I was called by my former boss to meet with this person, Ken Kutaragi. And so I met with Ken, and Ken said that, hey, Yoshida-san, we are developing a video game system with the power of workstation. At that time, Silicon Graphics workstation costed like $50,000 or $100,000 to create a pre-rendering CG. And he said, we are making a video game of the power of that workstation and sell it for the price of $500. And I was like, wow, Kutaragi-san, that's amazing. But I totally didn't believe, he was telling the truth. So I went back to the person who recommended me to meet with Kutaragi-san and said, well, I think Kutaragi-san is a liar. But that person said, no. I trust, what Ken is doing. And I was like, well, that's amazing. Can I join Ken's team? And that's how I got to join the PlayStation team, even before the PlayStation was launched.
So we're going to jump around a little bit. I guess you've actually engaged with Brazilian game developers before, and you met the folks, I guess, who made Arvor?
One of the things I had lots of fun doing during PlayStation 4 generation was I got involved in the development of PlayStation VR system, the first one. And that idea actually came from Santa Monica studio, God of War team. They created like a handmade, viewer and attached to PS3 dev kit. And the handmade viewer was attached with the PS Move controller, so that it was a handmade VR system. And they customized the God of War game on PS3. So when I visited Santa Monica studio, that developer put the handmade headset on my head, and I was like in the world of God of War, and I looked down and I was Kratos. That was amazing experience, and wow, even with PS3, this is possible. So when we move to PS4, probably we can develop consumer-based products. That's how the inspiration came from game development team, and I was heavily involved in the development of actual hardware. So when we are working on PSVR and release the hardware, there's one brilliant game named Pixel Ripped 89 or 87. That game was developed by a developer here in Brazil, Paulo, and the game used, in my mind, the best use of PSVR system. The game was about, you are elementary school student, and in the class, you want to play your portable gaming system like Game Boy, you are holding, and there's a game inside the game, but you have to play the game while the teacher is not looking at you. So you have to check what teacher is looking at, and you have to play the game successfully on the console, portable console that you have. And the PSVR system has the ability to track the DualShock controller from the system. So when you are holding the DualShock controller like this, you really feel like inside VR you are holding that portable gaming system. So I became a huge fan of the game, and met with the developer Anna. She was a creator of the game, and became friends with the developer. So that's how I met with the Brazilian developer for the first time.
Very nice. So you made that transition in your career, though, of moving from being in charge of all the studios to being in charge of indies. Like, what was that transition like for you?
Yeah, so it was 2019. Jim Ryan, at that time was the CEO of the company, asked me to do something about supporting indies. I don't know if you realize, 6 years ago, 2019, PlayStation was unfortunately criticized by media people or industry people that, PlayStation is not supporting indie developers enough. PlayStation was known as the biggest supporter of indie games at the launch of PS4. And we had great indie games available on PS4, but toward the end of the generation, somehow the company's attention shifted to supporting big games or first-party games. So I was responsible for developing first-party games, so I was getting a lot of support from the company, but I was also very concerned about the seeming lack of support to the indie developers. Because to me, not only that I was a big fan of indie games, but I truly believe that indie developers will create the future. They will bring the innovation to the industry. And a company like PlayStation, who own a large platform in the industry, should be leading to support these creative people in the indie industry. But it looked like we are not doing enough of that. So when Jim Ryan asked me to do something, I was like, yes, I will do my best to advocate the importance of indie games inside the company and also outside the company. I work with our third-party department teams to identify great games coming up, and I can promote these games, in the social channels and like that. So I did the last 5 years of my work at PlayStation was looking at indie games and identifying great indie games and promote these games so that lots of people will try these games.
How did you develop your internal taste around games and use your intuition to decide which games to put a lot of money behind and greenlight?
When I was responsible for the first-party studios, of course, we have some popular IPs like God of War or Uncharted, and people wanted to play more of these games, and the studios had ideas to advance these franchise. Of course, I supported the creation of these sequels. But I always wanted to balance our work on the existing franchise and our work investment into new IP. Because, it's, in my mind, working on new IP is the best chance, opportunity for the team to coming up something really new, some innovative ideas. So I always wanted to spend half of my money, the budget, onto new IP development. In terms of what games to support, like you suggested, it was like a partly instinct and partly, listen to the developer and see how much thought the developer has put into coming up with these ideas.
Interesting. And so you have always been a pretty optimistic person, but I think the game industry has had a tough time in the last few years. There's been a lot of layoffs. There's been a lot of studio closings, and people talk about an indie apocalypse as well. That also seems to be affecting AAA games. Everything in some way has been affected. And how do you stay optimistic?
Yeah, well, 5 years ago when, COVID happened, everybody in the world had to stay at home, and they have to spend lots of time, staying at home. So naturally, they spend lots of time playing games. So the video game industry got a huge benefit of that situation, and the industry grew like crazy. And many companies, especially large companies, believe that that trend will continue. Even like industry analysts were projecting that crazy growth will continue. And so naturally, those people, opportunistic management people, invested lots of money, and lots of money came in from the outside. And so I think for the last couple of years of adjustment was like a cancellation and layoff was a punishment to these floppy thinking by these companies, management people. But in terms of keeping optimistic view, when you look at the growth of the industry and the tapering off for the last couple of years, but if you remove this anomaly, you can plot the industry is still growing steadily. And I have a very strong theory that video game takes advantage of any new technological advancement. When new technology come up, the first thing people do is to make games using that. And developers is so quick to take advantage and experiment with new technology. Entertainment always needs fresh new ideas. Otherwise, people get bored and move on to something new. But luckily, because of this constant development of new technologies, video game gets always a fresh new opportunity to create a new experience to provide to people, or to reduce the cost of development or the cost of entry into the industry. Like take digital distribution, for example. I think that's the biggest change that has happened in the last 30 years for the industry. That digital distribution really democratized the industry. And in the past, before digital, you had to have a good capital to be able to become a publisher, and create and spend a lot of money creating these physical inventory, and you have to sell to the distributors or retailers. So you have to have a lot of organization to be able to do that. But now, a kid in Africa could just download Unity or whatever the tool for free, as long as he or she has a PC and start making games. And if they make a great game, they can publish the game on Steam or whatever the distribution, PlayStation Network or Xbox Live, and sell their games globally. And so that's the biggest change, the biggest opportunity, and more creative minds are entering into the industry as a game developer. And in this region as well. I was here 3 years ago for the big festival, and I met with many developers and played games on the shop floor. And 3 years now, the games I was able to play yesterday, and the games I saw from developers, I took 14 meetings today. The quality has increased clearly. So I'm super optimistic for the future of this industry, as long as this trend, as long as human continues to invent some new technology and developers take advantage of this new technology.
So how did you sort of think about deciding to leave Sony and PlayStation?
Yeah, so I was very happy managing the first-party studios. And, you may know, we had really fantastic, creative, passionate teams like Naughty Dog, Insomniac, Guerrilla Games, Media Molecule, or Japan Studios. And it was so fun working with these teams, and so inspiring and so rewarding. The games that these teams made were played by millions of people globally, and we are able to see how much we had positive impact to the lives of these people. And some of you might have grown up playing the games that we developed. So that's such a rewarding job. So when Jim Ryan asked me to do something about the indies, I wasn't thinking to do any other things than game development for PlayStation, but because of the situation that I explained, I thought, well, I have to do something before I leave Sony, I leave PlayStation, because I really cared about how PlayStation supported indie games. And so I set my goal 5 years ago to make my role as an advocate of indie games in PlayStation obsolete. Because when I did a good job working with all the teams in PlayStation to support indies and set up the enough resource for these people to be able to support indies, I wouldn't need myself, a person like me. I keep saying that it's important because everybody understands in the company. So last year, after 5 years, I felt like that company is in a good trajectory. They have good resource and plans to keep supporting indies. So I thought that, yeah, I guess my mission accomplished. And at the same time, Jim Ryan, who set up my role, left the company before I did. And I became the almost last of management group person from the old, very first generation of PlayStation. Luckily, company picked really great people, Nishino-san and Herman, as a new generation of leaders for PlayStation, and I respect both of them, and they are much younger than our generation, and so I'm sure they will bring in fresh ideas for the company. So I'm like, yeah, my time is finishing for the PlayStation. So that's how I decided to leave.
So from looking at so many indie games, like what kind of trends do you feel good about that are happening in the game industry? What are some things that you're excited about for the future then?
Yeah, personally, I'm looking at, under the PlayStation, there's a initiative called China Hero Project, India Hero Project, and now MENA Hero Project, Middle East and North Africa Hero Project. That means that the PlayStation invests in developers in these regions to help them to become the console game developers. So what I find, so I was part of these initiatives. So I spent time visiting India for a couple of years and met with Indian developers. So I really like when I see games coming from these regions to not just the high quality games, but these developers taking advantage of their heritage, their culture or mythology or music or even some social issues in that region to put into their games. That create really unique game that's authentic to that subject, and the kind of game that only the developers in that region can create. And because there are so many games being developed worldwide, because of the democratization of game development, it's really hard to compete. Some of you might be, developers, and you must be feeling the same. It's really hard, even though you make great games, it's really hard to get your game being known by people, because there are so many games released every week. But if you rely on something you believe that you know better than anyone else in the world, you are the most knowledgeable about the subject matter, there's a chance that your game could stand out. And there are, always the people who have money, like publishers or investors, looking for new ideas, new games to scout. And I understand there are many publisher scouts people here in the Gamescom Latam to try to find a new game. And for them, they are always looking for some new ideas, something that they haven't seen before. And so when I see games like that from India, from Brazil, that really excites me.
So we have just a few minutes left. I wonder if you could talk about some of the most memorable moments from your long career.
Yeah, so when I get asked that question, I always say the game I'm most proud of, that game I was involved, is the Journey. That small game made by the small team right out of the school in LA. And that game created lots of people who played the game, cried at the end of the game. If you haven't played the game is a metaphor of human life. And when I played that game, toward the end of the game, I was remembering my grandmother, who had passed away a couple of years before I played the game. So Genova Chen, the game creator of the game, the game got lots of game awards, and he did a speech at DICE Summit of the year, and he read the letter they received from a girl who lost her father, and how playing the game helped her to deal with the sadness of losing her father and remembering her father's life and be able to overcome that sadness. So knowing that the small game can have a huge impact to the life of people like that, and made by small team, young team, and the game you can play through within just 4 hours. I felt the impact that the video game can have to the human life was so meaningful, and I was so proud to be a part of that development process.
It's very heartening to see as well that Genova and that game company are trying to give back now as well. They just this week announced that they were going to do some game jams where they wanted to surface narrative games with emotional storytelling, and they were going to help fund these games from indie developers.
Yeah, Genova is fantastic person, and they made a lot of money from games called Sky. So it's a really great story. I guess you were in that room when Genova did a speech at DICE Summit, didn't you?
Yeah. I've talked to
you
Genova.
were there every year at DICE Summit.
Yeah, I've talked to Genova a lot of times, but yeah, I remember that one of the things that he talked about was that they had this successful game, but the company still wasn't financially viable, right? And they had to find another way out. They had to go down a path, but unfortunately for them, it led to Sky, right? And that was wonderful. But very good. Thank you very much. It was
Thank you.
Nice
Obrigado.
going to all those memories.
Now we're going to have a Q&A with Shuhei Yoshida. I'm pretty sure that everybody has a lot of questions for you because, again, we're super excited with your presence here, and we have questions. So first, this question was sent by Lucas Venancio, who is editor-in-chief at Big Geeks. He asked, during E3 2013, there was a big repercussion related to a video where Mr. Shuhei Yoshida demonstrates the process of borrowing a game to a friend, a PS4 game. And many consider this moment as Sony's comeback to the leadership position in the market, and also put the company as the winner in that generation, even before that generation in question was launched. So how did Sony see this moment that was also highlighted kind of like the weak points of the competition?
Well, because of the audio system, I really couldn't hear. Can I read it?
I'm going to come close then. And so it's this question here. It's this one. I think he liked the question. He gave me a little laugh.
So I can answer the last part first. It's great to have a good competitor who let us win. We are just talking about our plans, and people thought we are brilliant.
That's great. Also, one more question. Now that you've been working with indie studios a lot, what lessons do you think AAA studios still has to learn from indie studios?
Well, actually, big studios, like, because I worked with larger studios during my first party development days, they are big fan of indie games because indies try new ideas, come up with new game mechanic or try, invent even the new genre of games. So AAA studio people are game developers, and they are game fans as well. So they always play indie games and get inspiration from these younger creative developers. So they are learning, and that will continue because AAA size of the development become even bigger now. So the company has to bet safe in terms of genre or subject matter, or do sequel or like that. But they want to reinvent their own franchise inside their development, and it's a source of inspiration oftentimes come from indie developers.
That's great, thank you. And last question, how does it feel for you to see franchises that you kind of gave birth to, that you've seen being created, having now so much impact on the gaming industry, such as Uncharted and The Last of Us? Here it is.
How does it feel? It feels amazing. It feels, it always feels proud of the developers who made these franchises and who push the franchise to the new heights. So because I grew up being a producer and studio management, I don't program and I cannot draw art or design games. So I always have a high respect for people who can do that. And every time younger developers push the next stage for these franchises and get really great reaction from audience, that makes me proud of these developers.
Thank you so much. We're all very proud of you. Thank you so much for your work. And that's Shuhei Yoshida, everyone. Thank you so much for your presence. Thank you so much. Soon we're going to have Hank Rogers here, and Dean Takahashi will be here with us as well. Thank you so much for your presence, and have a great time at Gamescom. See you soon.
Pessoal da Gamescom Latam.
Olá.
Hello, folks from Gamescom Latam. Good evening. Good afternoon. Good evening. Yes, I'm kind of lost time space. How you doing? I'm Enrico. This is Mariana Neri. How you doing, folks? We're from IGN Brazil, and we're here to run a game with you guys. Yeah, just there's a prize. It's worth a prize, of course. But real quick. We're at Gamescom, and we want to know if you understand about games. Anybody wants to come up on stage for a quick quiz? General knowledge for an IGN prize. We have a Joker there with his hand up. Who's going to... Yeah, there's a hand over there. Another hand back there. Yeah, come on down. First of you two.
Não é casal.
No.
They're not a couple? Okay, so we'll begin with the two of you, and then second part of the quiz. Yeah. Name? Douglas. Yeah, you can hold the mic. First Gamescom? First. Enjoying so far? Very much. You cosplay Joker since a bit more of a year? Over a year, yeah. How'd you like the Joker 2? Nah, didn't. No, yeah, maybe. Never know. Somebody else had raised their hand. Yeah, they're on their way. Coming for the quiz. Yeah. Way back there.
E depois a gente
chama os outros para fazer.
Yeah, we're gonna call you down. Yeah, there are prizes for everyone. Let me ask you, Douglas, do you know about games? Do you know really about games? Well, you know the stuff I played. Do you know, on average, you played how many games in your life? A difficult question. Ballpark. One at least? Over 100 games. Yeah, played a lot of games, yeah. Not necessarily conclude the game, right? Finish. Yeah, remember there were some cartridges that you have like 10,000 games in. Yeah, yeah, all's good, all's good. Another competitor, the opponent. How you doing, folks? Luis. So, Douglas versus Luis. Let's begin. Do you want to have a seat or do you want to stand? Yeah, best of 5. There are folks waiting, so best of 5. You want to start? Here we go. Yeah, let's go rock paper scissors or something. Here we go. Yeah. Okay, Luis begins. First question, over to you. What is the name of Metal Gear Solid 3 protagonist? Solid Snake, letter. Naked Snake, C. Liquid Snake, or Venom Snake? Oh, so many snakes. Naked Snake. Right answer. Yes, 1-0. Yeah, they're cheating. There's a snake over there. Yeah, you're gonna have help from the audience. Go. Second question. What studio is responsible for Dragon Age and Mass Effect? DICE, Criterion, BioWare. Yeah, the audience. It's not even subtle. Yeah, he just shouted. Come on, Douglas. Letter B. B. They're showing you a D. It's kind of weird, the D. Looks a C. D. BioWare. Yes, the right answer. Okay. That's a tie. Luis. What is the most famous pursuer of Resident Evil? Mr. X, Nemesis, William Birkin, or Wesker? Nemesis. Luis doesn't even flinch. He does not need the audience support. Yeah, he's got knowledge on his side. Next question. What games of the Gear series don't have Marcus Phoenix as the protagonist? Come on, difficult questions. Come on. Yeah, look at the questions, man. I'm gonna skip this one. Oh, you have no right to ask the audience for this one. Which one of these characters does not have a spin-off in Mario? Luigi, Peach, Daisy, or Yoshi? Daisy. Right answer. Nice. Okay. Next round, whoever answers first wins. Okay. Good. Yeah, that's a good one. Question for both. Whoever answers first. A relatively easy question. Who was the original developer of Crash Bandicoot? Naughty Dog? Same time? Next. Which game received most awards as Game of the Year with all the awards in history? Half-Life? Half-Life 2? Game of the Year in history. Elden Ring, The Last of Us Part 2, The Witcher 3, or Baldur's Gate 3? Baldur's Gate, The Witcher. Both are wrong. So it's, no. A, Elden Ring, The Last of Ring, The Witcher, or Baldur's Gate 3? A, Elden Ring. Elden Ring. Yeah, he said it first. The game, Elden Ring. Elden Ring. Yeah, Douglas said Elden Ring first. Yeah. That's a Douglas takes that one. Douglas won? Okay, Douglas victory. Yeah, he was behind and he turned it around. Big round of applause. Luis, who was also here. The audience helped Joker. Yeah, thank you. Next participants. Solid Snake. And there are folks in front here. Thank you. The couple that's not a couple? Yeah, Joker went that way. He didn't want the prize. What up, folks? Names? Leandro and Leah. Yeah. What are your name? Rebecca, Alejandro. So couples now. Okay, Rebecca and Alejandro against Leandro and Liana. Let's begin with my couple. Rock, paper, scissors to see who starts. He put the middle figure up. Middle figure, yeah, very aggressive. Henrico, start. Which one of these is not a killer of Dead by Daylight? The clown, the pharaoh, the knight, or the singularity? Those who play Dead by Daylight. Audience is kind of helping. Somebody is telling. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Letter B, the pharaoh. I saw the audience helped. Okay, right answer. I'm never sure if it's B, as it's difficult to see how they show you, right? Okay. Which one of these Mortal Kombat fighters has never been seen as a ninja? Sub-Zero, Scorpion, Cabal, or Riptide? Cabal. Yes, right answer. Who was which one was the first Call of Duty to have zombies? Black Ops, World at War, Modern Warfare, Call of Duty 3. Which one? 3. Black Ops, World at War, Modern Warfare, or Call of Duty 3 had zombies. World at War. Right answer. Did you guess it? Wow. 2-1. Which one of these RPGs does not have a turn combat? Persona, Baldur's Gate 3, Kinders of Amaluf, or Pokemon? C. Right answer. They are crushing. They know everything. Yeah, it's head-to-head. When were PlayStation 4 and Xbox One launched? 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015. 2013. December. He bought it on pre-sale. That's the only, yeah, pre-sale. Yeah, hyper-focus. Right answer, 2013, 3-2. There we go. What is the name of the city we will revisit in GTA 6? Los Santos, Vice City, Liberty City, or Blaine County? Vice City. Right answer. Right answer. Vice City. That was easy. That was kind of easy. Right. The name of the city where BioShock Infinite takes place. Doomwall, Columbia, Rapture, Wellington Wells. Infinite, the third of the trilogy. Columbia. Yes, right answer. Man, they are killing it. I'm gonna look for a difficult question now, come on. This is not difficult, but okay. Which one of these horror games do you use night vision of a camera to see in the dark? Outlast? Yeah, I hate it. Right answer, okay. Which one of these kinds were never among the initial Pokemons? Fire, Phantom, Water, or Grass? Phantom. That was kind of easy. Right answer. Man, you have to make one mistake to end the game. That's so easy. Nah. What is the name of the star creatures that you see in Mario Galaxy? A. Twinkle, Star, Josie, or Luma? Oh, I think they don't know. The audience is kind of Luma. Right answer. Final round. A question to both couples. Whoever answers first will win. Yeah. Which one of these titles was not developed by Front Software? Dark Souls? Dark Souls. Let me finish. Okay. Ninja Blade, Lies of Beat. Lies of Beat. Right answer. Yeah, they won, and thank you. Do we have the prizes? Yeah, thank you all. Thank you. You killed it. Yeah, you have to come and teach us. Yeah, his knowledge about games is wonderful. Thank you. Enjoy Gamescom. Thank you so much. See you next time.
Que maravilhoso, que painel incrível do GN por aqui.
What an incredible panel. Fantastic from IGN. Yes, we're going to have incredible things now as well. There are incredible things. We were on a Q&A game now and ask you, anyone by any chance has played an unknown game, nobody knows, called Tetris. Anybody played Tetris? Yeah, the blocks, yeah, that fall and yeah, and you have to fit. Yeah, my mom used to talk about it. And Tetris, man, those who know the game, it came out of nothing, and it was discovered by a person who's here with us today. Hank Rogers is the visionary who discovered Tetris and negotiated its exit from behind the Iron Curtain, and who will bring us the incredible journey that brought Tetris from a hidden game in the Soviet Union to a global phenomenon. Exactly, and he's going to share insights about the foundation of the Tetris company and the management of the brand throughout the years. Besides games, he's also going to tell us about a great lesson that he has to drive renewal energies through Blue Planet Alliance. And to kick off the conversation, I invite on stage the chief writer of VentureBeat GamesBeat, Dean Takahashi. Dean, who was also a host with Shuhei Yoshida, who will come here to be the host with the founder of the Tetris company, Hank Rogers. Big round of applause, folks. Thank you so much. An excellent panel, everyone.
In case you didn't catch it last time, my name is Dean Takahashi. I'm an editorial director now. I was used to saying lead writer, but editorial director for GamesBeat. And I used to say until 9 days ago that I was part of VentureBeat, but now we spun out, and GamesBeat is its own independent company, and I work for GamesBeat now. I've been covering the game industry for 27 years. I also help organize the GamesBeat events. We have a GamesBeat Summit 2025 event coming up on May 19th and 20th in Los Angeles.
and we do events like that a few times a year. And Hank Rogers has actually spoken at one of our events recently as well. But Hank is, as everybody knows, one of the most interesting entrepreneurs in the game industry, the man who went behind the Iron Curtain and got Tetris out from behind the wall there. So welcome to Hank. He has a book to talk about here. You want to introduce your book for us?
Yeah, so the introduction to the book is, why did I write the book? How many of you have seen the movie?
Tetris movie.
The Tetris movie.
Yeah.
Okay, so Alexei Pajitnov, the guy who created Tetris, and I worked on the script, and the script had so much Hollywood inside that I felt it was necessary for me to tell the true story. So I wrote the true story, and somebody looked at it and said, this could be a book, except that it's too thin. You need to write more. I said, okay, I will write before and after. So basically, the book turned into the history of my entire game career. And it starts with, it starts with me creating the first role-playing game in Japan, which I think that's my claim to fame. But, you know, only people in Japan know that. Mm-hmm. I'm wearing the shirt.
Black Onyx, right?
Black Onyx.
Yeah.
It was the first role-playing game in Japan, and it was the #1 game in Japan in 1984. Mm-hmm. It started my game career. Mm-hmm. Anyway, all the way through to, gosh, I don't even remember where the story ends. Go ahead.
Oh, well, you also got into like what kind of person you were as a kid, what kind of family you grew up in. It was a very different kind of family life, I think, that you grew up with. I don't know if you want to talk about that a bit, but I was struck that you considered your gamer life to have begun with Monopoly and with Go as well. And so, like, those aren't usually the kind of games you think of when people say they're a gamer, I guess.
Well, I mean, we're talking about the dark ages. This is in the time before computers existed. You know, when I first touched a computer in high school, it was punch cards. And you would put in the punch cards and get the output, the printed output, like 2 days later. There were no games in computers back then. So, yeah, I started off with
I'm there with you, because I took a Fortran class in college, and I had to wait for my printout to get to me. It was a pain.
I actually used to cheat. Mm-hmm. What I did was I took my punch cards and I copied them and put them in other classes, so that my output would come back in hours instead of days. And my teacher thought I was a genius, and I guess I was.
Mm-hmm. You were always kind of a trickster, though. Like, you know, you've had this pattern in your life of getting around obstacles. I guess that was very fascinating to me, to sort of always have you thinking around how to get around problems, I guess.
Well, you know, life is a game, and when you think about what's the objective, you've got all these miniature goals that you're trying to achieve, and each one is like winning a game. And so, you know, I'm a gamer. I really hate to lose, so I work really hard to win. And so if there's something that I've got to do, like write a book, I'm going to do this. Nothing's going to stop me.
So what else was a big theme for you in writing the book? Like, I mean, you also went well beyond your life in games. Like, you had a life that really started after your game career.
Before and after. but after my game career, so the story, basically, the game career kind of ends in 2005, when I sold one of my companies and made a lot of money. And at that moment, well, a month after, I had 100% blockage of the Widowmaker. That is a heart attack, and 95% of the people that have that happen to them die. I'm one of the lucky 5%. And in the ambulance, I said, "You've got to be kidding me. I haven't spent any of the money yet." That's the first thing I said. But the second thing I said is, "No, I'm not going. I still have stuff to do." And in the recovery room, I decided to figure out what is it that's going to piss me off if I didn't do something about it by the actual end of my life. So I came up with my bucket list, my missions in life. I have 4 missions, and I have 4 children. I was thinking that each of my missions I'm going to give to one of my children. That is so not happening. You can laugh now. So I'm on my own. But my first mission came to me in the back of the newspaper. This is in Hawaii. And the article said, "We're going to kill all the coral in the world by the end of the century." And I said, "No, we're not. And what's causing it is ocean acidification, which is caused by carbon dioxide going into the ocean, which is caused by us." And so I said, my mission number 1 is to end the use of carbon-based fuel, full stop. And at the time I'm living in Hawaii, we import $5 billion a year of oil and $1 billion of coal. That's $6 billion. Half of that fossil fuel we used to go to making electricity. And the biggest thing that we did in Hawaii is we passed a law in Hawaii that says Hawaii has to go 100% renewable energy for electricity by 2045. Today we are at 36%.
Mm-hmm. That's awesome. I remember the last vacation I had in Maui. It was hard to find a beach where there wasn't bleached coral. And that's pretty sad, right?
Yeah, so bleaching coral is happening quicker because of the temperature. But theoretically, when the water temperature goes back, the coral can come back. But if the water is too acid, then the coral can't come back. And so there's no way to fix it after that. So we have to fix climate change. We have to fix the carbon dioxide that we're producing.
I think I interrupted. You had 4 things you wanted to get done. What are some of the other things?
Number 2, so I was in high school when we had the war in Vietnam. And so my second mission is to end war because we were fighting against the war in Vietnam. And we students, we demonstrated, and I feel we helped end that war. And it was really not a war. It was, a massacre. We had no business there. We had no end goal. We were just in there killing people, and they were killing us for no real reason. They never hurt us. Why should we? Anyway, that's number 2. Number 3 is to make a backup of life by going to other planets. It's kind of Elon Musky, but now I'm not so sure of that mission anymore because he's turned into a crazy.
The backup copy is still a good idea.
A backup copy is a good idea, no matter what. And when I was making development, you make backups. You don't leave all of your code on one disk and then your disk gets crashed or whatever and you lose it all. That's no, you make a backup. And as far as we know, all of life as we know it is on this planet. And we could be the ones that mess it up. But anyway, we have to search for and find another planet and make a backup. And number 4 is to find out how the universe ends and do something about it. And I think that one exists just to make the other one seem easy. Because in the scope of things, ending war or fixing climate change or making these are all like things that people are going to read about in history books in the future. They're going to be like, oh yeah, and then we did that. Then we invented the steam engine. Then we invented the computer. Then we invented the portable phone. And we take these things for granted now, but they were huge changes when they happened. So one of them is going to be, then we fixed climate change.
So how do you think about problems that are so big that they seem impossible? I mean, it did seem impossible that one game could last for decades in the video game industry.
You know, that was, I would say, there's a lot of luck involved in that I discovered the game. I didn't create this game, and the fact that people still play it is just something to do with how amazing the game itself is. But other things, like you know, creating the first role-playing game in Japan, that was not luck. That was work. And I worked my ass off to get it done. And when I started in Hawaii to try to end the use of carbon-based fuel in Hawaii, everybody said, "What are you talking about?" You know, the governor, the head of the utility, and all these people, they said, we don't know how to do that. And so I said, you know, that's not good enough. And it seemed like an insurmountable problem, but now we are on track. And since we did Hawaii, 15 other states have copied our legislation. So over half the population of the United States live in a state where they have a law that says they have to go 100% renewable energy. And the federal government can't do anything about it. We don't care what happens in Washington. The idiot in Washington can do whatever he wants to do. That's not our problem. We are still in. We are still fixing it.
Nice, nice. So I'm going to switch gears and probably go all over the place here, but if I can. And you know, in the movie, one of the memorable scenes was you sneaking into Nintendo's headquarters and then finding a way to go meet with the CEO, right? And I guess in reality, the story is actually very interesting. It has to do with the game Go, right? Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, so they try to make everything happen in seconds in the movie. And the story actually only took a couple of days, the real story. But people won't understand it as part of the movie. That's the problem. So anyway, somebody read an article in a Japanese magazine that said that president of Nintendo plays Go. How many of you know what Go is? Okay, Go is a Japanese, Chinese, whatever, board game with black and white stones. It's like chess, only much more complicated. The computer AI beat chess a long time ago, but only recently beat Go. Go is the most complicated, interesting game. So anyway, my father played Go, so I played Go. So when somebody sent me a Go game for the Commodore 64 from England, it was a 9x9. It was like children's Go. And, would you like to publish this in Japan? And it turns out the Commodore 64 and the Nintendo Famicom had the same CPU. And so I knew that I could move the algorithm of Go from the Commodore 64 to the Famicom, and it would work. The graphics, the sound, everything we had to redo, but that's okay. That's a simple thing, making graphics and making music. Anyway, so I sent Mr. Yamauchi a fax. Mr. Yamauchi, my name is Hank Rogers. I can make a Go game for your Famicom. I'm leaving for the States on Saturday. I would like to see you before I leave. And I didn't say that I live in Japan. I just said that I was leaving on Saturday. On Wednesday, this is like the day after the fax, Mr. Yamauchi will see you tomorrow. That was how I got into meeting with Mr. Yamauchi. And I mean, it went fast. The meeting went fast too. It's like, I can make a Go game for your machine. And he said, I can't give you any programmers. And I said, I don't need programmers. I have programmers. I just need money. And he said, how much money? And I thought of the biggest number I could think at that time. I said, $300,000. And he said, deal. That was it. That was it. And so then I contacted the guy in England and told him, you're going to come to Japan and you're going to move your code over to the Famicom. And we spent 9 months. Anyway, that's how I became friends with Yamauchi.
So talking to him about Tetris turned out to be easier. He must have remembered you, I guess.
Oh, by the time that Tetris came around, I'd already met him many times for many reasons. And whenever I made a meeting with Yamauchi, we would make the meeting at the end of the day, you know, like after all of his other meetings, and then we'd play Go for the rest of the day. So again, I played Go with him many times. I was the only one in the industry who played Go. Everybody else has played computer games or something else. Nobody plays. It's just a different culture, Go and computer games. And I was the crossover person.
Interesting. So what are some stories that you, I guess, didn't really fit in the book that, you know, are things that are still on your mind?
Well, you know, there's the whole thing about what I'm doing now that didn't really fit in the book. I wanted to have more accomplishments about my fight to end climate change before I started writing the book about this. So hopefully this book will help me, I don't know, become a little bit more famous. And then I can say, I've already written a book. This is book number 2. And book number 2 will be about how we fix climate change.
What are some things that were more behind the scenes of getting the rights to Tetris that, say, maybe are true and are in the book that maybe the movie didn't get into?
Gosh, a true thing was that when I went to the Soviet Union and I was in a room with like 7 Russians, a couple of whom must have been KGB, and they were, how can I say, interrogating me. Like, who the hell are you? Why are you in the Soviet Union? I was very suspicious, first of all. I was a Dutchman that sounded like an American living in Japan. Okay, that's weird. Okay, so who the hell are you? And they actually sent 2 agents to my office in Yokohama to make sure that I had a really, that story about having a company in Japan was true. Oh my God, and everybody in the office was terrified because they didn't know what's going on with me. I just disappeared into the Soviet Union. At that time, to make a phone call, you place the phone call and you have to wait 8 hours for the call to come through. So I would set the call at midnight and then sleep and then wake up in the morning and the call would come through. Don't ask me what they're doing for 8 hours, but you know, they're making sure that the right people are listening, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you know, I think I remember talking to your daughter about the movie for the first time, Maya Rogers, who's running Tetris as a CEO now, right? And she said this is like the greatest business development story of all time. And I was, you know, having seen the movie and read the book, I happen to disagree with that interpretation. I think this is one of the greatest friendships of all time, actually. And that's really been fascinating to me to see that you guys, even today, are still friends, you and Alexei Pajitnov.
Yeah, so in that room with the 7 interrogators was Alexei Pajitnov, and he was also interrogating, like, who are you, blah, blah, blah. And after a while, he figured out that I was started as a game designer, because they asked me for how did I start my business, blah, blah, blah. And I said, I'm a game designer. And then he oh my gosh, a real game designer. He had never met a game designer before. And so then he became so interested. And at the end of the meeting, he came to my side of the table and he said, let's meet tonight. And I thought that was impossible or whatever. And it was definitely, you know, I thought there was something wrong with me speaking to a Russian. And so he said, well, you thought that it was you're against the law, but I knew it was against the law. That's the difference.
So, what is the, say, most interesting message that you want to get out, either through the book or just on your own?
Yeah, so the message basically is if you set your mind to doing something, there is nothing that can stop you from doing it. I mean, this happened to me many times in my life. There's nothing that can stop you if you decide that you're going to do it. So that's the message I want everybody to get. You know, the story is a rags to riches. I started with zero, and I made a computer game and made some money, and then made a company, and so on. So I guess I'm a serial entrepreneur. Not all of them have been successful, absolutely not. But on the average, I made a lot of money. So just go for it. And if it fails, get up and do it again. Start another one.
And I believe we have some Q&A that's going to happen. The questions you're
Before
going to
the QA,
answer. Yeah.
I want to talk about
Oh,
the
go
book
ahead.
briefly.
Yeah, talk about that.
Can you
Yeah.
show the book?
Yeah.
You have the English version. And for this show, we made the Portuguese version of my book. So it is available. You can buy it on the floor. It's, I had a little piece of paper here somewhere. Yes. It's in the C section, the C area, near the C area, and it's Editora Europa. That's the bookstore on that corner. And every day I be signing books from 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock near the lounge. So in the middle on that side. So go ahead, let's do the Q&A.
All right. Who's going to come out for the Q&A? I don't know. That's what they told me. There we go.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Hank Rogers. Thank you. I'm pretty sure that everyone here is really delighted to see your presence here, such an important person in the gaming industry. And we're going to see more of you soon because Flow Podcast is coming here soon with Mikali, with Phil. So soon we're going to have more questions answered by you. But I have a personal question because I recently made a video about you. And of course, highlighting how great your career has always been. And my question is about your relationship with Alexei Pajitnov that created Tetris. And when you arrived at the Soviet Union, you kind of highlighted yourself among other people that were there for the same purpose of getting the rights to publish Tetris. What do you think that, especially with Pajitnov, was the point to choose you?
Oh, for Alexei, again, he invited me to meet that evening, and we talked about the future of Tetris on the very first night. What does Tetris 2 look like? And I brought with me a video. I brought with me actually a machine that he could play Tetris. And he tried for the first time. And it was a Nintendo machine. Now, he was used to using a PC. And so the right side is for moving the piece, and the left side, the space bar is for dropping. And the Nintendo, backwards. You move it with the left hand, and you drop it with the right hand. And my God, he turned the controller upside down and played with the controller upside down.
That's really nice. I love this story, and even how the version of Tetris that you had was kind of illegal somehow, but still you shine through that, and I'm really glad that you had this great story to share with us and made Tetris turn into a really global thing.
So if Alexei and I are in the same city, every other day, bottle of wine. And I lived during COVID, I lived in Seattle, which is where he lives. And I was writing the book, so every other day for 2 years, that's a lot of wine.
That's great. I love to hear that, really, and I'm super excited to see everything that Flow Podcast is going to bring to you. So thank you so much, Dean Takahashi, for one more panel with us. Thank you so much. Hank Rogers, thank you so much, too, for sharing your story. And soon we're going to see a little bit more about Hank Rogers, guys. Thank you so much. Please, another round of applause for him. Thank you.
She's kicking me out.
I'm not kicking you out. You'll be right back. We'll be right back with you. Don't worry. I'm going to go back to Portuguese now, so I'm just warning all the people from simultaneous translation that I'm going back to Portuguese now. Amigos, agora, daqui a pouquinho, a gente tem...
All right, friends. So in a few minutes, we're going to have the Flow podcast interviewing Hank Rogers. Once again, Hank Rogers will be on stage. He's going to be talking about the incredible story of a man who braved new frontiers to bring us a game that is a phenomenon. Now, before we do that, let's watch the video that IGN has created on the trade show floor. We're going to be back very soon with...
Fala galera, estamos aqui na Gamescom e olha, tem muita coisa legal vindo por aí, mas agora eu tenho um desafio para essa galera aqui de trás, que é uma tier list das maiores franquias dos games. Será que eles vão conseguir bem? Vem cá. Oi, tudo bem? Eu tô aqui com a Fernanda e o
Nelson.
Você é o
Leonardo. Ricardo.
Opa. Bom, aqui a gente vai fazer um tier list de franquias de games. E aí vai ser vocês dois contra vocês dois, pode ser? Aí, ó, as regras são as seguintes. Eu vou mostrar uma franquia, aí vai começar com vocês. Vocês colocam onde vocês querem, essa é o maior, D é o menor. E vocês podem rebater mudando ou pegando outro card. Pode ser?
Pode ser.
Então, pode começar. Metal Gear. E vocês?
Pegar.
Vai pegar?
Tá.
Então Pokémon, vai.
Pokémon.
Pokémon é D. Para. E aí? Pokémon é S mesmo? É, vou pegar o... Vai pegar outra?
É só franquia de jogos ou toda a franquia? Tipo...
Não, franquia de jogos, franquia de jogos. Ah, e outra coisa, só cabe 3, então no 3? Final é...
Ah, então a gente tem que pensar bem.
É. Fallout.
Fallout? Never played. Never played Fallout. I saw some videos. Zelda. Yeah, I love Nintendo. Are you gonna buy the Switch too? No, I'm a hater. Now, go ahead. Yeah, I'm going to bootleg Nintendo. Yeah, there, I said it. I said it in your face. Tomb Raider. Do you agree? Yeah, maybe they're gonna climb up a little bit.
Acho que cabe um A, não? Tá com hype, né? Tá hypado.
Tá hypado.
Yeah, it's hyped, you know. Part 1. Yeah, they're kind of looking weird. Yeah, we're not really sure. Yeah, so A is done. Yeah, you're going to have to discuss amongst yourselves. Leave it with A? No, bring it down. Bring it down? Oh my God. Yeah, but the first one is good. Fallout with B? I want to see blood. Democracy, my... There's no democracy. She got it first. You guys have decided. Yeah. Too bad, so sad. Halo. Yeah, you have to fill out all of them, yeah. Something's got to give. I apologize, Halo players, but I've never played. Oh, man. Yeah, like I know 3 people who play Halo. Do you agree? Yeah? Get another card? Okay. Grand Theft Auto, GTA. The franchise? Yeah. So, GTA 6. Everybody's looking forward to it. I would put it on It's not S, it's A. Oh, it's easy S, man. Yeah, we have to see the other cards. Maybe later we'll... Okay. A, do you agree? I would move it. I'm gonna move it to S. It's a lot of people who play. Teaching how to rob and bust a cap. Yeah, you have like, you look like you're in pain. Your heart's in pain. You don't like video games anymore. Yeah, I rather like a story game, you know, role-playing. What's your favorite game? The Last of Us 2? Yeah, next one. God of War. That's an A. That's most likely A. You guys agree? Yeah, well, we're good. Yeah, it's going to be weird. We've got 3 with S, 3A, and everything else is... My partner's going to criticize me. I love Pokemon, but the game itself... Yeah, it's not as good as God of War, you know. There are a few flaws. But my partner... I don't want to fight against my partner. Yeah, it's like it was born into the world. Let's leave it, yeah. The Elder Scrolls. I'm kind of a poser here. Haven't really played all of these. What are you doing here if you haven't played all of them? Okay. Pokemon, Zelda, Grand Theft Auto. Yeah, most famous ones, yeah. Is it a crime not having played? No, far from me. I just want to understand your profile. Yeah, Red Dead Redemption. It's just... If it were there, I would put it on S. The Zelda was the last one I played. Okay. So I'm just... B. Okay, done. It's good to go. Haven't played it either. Yeah, I'll trust. Yeah, we still have few cards, and D is empty. Next one. Call of Duty. Ooh. Oh, they are feeling sick. Gonna leave it under D? Call of Duty under D? I don't think the game is bad, but I would put it under tops, maybe C. You're a pair. You have to come to an understanding. Yeah, C is not too bad. Yeah, I don't like... Do you agree? That was the hallmark of all childhood, man. It's difficult to put it on C. Yeah, don't look at my screen. Don't look at my screen. Do you still play Call of Duty? Yeah, it's gone. It's a heavy game, you know. You play it on PC, console. Yeah. Gonna leave it there? Yeah, but we're saying everything's good, and we're, you know, just raising the bar for everyone, and yeah, be happy, man. Yeah, I know the game's good, but yeah, they trade places. Okay. Here we go. Resident Evil. B. Okay, it's good for B. Resident Evil with B. Yeah, it's good enough. Yeah, I played when I was a kid, so I've watched other people play, but yeah. Assassin's Creed. Is it good? I think, and it's like head-to-head with God of War. No. As a franchise, not even close. God of War is like top. Yeah, man, I think C is too much. Now look, I think Assassin's Creed is better than Call of Duty. I like Call of Duty better, but yeah, but you're a pair. You have to come to an understanding there. Put it in the place of Resident Evil, maybe. Yeah, do it. Yeah, they don't like the choices we're making. There we go. Now, last one is up to you. Final Fantasy. Yeah, I think it's... what are you going to exchange for? The entire trade show is going to see this tier list, and they're gonna hunt me down. They're gonna come after me. Now I'm a presenter. Do you think they're not gonna come after me? Oh my God. Oh my God. For the love of God. Is that it? Nobody gonna change anything? Final Fantasy is big, man. Yeah, but I would exchange Fallout with The Last of Us. Do you agree? Fallout is under A with The Last of Us. Yeah? It's a last exchange. Very last one. Okay? Call of Duty, yeah, you learn to live with it, man. This is our tier list for games franchise. Is it controversial? Yes. Please, nobody come after me. I had nothing to do with this. They're going to come after you, the four of you. It's not us. That's it, folks. And we're back, folks. IGN shining with content creation at Gamescom Latam 2025. We're not done yet. What was it? Gamescom Latam 2025, first day? Big round of applause. Are we happy? Are we pleased? Yeah, first day. Yes, that's just the first day. What was it like for you? Wonderful, incredible, perfect. Because especially at Gamescom Latam stage, we have incredible characters from the gaming world. And we're just about to have sensational characters here. Fabulous, yeah. Now to wrap up the very first day in very big style, I want to call to the stage the folks from, you know, the entire internet loves them, Flow Games. Flow Games, you know, they're growing, creating fabulous content in this industry. And for this moment, I'd like to invite Mikali and Jeff from Flow Games. Mikali, Jeff, it's Flow Games time with the Gamescom stage. Big round of applause. Flow Games, folks. Big round of applause. You're most welcome. You have the stage. I know you're going to ask incredible questions, and I'll see you later.
Som? Aê, e aí galera, tudo bem? Boa noite.
What up, folks? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whenever you're watching. Great pleasure being here. We're going to talk to a legend. He was already here before, Hank Rogers, and I hope you enjoy the conversation. We're going to explore certain curiosities, backstage curiosities of this legend of Tetris, right? Not just Tetris, but, you know, his time in Japan and introduction to RPGs, maybe influencing classics such as Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy. Hank he's got his finger there. Yeah, he was there. So cool because, yeah, you've watched him on stage. He was just here. We're going to explore a bit more of the backstage. We're talking in Portuguese with you, but we're going to talk to him in English. So you probably have the equipment for simultaneous translation. And so, yeah, go ahead. I see folks putting taking it to their ears. We're going to talk to him in English. We have a translation team. Thank you to the translation team. It's a difficult bit of work, and we're going to do our best to speak appropriately for the translation to come as best as possible to you. So we can call him, right? Yeah. Please, on stage, Hank Rogers. Big round of applause, folks.
Muito bem. Thank you. Muito bem. Então agora vamos conversar em inglês. Hank, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Thank you for being here. How is your day so far? What did you have for lunch? How is your experience in Brazil? Just to break the ice a little bit.
You want to know how many times I went to the bathroom, or
it's your
what
fifth
did I
time in
have for
Brazil.
lunch? Did I have lunch? Oh yes, we had a wonderful lunch with the mayor of Cologne. So yeah, there you go, right around the corner.
So, Hank, we know that you are one of the responsibles for Tetris. I mean, Tetris is huge. It's legendary. So, we know that you have faced a lot of challenges in your career, all right? So, just for people to know, you are the guy who managed to get Tetris on the western side of the world. I mean, worldwide. You had to negotiate with a lot of, hard people, let's say. And so tell us a little bit about your career, your main challenges, and what was your role in Tetris, along with Alexei, of course.
Well, you want me to sit here and read the whole book? I mean, that's a lot.
Just to summarize a little.
Okay. I studied at the University of Hawaii. I majored in computer science, minored in Dungeons and Dragons. 6 years later, personal computers came out. I wrote the first role-playing game in Japan. It was the #1 game in Japan in 1984. It launched role-playing games for all the other companies. I didn't speak, read, or write Japanese at the time, just like your neighbor there. As a publishing company, I started traveling around the world looking for games, found Tetris at the Consumer Electronics Show, published Tetris on 7 different platforms in Japan and Nintendo, and then Game Boy came out. And nobody had the Game Boy rights, so I got on a plane and went to the Soviet Union to get the Game Boy rights.
Yeah, well, Game Boy is
now you don't have to read the book.
Jeff, get there. Game Boy? Game Boy.
No.
I mean, we know that Game Boy was very important in making Tetris the huge, successful game it is. One big question we ask ourselves is, if it wasn't for Game Boy, do you think that Tetris would be this successful? In my opinion, it would be, legendary as it is. But tell us a little bit about your, your talkings with Nintendo to get Tetris into a Nintendo platform, in this case, Game Boy.
So I went to, I was already friends with Minoru Arakawa, the president of Nintendo of America. And it was after the CES of 1989 in Las Vegas, I went to Redmond, I went to visit Nintendo, and I said to Mr. Arakawa, I said, I know you're about to release Game Boy in the US. And I also know that every time you release a new platform, you always include a game. I think you should include Tetris. And his answer was, why should I include Tetris? I have Mario. And then my answer to him was, if you want little boys to buy your Game Boy, include Mario. If you want everyone to buy your Game Boy, include Tetris. And he called in his experts, and they said, yeah, everybody plays Tetris.
Jeff.
It was harder to convince all these Japanese people to embark on your idea of selling Tetris for worldwide, or it was not so hard after that speech?
You know, looking back on it, everything sounds easy. But, you know, like, no, that was not an easy thing, convincing Nintendo to pack in your game. And people say that Tetris made Game Boy and Game Boy made Tetris. I think it was a marriage made in heaven. I think that eventually Tetris would become a huge hit on mobile phones anyway. And so it might not have happened as quickly as it did, but it would have happened.
Okay. As you spoke just now about the first RPG game that you launched in Japan, how do you expect to see this popularity of this game in Japan? And can you imagine how influential it was for the next ones that would come to be launched in Japan, as Final Fantasy or Dragon Quest?
And Legend of Zelda.
Legend of Zelda,
I read somewhere that Miyamoto played my game and then thought, oh, I'm going to make Zelda.
Whoa.
So I'm kind of like the reason many of the game developers in Japan started making role-playing games.
Nice.
So, yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, you have to play Black Onyx.
Yeah, I mean, the Black Onyx, clearly it's a game with a huge influence from Japan. You are connected to Japan. Yeah, that's the t-shirt. That's the t-shirt right there. So Black Onyx, for people who are watching us here right now, it's a game developed by Hank, and we can see some Tetris stuff in there.
No, not really.
Nothing.
No. This is, so I developed Black Onyx before Alexia developed Tetris. It wasn't for another, I don't know, 6 years that I got to see Tetris for the first time.
You weren't imagining something like Tetris when we were doing the Black Onyx. Nothing at all.
I was imagining being a dungeon master for thousands of people, because I used to play Dungeons and Dragons in college. By the way, does anybody here know what 64K is?
64K.
A couple of people, not many of them. Black Onyx is the first role-playing game in Japan, and I developed it in 64K.
Whoa.
64K.
I mean, at that time?
I had 10K for the monsters, 10K for the humans, 30K for the graphics, 4K for the 3D. I had a 3D that you could walk through. Yeah, you guys have it easy.
And we heard that in 1984, it was #1 in Japan.
#1 in Japan.
So it was very successful.
It was worse than that, because I was #1 of the games that were sold, but at that time there was a thing called software rental. You could rent a game, and basically you copy the game and then you give it back the next day. So I was #1 in the rental shops for a year.
Nice.
So I mean, like, whatever I made, you know, however many copies I sold, many more people played. And by the way, so I did a calculation. So how many people played my game? And during the game, how many people do I create? Because every time you meet people, I'm creating new people. They have names, they have characteristics just like you. You can friend them, they can become one of your team. And I calculated that I created about 5 billion people in this game. So I'm competing with God on how many people we created.
And Hank, another great thing for us to talk about regarding your career, we have the movie on Apple TV.
We have to talk about the movie.
Yeah, we have to talk about, I mean, it's inevitable, because I think it is a great movie, and we want to hear your opinion on it. What do you think of your portrayal on the movie?
Well, you know, he's a, how can I say? he's a cowboy in the movie.
Yes.
He even wore cowboy boots. I never wore cowboy boots until I had a horse. But anyway, I never wore cowboy boots. And I wasn't as, sneak into this place or sneak. I walked in the front door of all the places that I did business with. And so, as far as the movie is concerned, when I finally saw the movie after reading the script and hating the script, I thought the movie was amazing. The difference between a script and a movie is huge. And I cried during the movie about things that never happened in real life. So I mean, I missed my daughter's performance, and then I created a little stage for her to sing. Oh my gosh!
What about the KGB pursuit?
The KGB person, yeah. I mean, so KGB is there, but you don't know who they are. This guy was overtly evil, and they need somebody in a movie to be the evil one. So they were there, but I don't know who they were. Which one is KGB? Even Belikov, I found out later, he found out that his office was bugged. They listened to his conversation with other people. So even though he was a very loyal communist, they were examining what he was saying. So somebody was watching him.
Everyone was watching.
Everybody's watching everybody.
Yeah, I think this is a great movie. It has a great pacing. The dialogues are great. The text is great. So, have you seen this movie, guys? Have you seen it? Who saw? Raise your hands. Yeah, few people have seen it. Yeah, it's a movie on Apple TV, which has a portrayal of Hank right here. All right. So, and Hank, talking a little bit more about your career and your challenges in convincing people, because in other interviews you said that Alexei said that you were the only one that understood each other's proposal for Tetris. Well, how was that?
Yeah, so you got to understand. So the Soviet Union, there was no such thing as intellectual property. And so really, the other people in the room really didn't know what we were talking about. Because everything, you create something, everybody gets it for free. And in fact, the original Tetris, after he created it, and he made a PC version, IBM PC version, it went all through the Soviet Union, and even look, Poland and Hungary, all those countries nearby, everybody just copied it. That's just normal. And so the concept that something which everybody gives to everybody for free should be worth something and should be protected, they didn't understand. I had to explain it to them, and I was very clear. And I think the reason they chose me instead of Kevin Maxwell is because I was open and honest with them. I didn't try to use some political power or something like that. I just said, this is the business I'm in. I will give you this much money per unit when we sell Game Boy anywhere in the world.
Have you ever feel the need for search another Jew in the game industry for publishing a new? What do you think it will be a new Tetris nowadays?
That's a great one.
Yeah. So the answer is no. It's like you're asking the NBA if they're interested in starting another sport. Tetris is a sport by itself. It doesn't need. I did have my own publishing company for publishing games on mobile phones. We made 10 other games. Where are those games? They're gone. And we made 96% of all the money came from Tetris. Those other few games mean nothing. And so right now, my daughter's running the company. She is not interested in any other game. She's just gonna make this game happen more and more and more. When she was 15, I asked her, so what do you want to be when you grow up? And she said, I don't know, but I want to make more money than you.
I mean, Tetris, I have a friend, Sarda. We have a friend that he plays a lot of video games. I mean, Legend of Zelda, Grand Theft Auto, you name it. A lot. Skyrim, Elder Scrolls, Oblivion. But with Street Fighter, when you ask him, what is your #1 favorite game? It's Tetris. For the rest of his life. So Tetris has this different effect because everyone can play. Everyone can play Tetris. You know how to move the blocks. You know they are falling down on the screen. So you just know what to do. How did you manage to achieve this sweet spot in which the game is easy and hard at the same time?
I didn't achieve that. Alexei achieved that.
Yeah, you and Alexei.
I did change the game because I'm also a game designer. So when you clear more than one line at a time, single, double, triple Tetris, yeah, I invented that. And so the reason I invented it is because the game was slow in the beginning, and to get a high score, you have to play through the slow levels, and it's kind of boring. So I wanted to give you something to do in the slower levels. And actually, by trying to get the 4 lines at the same time, you make the play field a little bit smaller, from 10 columns to 9. So you're making the game more difficult yourself, which I think is an interesting thing.
Have you ever seen any Tetris competition? Did you see those professional players playing Tetris? I don't think it's Tetris, really Tetris. It's an iteration of the game, some music mixed with the flow of the tiles falling, maybe the speed. They always increase the speed on their own, but to achieve more points faster. What do you think about that kind of sport?
Yeah, I think that's the right way to go going forward, because the old Tetris, it's like you're in a race car and somebody else's foot is on the gas pedal, and it gets faster and faster and faster until you crash.
Yes.
Okay, I think, I'm just an old game designer, but I think that the player should decide the speed. And if you think you can go faster, okay, increase the speed. And if you're getting in trouble, then you should slow down.
Yes.
But you should decide. We'll see. I think that going to have something to do with, the sport going in the future, because obviously the guy who goes the fastest is the guy who wins the race.
Yes.
Yeah, and nowadays, Hank, you are the chairman of the board of the Tetris company, right? So in this role, and with your experience in the industry, in your career, your challenges, the Soviet Union, as we talked about, convincing people to, get your game on their platforms. Nowadays, on being the chairman, what is your main role daily? I mean, how do you advise people on the ways they should go or they should not go?
Yeah, frankly speaking, I just get out of the way. So, and let my daughter get on with the business. I worked for my father. He never listened to me. And so I hated working for my father. So I don't want to have a situation where I'm like pulling rank on my daughter and say, you have to do this. No, I let her develop. Now, she asked me for advice. I give her advice. That's it. And when we have a new license, like I want to do this business with this company, we always get, Alexei and me, get the final approval, make sure that it's okay, the deal is okay.
And you're getting a lot of approvals lately?
The major platforms have long-term contracts. And so it's not so many small ones. But we do a huge amount of merchandising now. We have a toy that's like #1 in Costco. It's a massive thing. It's like a round thing. You put the Tetris block on top, and then when it gets too high, then it falls in one way or the other way. It's like Jenga.
Jenga, yeah.
Jenga
with
like
Tetris.
Jenga Tetris, something.
Very
But I mean,
popular
it's-
in Brazil, Jenga.
But this thing will be popular in Brazil too. But right now they can't make enough. And I think what's going to happen is a whole bunch of this stuff is coming from China, and they're going to say, no, we don't want to bring it into the US because it's too expensive. Send it to Brazil instead.
Brazil is like a escape route.
I mean, yeah, China's looking for other places to sell stuff.
Yeah, and speaking of China, we have said, backstage that a lot of challenges comes from countries that have a very different culture from ours, from the Western side of the world. It's just culture, yeah, behavior. So what can you say on your biggest challenges traveling to those places? You lived on some of those places, or you have been at those places a lot. So what can you say, since you mentioned China, of a great story that you remember regarding Tetris?
Regarding Tetris, oh my gosh.
Or other stuff you want to share.
Well, okay, so, I mean, it's kind of a strange situation. We talked about Russia before. I hired an agent to help me in Russia, and he's Japanese, and so I asked him, why do you live in the Soviet Union? And he says, I studied Russian in college. It's like, oh my God. So be careful what you study. If you're going to study Chinese, you're going to end up in China. That's, where else are you going to use that language? I would love to learn Portuguese. That means I would have a reason to come here.
It's a Western language. You wouldn't have that difficult time learning it. It's a very good language. I like it.
I love it. I love it. I love it when Brazilian women sing. Oh my God, it's so good.
Yeah, I mean, in Brazil we sing a lot, speaking.
Yeah, you sound kind of like you're singing when you're
goes ups and downs.
Yeah.
But yeah. I mean, it's great to hear those stories, because people who are outside, you guys, maybe people who are, getting to know how to work on this industry, want to get more information. I mean, how much do you travel? How much do you have to talk to other people? How much do you have to convince other people of your cause, your game, your business? What advices, né?
Maybe even how different is to publishing right now.
I have a very interesting little anecdote. So in the beginning, I didn't speak Japanese of my business. And so I always had an interpreter. Little by little, I say something in English, he says something in Japanese. And little by little, I start to understand what he's saying. And then all of a sudden, I came to the realization, he's not interpreting. He's saying what he thinks I should say. Oh
That's
my
pretty much
God.
Japanese.
Oh my God. And so when I had my first meeting with Yamauchi, I did not bring an interpreter. I struggled with my broken Japanese, but I did not want anything to be lost in translation.
Yeah.
So, you say that you're afraid to speak Japanese. That is nonsense. You know enough Japanese to do it. You just have to have a little confidence.
Yeah,
that's
pretty much.
your problem. It's not that you don't know it.
We understand some verbs, but we cannot link it together to form a sentence.
No. That's just another bullshit excuse.
Bullshit.
Come on. You're like what percentage of your heritage, your DNA is Japanese?
It's half.
Half. Okay.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
That's not a lot.
But you brought up a great point, Hank, which is how important is to know other language to do business. All right? To talk to other people, because when you are on other country, which is not your country, your language, your native language, you just have to trust the translator.
Okay, I hate to rain on your parade, but I think it's only years from now that we put a little device in our ear, and we can hear translation real time.
So, I mean, yes, you can study language, or you can wait a couple of years and have it be automatic, and you can hear every other language, like the babblefish in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Yeah, because you guys are listening very well to our talk here. Yeah, good pacing. Thank you for the translator guy who is, you know, bravely here with us. So, Hank, another very important subject for us to talk about is artificial intelligence, AI for short. So AI, you are a guy with a huge baggage, a huge experience, and you learned your ways into developing programming and, you know, distributing game. So what is your take about AI right now and in the future regarding video games or other things in general?
Yeah, so AI is just like the invention of electricity. It's something that changed everything, but you know, people were worried that they were going to lose their jobs because now machines can do something. They can do heavy. I have a story. I'm from the Netherlands. This guy comes to Amsterdam and he says, I have invented something called a windmill. And this windmill will take a piece of wood, a log, and cut it into 17 planks automatically. Just by wind power, it will do all this. And the Sawyers Guild, meaning the people who do the sawing and make planks, they said, no way we're going to let this device into Amsterdam. We will lose our jobs. Well, he said, okay, whatever. And he built them outside Amsterdam somewhere. And then Holland became the #1 producer of planks in Europe. And as a result, they became the #1 naval power in Europe. They built more ships than England and France put together because of the windmill. You say it's a big labor-saving device, but it created a whole new industry of shipbuilding. So AI is like a windmill. It is going to give us so much new kinds of power, and we just have to figure out how to use that power.
Yeah, because AI, you will not figure it out alone. Yeah.
Yeah, there's right. And you know, if I have a shovel or a bulldozer, I'm going to say, no, I don't want to use the bulldozer because I like shoveling. No, bulldozer does it. You know, computers made us way more powerful, and AI is making computers way more powerful.
Any take on artificial intelligence, Jeff?
I don't feel that I need to be afraid of them. Yeah. That's okay.
That's what you said, because I think, my opinion is that you will always have to have the human look at what AI is doing, because AI won't do it alone.
Yeah, you have to use the AI.
Yeah, you have to be good at prompting at the AI.
I hate that word.
Yeah, I mean, you have to know how to deal with AI in the best way you can, right? I don't know.
Okay, so I'll give you an example. I go to this festival called Burning Man.
Yeah.
I go pretty much every year. And I go there, and I'm amazed at the things people build or do, or the music or the art. If I went to a Burning Man and it was all AI generated, it would be boring.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It would be automatic.
Yeah, it would be like, you know.
Robotic.
Like, yeah, robotic. So, yeah, I'm sorry, but I still like human creativity.
And regarding the Jeff, want to say something?
No, okay.
No, I mean, regarding the future of video games, Hank, what do you think? I heard some people saying that, I mean, I don't know, 50 years ahead of us, AI will dominate everything. I don't agree with that. I want to believe, we just talked about it, but what do you think about the future of video games in general? I don't know, PlayStation, Xbox, PC, streaming, cloud devices, portable devices. With your vision and experience, what's your take on the future of video games in general?
Well, are you asking me about the future? I am not a fortune teller. I'm not a fortune teller.
But you have a
maybe
vision.
if I know, I shouldn't tell you, or I shouldn't tell everybody. I should just do it and make a lot of money.
Maybe.
No, I think games. I think what's going on, what's going to happen, is that games are going to become more interesting. What it used to take lots of labor to create, now AI can do it. So if I say, I want a world that's like this, I want these kinds of people in it, I want these people to think this way, I want to have a language, I can just create this stuff. And now, in yesterday's world, somebody has to program everything that anyone ever says in a virtual world. Like I used to play World of Warcraft. Everything anybody in World of Warcraft, the NPCs say, was written by somebody, and it kind of gets boring real quick. But in the future, these non-player characters can be real people. They can watch how you play, and then you can become a character in that world. We steal your soul and put it inside the game. And when you die, we're going to have your children pay to keep you alive inside the virtual world.
That's a Black Mirror.
Black Mirror stuff. Yeah.
There you go.
You have your own episode of Black Mirror right there.
It's Juniper.
The script is just done.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, Jeff, when I said...
I just want to ask you about this, the futurology about the games in general. If you think what technology, what device will be more
popular.
Maybe, more popular between the gamers. It's the mobile. The mobile, it's already.
Come on, the mobile phone.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
Everybody has one.
Yeah.
Everybody has one. And you know, like the concept of having a mobile phone is that you can actually talk to anyone in the world.
Yeah.
That's one. And another thing is you can get any information about anything also that's ever been thought of by looking at your phone. I mean, that's huge.
But don't you think that mobile games are missing something regarding video games in general? It's more like only about the money.
No. Okay, so what's the difference between a mobile game and a video game? Mobile game has a small screen, the video game has a large screen. Okay? But that mobile device is going to be just as powerful as your desktop or whatever going forward. And you're going to have a visor that projects the back of your eye a huge 3D scene. So you don't need the screen anymore. The screen is projected by some small device. And so that mobile device is going to be just as powerful as for playing a game as anything else. And by the way, you know, when you have this device, you can move it, and it knows which direction it's facing. So you can control things in a different way from, you know, a joystick or a mouse or a keyboard. So I think that device is going to become more and more. We don't imagine yet what it can do, but it will be able to do everything.
Great. And Hank, unfortunately, we're getting to our time.
I don't know either.
Yeah, I mean, no one's looking, so I'm going to ask one more question for you,
We're
Hank.
going to be here forever.
You mentioned that you played World of Warcraft, all right? So which games are you playing or have you been playing lately? Which ones got your attention?
Okay, so I am a very busy man nowadays. I only have a few minutes in the morning to play anything. I play Wordle. And I play Wordle with my father, who is 93 years old. It's
nice.
It's my daily communication
routine.
With him. And you know, between the Wordle, I say, oh, I'm in São Paulo or I'm Rio de Janeiro. I tell him where I am, a little bit of what's going on in my life. So we have a daily communication. I also created a meta game. So I have 6 other friends, relatives, and we play Wordle together. And we start on Sunday, we finish on Saturday, we add the score for the week. Whoever has the lowest score is the winner, and he makes a rule for the next week.
Oh, nice.
And so we get all kinds of interesting rules. Have you played Wordle?
Yeah, I have. We have it in Brazil. Yeah, just to to try. But you just gave me a great idea. Maybe I should play with my mother. I mean, she's 76. She may she may learn some things from it.
I'm almost old enough to be your mother.
You don't like it. You don't look like it. And
He's a good son. He's a good son.
Samaritan.
I'm 71.
Oh, you don't really
look like.
You don't
Thank
look
you.
like it.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
So yes, you should play games with your mother.
Yeah. We should definitely do that. Any final consideration, Jeff?
Final thing, my book,
Yeah,
The
please.
Perfect
Yes,
Game.
talk about your book.
The Perfect Game. It's my whole game career, and we translated just for this gathering here. We translated into Portuguese.
Whoa!
Oh, salva de aplausos aí, galera.
Yeah, and it's available. You can buy it. There's a store on the floor.
Yeah.
And it's Editora Europa. And it's near the movie
Nice.
section.
Editora
They sell
Europa.
posters, they sell books. It's in that corner. And then every day I'll be on the floor from 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock to sign books.
Oh, nice.
And if you have a Tetris item, I will sign that too, but one per person.
Is there any specific little story you want to share about your book here right now? Just a little spoiler? I mean, little, very little.
I tell you, I didn't sleep with my interpreter.
Whoa!
I mean, I love reading books. Read books. It's good for you, all right? Get out of the screen a little bit and read books. And I love physical books. So buy the book, all right?
So when I leave here on Sunday, on Tuesday, I'm doing the audio book. Tuesday, Wednesdays, I'm going to, like 4 days of studio time to read my own book out loud. Oh my God, I'm terrified.
And you are your own reader of the book.
I'm the own reader of the book.
That's
And
not-
my publisher says you have to read it yourself in your voice.
That's not something everyone does, so congratulations.
Thank you. Not everybody writes their own book.
So any final consideration, Hank, for the people here or here on Gamescom or watching us on the screen?
Yes, so my big thing that I'm working on is I'm fighting climate change. And we all are responsible for creating climate change because we all create carbon dioxide by using fossil fuel for transportation, for electricity, for plastic, all kinds of ridiculous things. And we all can change this in small ways. So we all have the responsibility to make small changes in the world, and please do it. Because it's the world that we give to our children and our grandchildren. We can't just run away and say it's not my problem. No, it is our problem. And we are the only ones who can fix it.
Oh, I'm a huge defender.
Oh, lastly, last thing. So people ask me if I have hope. I do not have hope. I have determination. Because we are going to fix this.
Oh my God, I'm a huge defender of this topic. And it's important for everyone to get the attention for it, all right? So, yeah, Hank, thank you very much for being here, for your time. Jeff,
thank you very much.
Something you want to add here in the conversation?
No, I think that's it. You pretty much summoned everything.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Hank.
どうもありがとうございました。よろしくお願いします。
Obrigado, galera.
Não, leva ela pra lá, eu acho.
Não, mas só pra gente abraçar. Só pra gente abraçar.
Ah, tá.
Isso.